good thing. But partner with my teammate, I don't think so because I played with them before. Maybe just like this. And I'm here.
Oh, untuk for rivals saya just nak cakap golak, yang terbaik. Tapi korang kehilangan permata sebenarnya.
Bagi kita orang adalah Dingoz sebab diorang dah beberapa kali langgar drop spot kita orang senyap-senyap. Tapi kalau kita orang langgar korang kat drop spot, korang jangan PM manager kita orang
Rival kita orang untuk season ni ialah RSG sebab coach saya tak suka RSG and SM9 sebab diorang dah pernah langgar drop spot kita orang Itu memang kali ni diorang tak bagi peluang
Rival kita orang ialah Forever sebab saya tak suka sangat pemburu tu. Pemburu tu mulut je lebih, tak power, lemah. Pemburu. Bayang mana sini? Takut.
Forever as well. In every single map, we are like neighbours to pemburu. Kau 13 dunia, tapi aku akan bantai kau.
Apa juga?
THQ because pas scrims dia turun dekat our drop spot which is Sunhawk. So kalau diorang still stubborn nak turun kat tempat kita akan buat diorang sampai diorang disqualified and tukar tim baru.
As Esports, korang langgar, kami akan langgar korang balik. TABAH NC kali ni bukan TABAH NC yang dulu-dulu tu.
NSEA, they more to placement point actually. And diorang punya player tu memang good at survive but and diorang just good at ngendok.
Lepas saya review datang balik tak ada efek apa-apa pun. Dah rehat lama-lama tu confident ke nak masuk balik. Aku rasa takut nanti lepas season ni berehat lagi panjang nanti.
Pag nakatapat nyo kami, smooth muna kayo. Wala kayong gagawin sa amin.
Kepada tim Filipin, harap korang berjaga-jaga dan keep training untuk melawan tim-tim di Malaysia.
Pada Aziz Mika, hati-hati bila nak tembak kotak orang. Takut aku pula tembak kotak kau nanti.
Jangan selesa sangat ada bokeh tu. Kita orang dah tahu taktikal dia, kita boleh baca juga. Ini buku taktikal bokeh.
Saya nak challenge Demi Boy untuk jadi Terminator lah. Terminator sehari ke kan. Takkan tak mampu.
Din, bulat lah kat ACIS tu. Kalau tak okey nanti season depan, join tim kita orang.
You can beat me down, but I will jump back up. Aziz ganas.
Di mana ada kemenangan, di situ ada Geek fam. Once a Geek, always a fam.
Jangan ingat air yang tenang tiada buaya. Kat situ ada Homebois. Hati-hati. Homebois family.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
The flight chose a 2-launch into 22 PMPL Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, springs the late to take off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kuza. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up.
Stand up. Jangan pernah kita
Stand up. Never give up on fight until you succeed.
Stand up.
Stand up! Hello everybody, I am Jenny and welcome back to Pro League MYSGPH. No, I'm not the advertisements, but yes, why? Why did they say stand up? Because this is the second week and you need to stand up because you need to support the teams. Of course, all these won't be possible without Crafton, Lightning Speed and Quantum, and of course, Stats and Games. So yes, you know, I am Jenny. You saw me a few last week and a few days ago. I was in the caster, but I'm now your host and your analyst also. So, what are you guys up to right now? Of course, some of you just come in and join into the stream. Remember to give this stream follow, like and share, or even subscribe if you're watching from YouTube, because we need all the support from all around the world. In fact, if they are not from Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, we want to let the entire world know that this league is happening and it is PMPL Season 5, guys. So I want to see who is the consistent team. Honestly, I don't really have answers for that for now because every teams are actually, they are progressing very well, and a lot of these teams, if you realize from the first week and the second week, some of them actually ran from page 2 to page 1, but some is still in page 2. So if you were watching yesterday, you will know which teams I'm referring to. For example, our all-time favorite Team Secret and Sam9. So they are now in page 1. So it is possible if you keep on giving the support. And of course, the teams have their own homework. You know, they have their coaches, they have their analysts. I'm not the analyst, but you can hire me if you want to, but no. But anyways, enough chitty chatter. So of course today we will start with again the same 5 rounds. We start with Sandhawk. So apparently this season the harder maps will be the one that start the entire tournament. Of course, a lot of these teams, I would say it's not that Sandhawk is hard, it's more challenging. But sometimes these challenging maps, it makes your adrenaline rush. And because of that, it gives you more momentum and confidence for you to play. That's the reason why you're not seeing Erangel back to back. So now I'm gonna show you something about ta-da! This is the format which we have said, I think this is our 7th day of saying it. So it's the same thing. We are doing our country league right now. We are in this week 2 and then followed by going towards the grand final. So you guys heard about the bonus points and things like that. So basically every week teams, their target is to get 20 points, but of course those teams who do not get 20 points, it will still be given the points which we will show you later. But grand finals, and then after that is the C play-in, and then of course is the C championship. So grand finals is only 5 matches, meaning it's only 3 days for the 5 matches. That means every day there will be 5 matches, and they have to do their best. But of course, all of these matches in the grand final, it will be accumulated bonus points that they have collected for our country league, and then followed by which team will somehow rest a little bit because they get more points. For example, team that won 3 chicken dinner yesterday, Axis Red Wine, today they can relax a little bit, but then again they can just come back stronger and show that they want more points, meaning they will be leading in the charts when it comes to the grand finals, and a lot of teams is just about to get, like for example, they are about to get 60 points when they are already up there. So this is the one that I'm talking about. So number 1 placement, number 2, number 3, and the overall placement. So there is a bonus point in the overall also, besides the bonus points that you are going to accumulate for week 1, week 2, week 3. And then overall, where are they placed? For example, this team, after the 3 weeks, they get number 1, they still get extra 20 points. So that's the exact points that we want to see for teams that have been consistently doing well. But of course, this is again depends on survival, and then after that is the elimination points. So yep, this is the point system which is similar. Don't get confused, this is not bonus points, this is every round the points. Okay, so it's still the same. First points, which is the chicken dinner, 15 points, then followed by 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1, and of course at number 13 to number 16 is 0. But every elimination point is equal to 1. So of course, if you cannot get that chicken dinner, you can show off your skills, your firepower to get more elimination points. And of course, that total grand prize pool is 150k, guys. If you don't want, you can give me. That's a lot of money. If you convert anywhere else, it's still going to be a lot of money. But the truth be told is that even though the money is such and such, we will see who will survive and show themselves that they are the true heroes of our PMPL Season 5. But anyways, yep, this is the overview of the point system. We can go through the bonus points. There you go. So we've got 20 all the way. Actually, for you to remember it very well, you just look at number 20 and then you count it on the opposite side. So 20 will get 1 and number 1 will get 20. So that's how it works. So it's pretty much like that. So overall, the ultimatum is for them to get 20 points. But of course, it's not as easy. Although yesterday Axis Red 1 proved us wrong that it is quite easy to get 3 chicken dinner, and it wasn't a back-to-back, guys. They are like playing, cat and dog, and like, just give you guys some time to breathe. Actually, I can get another chicken. So that is what happened about Axis Red 1 yesterday. I'm sure a lot of these other teams are, showing jealousy that they want that too. But in order for you to get that, you need to have good skills, and of course the team have to work together, and it all boils down to each and every role, especially the IGL. Yeah, so yesterday's game, I really liked the fact that Jumper was still alive. He was at IGL. But here we go. This is the participating teams. From Group A, we've got from Malaysia, Geek Fam R2K, Farang Lejund, Clutch Guerilla. Group B, also from Malaysia, Team Secret Sam9, GENEXUS, Homebois. Group C, from Malaysia also, Axis Red 1, EVOS VIP, Dingoz, and Team Bosskur. Group D, we've got one Singaporean team, but SMG, RSG, and MAB is from Malaysia. ALMGHTY is from Singapore. And last but not least, Group E, Yoodo Alliance for Rivals from Malaysia, Team Hug from Malaysia, TABAH and C from Malaysia, and KHI from the Philippines. So these are the teams that will be participating today. But the first game, we will only be seeing A, B, D, and E. So Group C, will not be playing first because, you know, too much chicken dinner. Must take a break. But anyways, just kidding. Just pulling your leg or whoever's leg that is watching. But yes, so these are the teams that is participating today. Currently, the weekly rankings after yesterday's match. Okay, guys, so don't get me wrong. This is only week 2, day 1. It's not accumulated from last week. This is just based on yesterday's game. Axis, why do they get so much point? Because like I said, they've got 3 chicken dinners. And with a total points of 75, elimination is still quite good, 30 guys. And then GENEXUS falls at number 2, which is something that I would say I did not expect, but knowing that Biu is inside, it is possible. They are at number 2, 61, and the list goes on. This is the people at page number 2. Unfortunately, we have to see the same teams that is in page 2 from week 1 and week 2, which is SMG, for example, ALMGHTY, Clutch Guerilla, Yoodo Alliance for Rivals, they were in page 1 and page 2, Farang Legends, and MAB. So these are the teams somewhat are showing a consistency by being in page 2. But even though that happens, you guys are the supportive fans. We need your support in order for them to push back into page number 1. And this is the matches, again, like I said, the same kind of cycle. We're going with Sandhawk and then Erangel, Miramar, and then Erangel. And yes, the first match will be A, B, D, and E. So Team C will take a chill pill for a little bit. So guys, remember to give your support. And sometimes, you know, when I was a viewer back then, I actually dropped them DMs to my favorite teams. Of course, you will say, oh, Jenny so biased. No, I was just like you. I was a viewer. I followed them. I love the way they play because I was a player once upon a time ago. If you want to play with me, then you get ready to lose. But anyways, this is just kidding. PUBG Mobile version 1.9. We've got upgraded cheer park, air platform, competitive racing, colorful bicycle, and the new bridge in Erangel. So I want to talk about cheer park. Okay, cheer park is where you make friends actually. So PUBG Mobile is not just about firepower, CQC. When you go to cheer park, you can actually chat to someone, and sometimes you will meet your true love. Although I have not met mine. I've been into the cheer park a few times. But yes, you guys should. It's an awesome upgrade, the cheer park. I just went yesterday night. And of course, this new mode, Don't Turn Into Balloon, although I really like this mode. Of all the modes that I've played before, especially the floating platforms, this is a floating platform. When you shoot, you'll be floating like a balloon. So when I went down with my friends who are not pro players, apparently when I went down, I didn't even get to take any kind of artillery, so I went down straight away. So I was just floating and I'm like, crap. But yes, I like the kind of feeling because the first thing you want to do is push away all the bullets, but you can't. But anyways, today, my prediction, of course, if you those of you who actually watch the BM, I am a lalang. Lalang meaning, you know, like the paddy fields. I'm not a lalang. Sorry, I'm not a lalang. No, I am. I will follow to my roots, which is Farang Legends, and that will be my support because I think they can do it, right? So anyways, guys, show us your prediction, and I have 2 handsome gentlemen in pink waiting for me. Not for me, but for everyone, which is our casters. Let's go.
Yes, stand up seems to be the quote for the PMPL MYSGPH, but thank God for today. I'm sitting down and right next to the amazing Sir Cloud himself. How are you doing, my man?
Amazing. And speaking about waiting though, I think we've been waiting for Sis Jenny.
We were,
we were waiting for Sis Jenny. So Sis Jenny, don't worry. We have you, you have us, we're all together. But what we all have as well is, of course, our official smartphone partner, which is Realme. And this is a beautiful phone called the GT2 Pro. And this year, Realme is partnering with PUBG Mobile as the tech trendsetter. And of course, this partnership to support the young talents in esports with the best-in-class products.
Yeah, but if you got a good phone, you kind of need some good network to go on with it. And who better than Yoodo themselves, okay? Switch to Yoodo now and get free 5 gig of high-speed internet. And because they love PUBG Mobile so much, they're going to give you 20 gig of PUBG Mobile dedicated data. So a lot of good things. You get yourself a good phone and yourself a good network so we can watch the game and finally get into the nitty-gritty details and see who is going to end up on top when comes the end of week number 2.
Yeah, will it be Axis Red One? They were on a roll yesterday with 3 chicken dinners out of 4.
Yeah, that is insane, spectacular performance coming out from them. But also, KHI, who hasn't seen the better days in week number 1, they finally popped off with their first ever chicken for Philippines in week number 2. So a lot of good things to look out for. And we're kicking this thing off with a Sanhok map, like Sis Jenny has mentioned. It is the most challenging one to play because not much control is given to its players.
Yeah, especially this kind of map, it's really circle dependent. Like if you drop into especially the smaller islands like Cam Alpha, for example, and if you got the circle from the start, your possibility of stealing that chicken dinner is high.
Yeah, and as you can see, the teams with a high win rate actually in Sanhok seems to be the ones who already positioned themselves as close to the center as possible, right? That allows them to rotate easily between the 3 islands that exist here in Sanhok. But of course, that also means that you're probably going to get into hot contention, as we can see Almighty already meeting up on Sem9, both down in the second pager here. So these teams, they're not doing too hot themselves, but it is Putra who gets spawned out without a weapon though. Virgil's going in for the shot and he gets one down. Could be the first blood.
Oh, here we go. So Almighty, their initial plan was to drop in the areas of Cam Alpha, but seems like they choose to challenge Sem9 and Hatin. Now, back in last week, it was KHI challenging Sem9. I guess this place is just that hot. Like, even Almighty wanted a piece of it.
Or Sem9 just cannot catch a break. I remember, like, this team is always up against someone. Team Secret seems to be one of those teams who always crash onto Sem9. And speaking of which, Snappy is here, and he gets a tap onto Maki, who is currently crawling for his dear life here. But Loyu within the area as well. I think Maki is as good as dead.
Bruh, I could hardly see a thing. And he can get that knocked out from that distance. What kind of eagle eyes do these guys have?
Well, he's wearing glasses like you do, so maybe you want to switch onto his glasses as well. But Sem9, now Deb has eyes onto Homebois, Iron Pro, taking a shot here. Stone now out. Surely they know where Homebois loves to play their way in Sanhok, and they're just crashing into their compound and not being able to deal with it. So Sem9 now currently with only 2 players remaining.
But this is actually where Homebois, this is their original drop spot. So it's Sem9 actually crashing into Homebois.
Yeah, that's my point, right? Like they knew this spot. Yeah. Sem9 should know about this.
But why can't they just drop in Hatin? I'm wondering now. Like, yeah, Almighty dropped into Hatin and started to challenge you. Like, why can't you just challenge them back?
Well, I guess confidence is a luxury to those who don't have it. And we'll see how Depp can play this one off. Maybe they could just pull the clutch. I mean, we've seen KHI struggling, and now here they are coming up pretty strong. Yeah, I do have words that maybe the first week they were having network issues, but ever since that's been rectified, I think KHI has been showing up at another level here. Now Demigod, he is creeping around the area. I do not think they hear footsteps at this sort of distance, but they have to be careful. Anytime now, it could be turned into a 1v1 situation.
Now, speaking about KHI, could it be the H2R effect? Now, I remember doing the group draw, the manager did mention how much of a talent H2R is and look out for this guy and so on and so forth. And I think since his inclusion into the lineup, since yesterday especially, they are a totally different team.
Well, that could be a huge factor. However, that's not a very solid game plan to go in. Now you're hoping on one guy. What happens when he gets taken out?
Well, you don't want to be in that situation. Or maybe you just make sure that he doesn't get taken out.
Oh, easier said than done here, especially with Almighty now occupying the high grounds. They do have eyes. We've seen them make this sort of rotations before. It's usually TABAH NC coming in from the back end. Of this part of the islands. However, now Almighty occupies the high ground. They can see the rotations from Sem9 and Homebois going across towards the next island if they wish to.
And looks like we will have a rematch here for our first game. So that's a little bit of a preview.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a preview. So Sem9 didn't get a good start. They lost 2 members early on, one in the areas of Homebois and one more in Hatin, supposedly their own home, but it was crashed in by Almighty.
Yeah, so I guess you can count their lucky stars, right? At this point, they need every luck they can get, and with the rooms itself coming up a little bit short, and them getting a remake, this could be a chance for them to redeem themselves. Maybe, although it's the first game of the day, maybe don't take things so lightly. Expect teams to be crashing onto your end.
Yeah, but you know, this kind of gave away Almighty's strat.
I know.
Like their strat was like, yeah, we want to crash, you want to get like 2 points out of them and just leave it.
Yeah.
And now they can't do it anymore. It's like, oh man, our cover's blown.
Yeah, but Almighty did occupy a spot where TABAH NC loves to play on. So
yeah,
in essence to that they could have been taken out by TABAH NC from the back end if they weren't paying attention. However, it was just the first circle, so there was no reason for TABAH NC to close on in.
But fun fact, TABAH NC, they will be dropping into Axis Red One's location, which is Sahmi.
Oh.
So Camp Alpha is open.
Oh.
So if the only reason why they wanted to go into Hatin is basically they want to get 2 points and maybe take over part of that plus Camp Alpha to maximize the loot.
That could be it. That could be also it. Because I remember a time, I think sometime last week, when their rotation, they usually go head-to-head in Sem 9 and they rotate at the last minute and it becomes a bloodbath in that point, right? So hey, new week, new strategy. I like it. I mean, the word goes, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. But clearly, they're not, I mean, they're not doing too bad. But they're not doing too hot as well. And to a certain degree, if you can look at it in a way that, hey, Sem 9's not doing very well. We can try and pick them off.
Yeah, there could be a strat as well. And plus, for a team like Almighty, what is there to lose at this point? Like, all you need to do is just go at it thinking that, okay, you have nothing much to lose. If you lose the fight, you'll be at the bottom anyway.
True.
Like, it can only go better from there, so you might as well try.
Yeah, except SMG lies at the bottom right now, so... Well, time to do something about it. SMG, the lineup they have, honestly, it looked very solid. To be honest, these players, they have name in the scene.
Yep.
They have skin in the game. We thought they'd be stronger. At least maybe I had one bad week. But for that sort of performance to spill on over to week number 2 seems a bit worrying, don't you think?
Yeah, I do agree. I think that the big factor for SMG to be performing in this way is because they don't have a solid in-game leader. I mean, players like Jenny, he is an old-time player. Like, he has a lot of experience in him. But having a lot of experience doesn't make you a solid in-game leader. So I think there's still some level of catching up when it comes to that department.
Well, we'll see if they have time to warm themselves up. As you guys know, the brand new format, as mentioned by Sis Jenny, isn't very forgiving. Just to recap here, every game matters because teams will be playing to get themselves a better overall standings every week, because then the points that they will earn is dependent on the overall rankings itself. And so that goes on for the 3 weeks, and towards the final week, the country finals, you get bonus points on top where you end in the overalls as well.
Correct, and those points will be carried over to the grand finals as the starting point. That is how crucial those points is. In fact, both sets of points are crucial. The weekly points as well as the entire bonus points. So basically, this is a format that doesn't allow you to chill.
Yeah, so that's why time is unfortunately not on the side of some of these big teams like Team SMG, Sem 9, and Team Secret, who, historically speaking, if we're being very honest, always had a slower start than most of the team, right? Remember Team Secret? They barely just make it in top 16 to play country finals. Only then they pop off. But maybe that was an intentional strategy. We don't know. We don't know. That could be an intentional play by Team Secret, and maybe this time around it could come in with something a bit more faster, to say the least, or at least we hope for that.
Yeah, I mean, if I know the answer to that, well, they'll probably kill me. So, yeah, I gotta keep that a secret. I mean, they are Team Secret for a reason, right?
Oh, yeah. Very clever, very clever. How does that translate to Sem 9?
Well...
Put you in a spot here.
Just being Sem 9, I guess. I mean that's what top teams do, right? They don't review their strat. They'll be like, okay, we play objectively. If we don't need to play well, we don't play well.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, this new meta, I love it. Very competitive.
Absolutely.
Very fast-paced. I think, especially for the people on the casting desk here, you're gonna see more action averaging from most games.
Yeah.
Right? I think this is the most fun we've had for the past 2 weeks now. So I'm loving this thing. Everyone's just showing their hands here. So in fact, why don't you let us know if you like the format or not down in the comment section below. Okay, go spam it. In fact, go over to his place onto his page and spam him as well, because apparently he's got secrets from Team Secret that he's not sharing you and I.
Well, it will cost you a big bounty, I'm just saying. Yeah, for me to reveal that. But of course, this format is really, really different than previous seasons. Now, I remember like previous seasons, we will have days where it's like kind of like a chill day. You see teams just, doing stuff that are unexplainable. But today is like throughout the entire week of last week is a good sample that every game counts. Everyone plays to their best extent.
You know, if I'm being honest, the previous format, it almost seems intentional that some teams are trolling.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
Right? Because you only need to fit in the top 16. And whatever you did then does not carry over.
Yeah.
So this is as fair as things get in Battle Royale.
Yeah, like if you get like what? Previously it was like 2 days of weekdays. If you got one chicken dinner, you're technically there. Yeah, you're about there. And then you start playing like, I'll put my sub in, which is my sub, which is my manager. I don't know whoever that is, right? Just for him to get some game time. And
we're talking about you, Homebois. We're talking about you. They played in Daddyhood last season.
well, yeah.
So that was hilarious. Hey, but the fans love it. And talking about fans, though, one of the other teams that had showed up big time now in week number 2, although too soon to say, of course, because only 1 day has elapsed since then, but GENEXUS.
Oh, man.
Very scary, seeming like starting off week 2.
Yeah, and Loyu was the star player yesterday. I mean, who would have thought so, considering how they perform in week number 1? But they're the team that I've observed that they're really, how should I put it, hardworking. That during the break, like we had 2 days off, 2+1, they scrimmed every day. Like, it's no off day for them. It's like they scrim, they still play, and I saw one of the scrim results, they topped the charts with a gap of like 20-ish points gap in number 2. But of course, that's like a regular scrim. But nevertheless, can't take that away from them. They are hardworking.
That's some crazy Asian work ethics right there.
Well,
and you'd never expect, right? Because GENEXUS is so new. Sure, you got Biu. Sure, you got Snappy. But these two weren't the star. It was Loyu.
Yeah, man.
Who honestly, since week number 1, I've seen him pulling in the points for GENEXUS for the longest time. There was one game, sure, that they got a chicken dinner. Biu was the one MVPing for that. But man, Loyu has got one of the sharpest shots I've seen so far coming in from their team.
Yeah, totally agree. And yesterday as well, we saw Lung played really, really well. Like, he 1v3 Geek fam. Like, bruh, it's Geek fam. It's like champions. And he 1v3 Geek fam yesterday. So this guy has something in him as well. If I'm not mistaken, he's like a 17, 18-year-old boy. Mechanically gifted. So there's a lot to expect from GENEXUS.
Yeah, but that's always the case, isn't it? Esports, a younger man's game.
It is.
Yeah, they call it in Malaysia, Bocha, which really means talented young individual.
No, Bocha just means kid.
Really? I have no idea. Hey, don't trust my word for it. That's why I'm here in the English stream to get a circle out.
Well, and that's why we're here sitting here talking about a game and not competing for it.
True, because if we were, you probably wouldn't stay around for 5 seconds to watch it. Zero mechanical skill. We're old man on the desk.
They won't get 5 seconds. We'll be gone by then. We'll be like dropping in and we became Sam 9.
True, we'd be lucky to survive 5 seconds. Nevertheless, talking about being lucky, you're lucky that we are now flying over again in Sanhok. And just as I say that, Sam 9 is also the lucky one, having to reset what seemed to be a very unfortunate start for them.
Yeah, and we didn't manage to get the circle, to see the circle earlier on, but I kind of guessed based on the minimap the circle was kind of in the middle, surrounding 3 islands, and that's not the kind of circle that players like to play, because you need to guess which island would it be towards the end. But no more guessing from game 1, let's guess for game 2. Let's go. What sort of circle do you like for Sanhok?
Well, honestly, I actually like the middle circle, because guessing for a circle just puts you in like what, a 3, like 1 out of 3 position, right? You only have to guess which one. But if it hard shifts to one area, and if you're on the opposite end, you're almost guaranteed to not win this round.
Yeah, man. And that's why the healing strat is really popular in Sanhok. I mean, as much as people talk about like, people just talk about, why this team plays the healing strat, yada yada, that's cowardly, but it doesn't matter anymore. As long as you can collect the points in the back, who cares?
Yeah, I don't think it's a coward thing. I think it's a smart thing, right? Playing you turn around what seemed to be a bad situation onto your favor, and that's commendable at best. And now Team Secret, seemingly within area with MAB, although it's just one player around, it's Calamity up on the high grounds.
And Matoy is back in the lineup. Yesterday, Y2K had a run. And it was a pretty decent run, I would say, with Y2K in it. But now Matoy is back in it, so let's see. Matoy is this super experienced guy that I really look up to as a in-game leader. I think he has this thing whereby when he leads a team, you wouldn't know what they're going to do.
It's kind of odd that you realize, ooh, damn cutie getting shot down this time around. SMG, first we talked about Sam9 having a bad start. Now SMG down in the bottom of the bracket right now. Losing one member already in Sanhok.
I wonder how did Mile end up there, because their drop spot is in Paradise Resort and the flight path is droppable straight in. What's he doing in RG territory? But wait a second, Aris, what are you doing there?
Well, I guess there's always a bigger fish in the sea here, and GENEXUS seems to be... They are playing mind games right now. They've changed everything, and now... Oh, well, some of the members are still in Paradise itself, but... Well, no one's dead just yet, so I guess RSG consider themselves lucky. Oh, he could get a pick off here. Jerome's pretty low. I'm sure Brian saw that, but he does have Aris in the area. So Jerome probably will live to tell the tale for another day.
And Jerome doesn't have a weapon, so he's the one that's supposed to be careful.
Unless... Oh.
Yeah, unless. Close enough, but nope, not close enough for comfort. So RSG is playing without Small Boy. They are... So when Small Boy doesn't play, I'm not too sure who's the in-game leader, but I'm glad that... I like Ranger so far. I like what he's coming up with. But Aris is not going to like this, and he goes down as well. But Aris, hang on a second.
Yeah.
He didn't move.
He seemed like he's AFKing. If I'm being honest, surely you heard the footsteps while he was walking around that wooden creaky kampung or a hut or shed, right? I'm sure it makes noise. But he, I guess, wasn't so aware about things. Oh, Calamity now gets one onto Damaso. They got a chicken dinner, KHI, yesterday. Can they get one more today itself? I guess their chances just got down by one member.
Now, KHI, kind of interesting that they drop into nowhere, because last week, in this very same map, they drop into Lakawi where EVOS VIP isn't playing, so obviously that place is vacant. But this time they drop into somewhere in the middle of nowhere. So it's a different strat that they're trying out, but doesn't seem to be working out for them so far.
I think I know what they're doing. Because of that chicken dinner yesterday, they're a bit more confident to be taking on fights.
Right.
So maybe they said, hey, we kind of got our grooves, our internet's more stable now, we're just jumping straight on in, let's take him on. And, well, Jerome gets taken out as well. So RSG Brian, one man in a compound surrounded by three members, suddenly just turned into his favor as he takes 1-2 back. Now Iron Pro going against the RSG member here, one of them just playing ring around the rosies. He's got to be quick. Members are coming in for the backup. They do get one back. They shot him down, but the friends are here. They do scout him out, and he will pay the price for sticking around a little bit too long.
Yes, and guess who's there? Ranger. Well, he is a veteran in the esports scene. In case you guys don't know, you can check out his bio somewhere on the internet. But so RSG, they lost one. They traded one back. I mean, players are dropping hard and fast.
Yeah, the kind of jam-packed action we would like to see, somehow different than most Sanhok games where people stay on to play the healing game. Now let's take a look at KHI. Can they look to make the push here now that they have their newfound confidence? Like, you would have never expected KHI to be the one shooting out. Oh, Damaso gets taken out. I guess that was a confirmation kill, seeing as though he was crawling from the get-go. John has got a flank position or an off angle here to come in with the cover fire. So KHI, without info, I think it's best to jet out of there.
Oh, but Jenny goes down as well. So SMG will lose another member. Not a good start for SMG as well. But ladies and gentlemen, so looks like we just got information and you will be enjoying the sight of, well, not Sanhok, but us.
Yo, I don't know what sight is there to behold. I guess we've got mustaches. I've got one. trying to grow one, it seems.
Yeah.
Hey, keep it, man.
Yeah, I purposely didn't shave today because I know that we're casting together so we can be the mustache duo.
I mean,
Yeah.
you like the new look on Sir Cloud? I think he looks dashing, more gentleman with it on, right? Go tell him down in the comments below.
Whoa.
And even if you don't think so, you don't agree with me, if you think mustaches don't work on him, just do so he'd buy into it, and he'll be walking around with one.
So that's how you cheat.
No, but I'm let's not talk about it.
Let's not get there. Let's not get there. But hey, keep the mustache, man.
Thank you. It's
Yeah,
okay. It's
working
not
on
going
you.
anywhere. No matter how hateful the toxic comments might be, it's staying, man. It's staying. We had a whole saga of mustaches between you and Contra previously on the casting desk.
Yep.
We don't really have to get into that one more so than not, but
there's one mustache topic that we can get into. Your mustache is better than Pemburu's mustache.
oh, I wouldn't say
Yeah.
that. He's
No.
a hunter. Pemburu means hunter
Yeah.
in English, in case you didn't know. And so, yeah, I wouldn't provoke the hunter. I don't want to be the ones getting hunted. I will bow down my hats to you.
Well, if
Mr.
you have
Pemburu.
one, I could borrow it to you. but-
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Could get me a hat though. I want one of those PUBG Mobile ones, or brand new skins that are permanent for the in-game thing that PUBG Mobiles are having. You got to stay around for Sis Jenny to take you through the offerings here. PUBG Mobile is doing a lot for their 4th year anniversary. One of them is giving away permanent skins. They had that in week number 1. Not too sure about it today because I no longer am the advertisement billboard man who stands around and tell you about the offerings. You're gonna wait until Sis Jenny comes back on to find out more.
Yeah, well, I think that the event, the 4th anniversary event is still running, if I'm not mistaken, so you guys can check it out as well. Of course, if you want more information, make sure you follow the social medias of PUBG Mobile. We got PUBG Mobile Esports Malaysia, we got PUBG Mobile, all on multiple platforms, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, even Twitter.
Yeah, and also follow Sir Cloud MY. Eh, was that a shameless plug for you?
Oh, well, well, as long as it comes from you.
Hey, I mean, it's not shameless if I'm the one plugging you,
Yeah.
right? It's more of an honor.
And follow Keep Elisio as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
clearly, we're just spewing off. Right?
Yeah, we're just doing it. But did you realize that when you say when your tag or your handle, your social media handle is like you can read it as K Delisio?
I've never thought of it that way.
There you go. You know, it's like Lord of the Rings ish.
Well,
Like
in a certain extent. I mean, I guess it makes no difference because K sounds like a girl's name. And my Elisio sounds like a girl's name anyway, so it makes no difference.
I don't know any girl called Elisio though.
Well, I guess you don't know enough.
Whoa!
I'm kidding.
The
I'm
man with
kidding.
the man with the mustache.
Hey, it's part of the charm. Don't let anyone tell you out of it.
Well, Sis Jenny seems to be smiling at the side. I'm just saying.
Where did you see her? Is she within this realm? Where?
Where?
How
What?
are you
Oh,
looking
whoa.
at Sis Jenny right
Oh,
now?
sorry. Yeah.
Where is she?
Where is she? Yeah, she's somewhere else. I can't see her. Yeah, I can't see her giggling. I can't see her smiling, looking at you, Keith. You know.
Yeah, we're in a different set, you see. So
Yeah.
it's a very big place, and to get to where Sis Jenny is at, we have to walk like 20 meters over.
20 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really far.
Yeah, really
Yeah,
far. So
really
we would have definitely no idea where Sis Jenny is right now.
Absolutely. I don't know that she's sitting on a chair right now. You know, she has a tablet with her.
You're
Yeah,
getting
I don't
way
know
so
that.
specific, man. It's almost scary
Oh.
that you know this.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I know a lot about Sis Jenny by now.
If
Yeah.
you're Malaysians, you know what it is. Sidai. They call it Sidai. I see it in the chat.
Yeah,
right?
it's not Sidai.
Sidai?
It's Sidai.
Sidai.
Yeah.
Sidai. So we're drying our clothes right now, waiting for things to get dried out, right? Because we're getting pretty nervous. Getting sweaty and hands-on here.
I can see your palms.
Right? I would
Yeah.
like to touch the phone and tell you more about it, but the fingerprints and the oil is coming out of my hand, probably not the best look for a Realme GT2 Pro. So,
Yeah, because it's a beauty as it is.
and it's white.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Would you? I think white phones are like the worst idea. Like, no offense, it's a cool thing, but the upkeep and maintenance.
It's silver, right? White. Yeah, okay. There's white, there's silver on it.
Oh, well.
It's white, silver.
Why don't you guys get yourself a Realme GT2 Pro and find
And tell
out?
us. Yeah.
Is it a fingerprint magnet? Is it not? Is it the brand new tech trendsetter that they, plan to set themselves out to be? You got to get it to find out. Then you can make some objective judgments.
And I heard it's selling out fast though.
Really?
Yeah, there was a posting on the official social media that says that, hey, we've sold out the first batch or something. Oh, whether it's true or not.
Oh. But they're selling like hotcakes, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, if the first batch is out, well, I gotta get my hands on the second batch, right?
Oh, no. Your hands are greasy.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
And I'm broke for it, so no worries about that one there.
Well, we don't mind donations. I'm just
Hey,
saying.
If you're willing to buy some for your team, or maybe you have an extra, send one our way. We could use it.
Yeah.
Would love to. Would love to
We don't
have
mind.
one.
I'll take lots of selfies for you as a payment.
He'll take lots of selfies. I'm not making that deal.
You're not. Oh, come on, man. You gotta give something back. Other than your greasy hands.
Subscribe to my OF. I'm kidding. I don't own one. Again, we're just drying clothes here.
Yeah, we're drying clothes.
Yeah.
We're drying clothes. Okay. Let's talk about. all right. Let's talk about this. So Sis Jenny have Farang Legends as a prediction, right? What do you make about that?
I think Farang Legends is not as they used to be. Right?
So they're not legends anymore.
We're calling it. Oh, that's very clever, man. I'm so privileged to be right next to this guy right here. He's the king of puns.
I'm getting the stare from someone. I don't know why.
But let me elaborate on my point, okay? So
here
I
you go.
think Farang Legends isn't as strong as they were before. Let's call it a spade a spade. Last season, they came out like the underdogs, the ultimate underdogs, who could take on almost everyone within the league, right?
Yeah.
However, that's not the case for this season, and the big difference is that one of their member, Ricky, moved over to Dingoz, who, surprise, surprise, coincidentally or not, is doing so well within the league.
You have a point?
Yeah.
Yep. Could it be the Ricky factor?
Yeah.
Like bringing over the mojo?
So that was my point, right? So maybe they need Ricky.
I have another theory though.
What?
So Adelu isn't the Adelu that we know last season, right? So far.
So far, yes.
It's because he has a new haircut.
Ah.
Remember last season where he had this like haircut that you can hardly see his eyes?
That's true.
So it's like he removed his scope, and now he's
Oh.
playing without a scope. That's
Oh yeah, you don't do that. If you've been practicing with one eye blind, you're gonna have to keep that the whole way. It's all part of your sensory and muscle memory, I guess. I mean, you're gonna calibrate with what you see, and if you had that emo haircut, you're gonna have to keep it there or wear an eye patch or something.
well, sometimes Chinese say it's like feng shui, right?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
That's
if it
true.
works for you, okay, you don't touch it. You
Don't
know,
touch
just
it.
Remain
Hey,
it.
it's a good luck. It's or a habit that gives you good luck. Don't touch it. Although it might not be correlated, somewhat way, shape, or form, but we're gonna do it. It's like a rabbit's foot. If you tell me that I get a rabbit's foot and my luck's gonna turn, I'm gonna hold on to it despite it probably being fake.
That's animal cruelty. You don't do that.
Of course not. I don't mean like it. Man, you just turned out in a whole new spectrum of dark. I don't know where we pick up from that.
Okay. So we can pick up from here, right? So that's Sis Jenny's prediction.
Yeah.
What would be yours for game one?
Well, I mean, yesterday when I wore an Axis t-shirt, although I'm not...
So he's admitting now. You're
Okay,
admitting now.
Listen, hear me out.
All right.
I wasn't on active duty, right? Like I wasn't at the analyst desk, which was 20 meters away from here.
Fair
and I
enough.
wasn't on the casting desk right over here. So I was just walking around, and I'm not on cameras. I can wear an Axis jersey.
Of course, yeah.
And they won 3 chicken dinners. And we were just talking about how the Chinese believe that if it brings luck, don't change things.
Okay, to be fair, Axis isn't playing game one. So you gotta pick someone else.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
For Sanok.
Yeah, for Sanok.
Dingoz is not playing as well, so that narrows things down by a lot.
Yeah, Dingoz ain't playing. Let's see, EVOS VIP ain't playing, and who's the other team? Yeah, that's some other team.
Team Bosskur is
Team Bosskur, thank you.
Oh, okay, so if I have to go out on a whim, maybe R2K boys.
Why R2K?
Simply ready to kill. That is the name of the game.
As simple as that.
It's simple. They're ready to kill. Like, is there any more reason to vote a team than the team that is ready to take on the tournament, to take on the competition, and to kill them so ruthlessly that they wear it pridefully across their chest?
Okay, so R2K is one of those teams who play the healing game.
Sure.
So
so is Axis.
Yes. Well, yeah, so is Axis and many other teams. So you got to narrow it down, right? So the team that gets the chicken dinner shouldn't be the team that plays the healing game.
You're right.
If you kind of think about it.
You're right.
Okay, which other maybe let's filter it. Like which teams don't normally play the healing game? Now Almighty doesn't.
I think Homebois doesn't.
Homebois, Almighty, SMG doesn't. RSG
Well,
doesn't.
yeah, but I'm not gonna.
I'm giving you options,
I'm
man.
not gonna take chances on what seemed to be 1 out of 20th chance that it might happen, right?
Well, 1 out of 16 just to give you a better chance. But,
That's true. That's true. A whole set of groups is in here. So
Yeah.
1 out of 16, still not favoring the odds, man. I'd rather go with Homebois if that's the case.
Homebois?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a fairly decent pick if you ask me.
I mean, Iron Pro in the team, I think that gave them a whole lot of dynamics. And just from last week itself, the performance just it speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need to sugarcoat it. I don't need to try to fluff it up or give it some lip service. It is what it is. They got ahead with more than most people. I think they were top 2.
Yeah.
It was just only unfortunate that the discipline wasn't there, so they got they got 9 points deduction for not showing up on a test match. So
Yeah, but I do rate Homebois as well. I think last week Trix was the in-game leader of the week, in my opinion. I thought that he led the team well. And plus, not only leading the team, he has to lead the team with a new member. Or in fact, 2 new members, Tam as well as Iron Pro. So he has to adapt to 2 new people who he hasn't played with professionally or competitively and make it happen. And he did well.
yeah, and Iron Pro, he was also as well from Dingoz back in the days, right?
Yeah.
So it seems like Dingoz just know how to find talents. If I'm being flat out honest.
True.
Like, how are they having this many success since not just season 3, I believe?
Yes.
From the beginning, the first split of last year itself, they were already doing well, and then they were called Dingoz, MBX, and then they moved on to become 4 Rivals, and now
Correct.
today they are Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, who is also quite the sharpshooter themselves.
It'll be interesting to see that if these 2 teams can clash with Homebois as well as SMG. If they could clash with each other, that'll be interesting. You know, it's like the brotherhood thing with Jenny still remaining in SMG.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
I mean,
yes, because yesterday we saw the El Clasico between, let's see, not the El Clasico, the Legends match. Yeah, between, let's see, Sam9 versus GENEXUS.
Okay.
So it'll be nice to see more of that today.
Plus, it's just refreshing to see like 2 brothers fighting against each other that isn't Farang and Clutch Guerilla, you know?
Yeah.
Or Chan.
Yeah.
Well, we are lift off once again here in the PMPL MYSGPH. This is week 2, day number 2. And we are off on Sanak. Take us away, Cloud.
Take everyone away through this flight as we see KHI. I saw them dropping early, so where are they going to go? They probably go to Lakawi. Yeah, they're heading towards Lakawi because EVOS VIP is not there. Kampong, part of it is taken by R2K because for the same reason EVOS VIP ain't playing as well. So expect R2K to have more first aids to play that healing game later on.
Yeah, and Almighty seems to choose the same place again over in Hatin, going to contest it against the like of Sam9. And take a look at the ranking points so far. Look at that. GENEXUS just leading the charts at 60 plus.
And above them is...
The Axis, of course.
Oh, yeah, it was.
75
yeah,
points.
because they aren't playing in this round. Yeah, they aren't playing this round. So 70-ish points in 4 rounds. That is insane. For 60 points, normally teams would target like, okay, 5 games, 60 points. But in 4 games, 60 points, that is way above average.
Yeah, very impressive stuff coming out by them. The consistency itself. But can they bring that consistency throughout the remaining few days within the week here? We'll have to find out. Meanwhile, KHI, like you mentioned, will occupy the space where EVOS VIP previously reside. That is Lakawi. SMG finally going back to Paradise. So at least some more familiar movements coming out in this game alone. Previously, SMG got punished for dropping in places they do not know of.
Yeah, they dropped into somewhere near RSG's spot. So, yeah. I mean, for a start, you know, sometimes you just need to go back to where you're comfortable with. At least you have a comfortable start because you need to loot, right? You don't want to have like a start where, you bump into other teams and then you need to fight and you don't have weapons on you and you lose 1, 2 team members. What are you going to do for the rest of the round? You have to play passively. Your whole game plan changes.
Well, lucky for them, it is Sandok, so maybe passive is the name of the game.
True.
Healing game, always the most anticlimactic endings, right? When things get so hot and heated, and then you realize there are like 2-3 people still within the blue healing up with like 30 med kits or something. And then it just, the mood just shifts downward there. It was a very anticlimactic chicken dinner every single time.
Yeah, that's where all the teams start to flex their emotes, you know, whatever they have stashed in. Yeah, in their inventory. But now let's look at Sem9. So Sem9, at least this round, they have a decent start. But they're still challenged by Almighty though.
Yeah, it seems like every single member of Almighty is just within reach here. They can look to push onto this compound, surely. They've had ideas of Sem9, and as I say that immediately, 2 moves on forward. Depp, he's in one house, while his friend is in the other. That would be Stone, so they're leaving the newer members to be tagged on to each other here.
And there's DBS on Hands of Ares. And this is actually the area of Almighty, so it's Sem9 pushing into Almighty's area, and now they might pay the price.
Yeah, I think it could be a revenge from the previous one. I mean, I wouldn't be too salty about it because that was remade, but now it seems they're not letting this one go. Stone is charging up his nade though, cooking things up. Toss one forward, does not connect. They have a rough idea, surely. Almighty he's got good coverage around this area here because they have Ares and Jerome coming in to make sure no sort of an off-angle attempt has been made, leaving only these 2 members to play around a lot of blind spots here.
Right, so this is where Almighty, I think can be improved with Almighty. They take fights too slow. I mean, it's 4 against 2. You just go at it and you just finish out the fight, you continue on looting, but they're taking their sweet time.
Yeah, I see how they try to do that. Pin one on the inside here, trying to get some info. Oh, they
there
got
you
Dev.
go.
Stone's left. He has an idea. He goes in for the spray peek, and he does clip him by the skins of it. And Sem9, it seems like they tried to come in with revenge, but it was served right back onto their plate.
Now you gotta think about it, Keith. I mean, like during the first round, Sem9 had a somewhat similar issue, and they're repeating the same problem again. Well, not exactly the same problem, but somewhat. Knowing that Almighty might challenge them, they should be more prepared by now.
Or you could choke it down to cold starts as well, maybe. I don't know. Like Sem9, they're a legendary team. What was this? They had so much time in the world to actually go in with backup if they want to actually contest this. But I think maybe for them, they decided, hey, it's not worth it. If we send the whole team, we might get wiped out entirely, seeing as though it was already occupied by Almighty itself. But is this the best strat to go on with though? If you were Sem9, you're splitting up into 2 and you're crashing onto Almighty's serve in such a 2-2 position.
Yeah, if me, I'll probably like, okay, let's all 4 drop in the same area. At least whatever happens, you have your back. Everyone has their back. But then again, that just happened. So, I mean, nothing much we can say about it. I wonder where the 2 members from Sem9 are at.
I saw them in the map, but no rotations were made. So it was already... it was fated for them to go off here. Oh, well, unfortunate for them. We'll not linger on them any further. Meanwhile, Geek Fam and Homebois, now these 2 drop always by ruins nearby, right next to each other. I get what they're trying to do. They want to have access towards that bridge in case of a hardship circle. They be the ones to make it across first, but right now it's a stalemate. Mano a mano. Whoever can hold this bridge the longest might have the upper hand in making the rotation through. And it seems like right now, Homebois seems to be stronger in their map control.
But speaking about rotations as well in Circle, I think based on the minimap, the Circle is around 3 islands. So everyone's playing the guessing game, but so normally in that kind of scenario, everyone would like kind of stay close to the edges or the rivers of each island, so in case the circle shifts to one island, they can rotate faster.
Yeah, which is also a double-edged sword, right? Because we know like Sem9 likes to do that. They like to take the water path, they like to swim their way across. But then if you're going to do that, then you have to accept that you're going to be one of the last teams to go on by, because then people will be shooting you down before you make it onto the other side.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes a roll of a dice.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, sometimes you make a quick rotation and you're safe. Sometimes you make a late rotation and you're safe, and sometimes vice versa, and so on and so forth. So I guess it's all about like knowing your opponent. What kind of play style do they play with? Some teams, they clearly play with a slow rotation. Some teams clearly like to play fast. So for example, like Dingoz, they're the type of team that likes to play fast. For teams that like to play a little bit slower are teams like Farang Legends or even Axis redONE. So as long as you kind of have that information with you, you did your homework, you have a 60-70% chance of making the right decision.
Talking about making decisions though, Geek QB, he's one of the smartest players I've known. I think most of the chicken dinners that they can have is always usually a smart player, right? And as we can see how Geek Fam likes to play over in Ruins, now being modeled by the side of Homebois, because previously Homebois don't play the way they do, and right now, look at that. Look at how much they're spread out. Homebois is just, it has a simple objective. Homebois is just guarding the gate in case of a hard shift, they can make it across. Meanwhile, Geek Fam is already spreading themselves out, trying to circle them in, and QB actually had eyes on Bard for the longest time. I don't know if you noticed, but they're actually really close by, only distant by the elevation that they have.
QB seems to have a good idea where Bard is, so if this nade lands as a Kobe onto Bard, that's it. It could be a rush in here coming from Geek Fam, but that nade did not land, and now Bard is alerted. Someone's behind him.
I think he might have known this one. Nearly peeks out the hit across the grass. He saw one.
Oh.
I'm sure he saw one. He's confirmed the kill. Can they go for it? He's going in with the guns. He will take one down. QB takes out the eye from the skies here. That would be Bard taken out, down for the count. Homebois now only 3 members. This is opening the opportunity for Geek Fam to actually take more control around the area and maybe take the bridge on for themselves.
Well, at least the third member of Homebois is somewhere else. So Tam is yet to be seen. Okay, there you go. Tam's on the other side. So whatever happens to either side, they could still survive this.
Well, that's all they can hope for here. As the circle now shifts, this could be a determining factor. However, as we mentioned, the more aggressive teams go as close center as they can, and already they're occupying their Homebois, Geek Fam. They're all well within range here. Not something to be trifled with. Sane does have an idea that Homebois were just running through. However, he's still shooting blank in the dark. Damru does get one. Again, this man, support. But always comes out the Terminator. Snipes drive one by. Surely they could have heard that one.
Okay, so now looks like they're going to retreat. They're going to regroup. Or probably wait for the circle before deciding what they're going to do next. But anyway, Trix is currently stuck on below bridge and the circle. Now the chances will be either on the Sahmi Island or the Ruins Island or the Quarry side.
And at this point, Geek Fam didn't need to move at all. So yeah. They got access on their side of the island at least. So they can make, if it does shift onto their favor, they might get the chance to pick people off by, you know, coming up with a chokehold of their own. However, if it goes the other way around, it's not a problem to worry about. How do you play that one out?
Yeah, then that's going to be tough. I'm not too sure if they're ready to play like a very safe gameplay, like a healing game, for example. Because they rotated fairly quickly, it doesn't seem like they focus on looting. Just like what MAB is. MAB is doing the opposite. So playing on the outside, even at this timing, you can kind of guess that MAB is going to go for the healing strat.
However, only 3 medkits in Moki's backpack. Probably he's not the one who's supposed to live this game.
Yeah, probably not. I don't know who yet, because yesterday they didn't need to play the healing game. They survived to number 3. With 3 elimination points, the circle was kind of like on their side. So they need to do that. So we don't really know who it is just yet.
Meanwhile, talking about one of the brothers here, Clutch Guerillas, if you guys didn't already know, brothers to Farang Legends. They had some decent run previously. However, consistency seems to be part of the problem. But honestly, that's not a takeaway from them, because in a battle royale, 1,000,001 things can go wrong. So I wouldn't, you know, really put hard consistency on any single teams out here. But between the two, who do you think will have an edge on top? Because I recall Clutch maybe edged it out against Farang Legend, but every single fight they had against each other, Farang came out on top last week.
I think it was really close. Yeah, it's hard to tell. But if you talk about overall charts, Farang topped Clutch Guerilla last week. So, but it's really close. I mean, it's hard to tell. But of course, if we talk about including previous track record and including that they have a great a great new signing, which is Olio, definitely the edge will be given to Farang Legends.
Well, we'll see if those edge give them any sort of advantage in this game alone. Team Huck is also a team that is pretty much nearly the same team as back then known as, I guess, I can't really say the name out here, but well, we know who's behind this team, right? It's Coach Boyka and his boys. It's the same boys, just rebranded, maybe with a couple of new members here and there. But previously, that stack usually always come in with 3 chicken dinners in week number 1, falls in flat in week number 2, and just okay in week number 3. Back then, where Super Weekend was a thing.
Yeah, I think Boyka should be playing. Like, you know, every time like they're not in a run, when Boyka plays, all of a sudden they're in a row. Like, he kind of brings this this mojo to the team. But okay, let's hang that thought for a second as we see MAB going up against Sem9. But hey, Sem9's on the other end.
Yeah, Sem9, I mean, they've lost 2 members of their own. I don't think they are looking to contest anything, if I say so myself. Team Secret now doing the swim across. Will get it onto their foot onto dry lands at the very least. Does have Sem9 perched up there. It could be detrimental for them if they do not watch their step here. As I mentioned, it is the El Clasico that always seem to be clashing against each other. That is Sem9 and Team Secret so far throughout the entire week of last week and even today and even yesterday. They always end up in a battle. I think they kind of have a somewhat similar rotation all in all.
Yeah, Team Secret, they did the same thing yesterday as well. They followed this route, but it didn't work out for them yesterday. So obviously this kind of route, you will bump into Sem9's one of the key suspects, as this is their island. RSG, interestingly, made a similar rotation as well, moving from the outer side of Paradise Resort, and now they will clash in with Team Secret.
Yeah, but the circle has shifted, and if you notice, it actually favors the island down south. Towards the southwestern side here. Sem9 Putra takes one out. If that is Iftar, one of the more crucial members coming up from MAB. And that would be him out. And they're open in the blue as well. So that could be... hold my thought here. As Team Hako and Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. This is a team that can fight. But so far, Appy gets taken out. It gets retaliated. Dorensky's now on his knees. Tries to go one more against him. He will take... another member down. Traded.
Oh, that was super close. But Zuli will finish out the last team member for Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. They are the first team to be eliminated. My, oh my. Yesterday wasn't a good day for them, and now not a good start. But wait a second. Biu gets eliminated by Damn Cutie.
So after 2 games, finally SMG is the one who's getting a good one here.
I know, right?
It took 2 trial and error, 2 remakes to make it happen. But here they are getting the points in, taking members out of GENEXUS, denying them from a potential chicken dinner on the first one of the day here. Team Secret now clashes onto RSG Brian. Takes a few member out. Monparang still fighting against MAB, and it seems like they're coming on top here. Only 2v4 of the members of MAB, and it seems like they're winning in this trade.
Okay, so Sem9's healer is normally Monparang. I'm looking at him having only 7 first aids. It's not going to be good enough. They have to do something. They have to maybe move in a circle quickly so they don't utilize all their utility early on. Or maybe they can steal it away from MAB.
They could try. I mean, there's one way to shop around, get someone else to do it for you. There's an app for that too.
Oh.
Oh
yeah.
Geek fam though, their advantage or their decision to actually take control of that bridge now gives them a very favorable position, seeing as though the circle they close towards them. This could be another repeat on how they got chicken dinner and how they won the previous season.
Keith, you kind of think about it, right? Sem9, 2v4, and they won.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, you got to give it to them. No wonder they're one of the legendary teams around. But talking about legendary, of course, GENEXUS with Biu's in it. But unfortunately, Snappy's the last man standing.
So I guess not the game that they're expecting for a chicken dinner here. Not too bad, though. R2K now gets kills of their own. That would be Farang Legends been taken out by the likes of these aggressors. As I mentioned, R2K, man, they are here to fight. However, they have 1 member down. Can they go in for the rescue? That is it for Farang Legends, getting eliminated. 0 eliminations under their name.
I can sense the caster's curse or the analyst curse. Looks like you have passed it on, Keith. Well done.
Well, anyone who stands on that spotlight is in a lot of pressure to make teams fail.
It's like teams will be like, no, don't pick us. No, please don't. But talking about picking, it could be a pick-off here from KHI against SMG.
Yeah, this is the team that I guess had better days yesterday, starting to pop off, showing what they can actually do. Now let's see them try and take this compound though, because SMG, they are spread out more often. Male can come in with an off angle if they so wish to, and he did.
Oh,
that would be Damaso down. Surely that's some sort of a reveal. They gotta make the push right now. SMG, you gotta capitalize when there's blood in the waters. You need some throwables, get tossed around that doors. Damn Cutie needs one forward. Oh, that is a very cramped position. Does clip onto Demigod. He surely has an idea. Oh. Peeks him out, but Damn Cutie gets taken out in the process. More nades in the back end. So one member is down on each side. Can they look to get more?
Overpicked there by Damn Cutie. So it's going to be tough for him to be picked up because the next thing will be locked in. The nade will not connect just yet. H2R tossing a second nade, but good thing that Damn Cutie moved in. So they're still okay for now, but KHI, they need to end this fight quickly as the zone starts to close in.
Oh, surely they have to trade this one out. They got one member. All he has to do is get another. Can they clash this one out? He's whiffing it. H2R is whiffing the shot. The drop shot. Oh my God. SMG. The outplay of the lifetime. It seemed like KHI was going to get blood out of this engagement, but no. All they walked out for were grieving moments of their dying kindred.
The whiff! The whiff! Can you believe the whiff? I can't believe what I just saw. H2R of all players whiffed it. Okay, they still have a second chance now. Homebois is cooking up the second nade. Will it? Oh, man. Even the nade was a blunder, Keith.
Oh, I told you, man. You can't hope on one guy, and especially when that one person just whiffed the crucial moment that could have been 2 kills. Now he's trying to save himself, run for dear lives, but the Sharks are biting on your door. 5 eliminations now on the side of Team SMG. My God, was that a treat.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Coming in from H2R. I can't believe what I just saw. But keeping focus onto the game, looks like Jimmy will be eliminated, and that's Team Hawk getting 5 eliminations on their own. And now Jenny is going to play the gatekeeping role. Snappy, the last man standing for GENEXUS. There's nowhere for him to go. Behind him is Geek Fam, and in front of him, SMG will be waiting.
Well, at least previous engagement, KHI did get male. I didn't see him go down there, but, well, the kill was secured. Now, talking about Jenny and SMG, though, great start, great fight, but how are you going to push through this bridge, who currently is being gatekeep by the like of Geek Fam and GENEXUS Snappy, who could very well be the thorn in the bush here. He has an idea, so they won't be pushing, but how long do they have now that the 5th circle is coming?
Oh, at the same time, we do see that Nasty will be taken out by Brian from RSG, and RSG currently in a fight with Almighty. They'll trade it off with Ares getting one onto Luke. But where is Snappy going to go? Okay, Snappy jump into the water. That's the best call that he can make. But now we move over to Almighty. They're not done yet here with RSG.
And the blue zone is not waiting for them to get done. In fact, Kim has to go in and finish the job as soon as he can, but they've got the revive. He's got to be careful. 2 guns will be shooting back, and the full heal. Surely, RSG, this is not capitalizing your moment. Your window is closed. Now Almighty has all the advantage and now a nade to take one in the back line. That will be Ranger, despite the experience being a veteran. They sure cannot close a fight. And now Almighty has got full reign and the circle pushing in. Everyone on the side of Almighty is healthy as well.
Yeah, they're trying to secure that elimination point onto Ranger before the zone steals it away. But now they need to move. They don't have a choice. They're definitely not going to play the healing game. Looking at their utility, Heiko will be gunned down by Funky. Snappy gets one onto Jenny, so that could be an opening for him to move forward. But Snappy will be taken out by Damn Cutie. That means GENEXUS is out.
Yep, that's one thorn in a bush to take out of. Now, how do they push onto Geek Fam? Maybe they have a chance here because Team Huck is keeping them busy. Way within the circle, they can play for time, but not much covers to play around with, but elevations here. Can they make this one work? They have eyes onto the western side of the circle from their point of view, but will it be enough though? Meanwhile, SMG tried to make it across by swimming, I think, seeing as though they ended up by the foot of the hills. He got shot down.
It's nice. Where you gonna go, my friend, as Team Hawk starts to close in. But look at the circle. He actually favors Team Hawk. And was that a double nade? Yes, it was a double nade on the Team Hawk.
Well, it seems like they don't have to move anywhere, actually, because Geek Fam, they're well within the circle. However, playing from the low ground, so advantage does go to Hawk, who is playing with 2 men down right now. If Geek Fam were to push up to the high ground, could be theirs, but Yoodo Alliance for rival. Who's that? Who's in the backhand? No, it's TABAH NC with the green. Tosses nades on forward. Surely that's one way to check out and leave your teammates behind. They are brothers, but they ain't that heavy and not worth it.
Oh man, and at the same time, Team Hawk, they have the advantage on the high ground onto NC. Geek Fam says thank you for stalling time for us. We can reset at this moment. Farang will be taken out by the zone. Looks like the healing game ain't working out for Sem9 this time.
TABAH NC still 4 members though. If they take this one against Team Hawk, that's a whole squad
Oh wait,
kill.
tackle!
Ooh, gets hit. One guy on the ground here. Damn ass now to one of the teammates who can still fight back. It's 1v all here as NC comes in, guns blazing. Saw the grenade gets tossed on forward. Can they finish the job though? Frankie, surely you have an eyesight for that. Surely some information has been tossed on forward, but he gets the trade. So despite all effort, NC now only 2 members. So, and the high ground would not be enough.
Dom with the DBS in his hands. He just needs to know where exactly Frankie is at. And now that's down to 50% health. Dom with a molly on his hand will be tossing it out onto the side of Frankie. Frankie will be stalled. Dams resets himself as he collects more loot.
Oh my god, look at the control coming out from Geek Fam right now. How do you push into this? All 4 members, 1 in the flank side, from the outside of the circle. They're creeping their way towards the war zone that's going on between Team Hawk and TABAH NC. They're here to capitalize on that. Clutch Guerilla now out. Eyes onto the 2 who's been tossing nades and firing bullets. There's so many alerts coming up there. Aris will be the sitting duck. Surely he's not going to reveal himself.
Oh, very high chance now for Geek Fam to secure this chicken dinner. I mean, they have all 4 members still active. They have the circle. It is their chicken dinner to lose.
Like, man, and all goes down to them winning that postman fight or that vantage area by the bridge. That's proved itself to be super strategic. This is why Geek Fam plays around ruins. He knows that wherever the circle shifts onto, whichever island, he gets access to the top island or the ones on the right. So them recognizing that hotspot and contesting it from the side of Homebois led them to where they are right now. Comfortable, to say the least.
And you know what's interesting as well? Almighty has 1 player still alive. But Frankie, he's still there. They didn't spot Frankie. Wow, okay, that's some camouflage they're coming in from Frankie. But whatever happens to Frankie, they have Magics playing the healing game.
Well, that's true. That's all the game they can play unless he can clutch it against all 4 members from Geek Fam. I'm guessing everyone else is healing themselves up. It's the time for anticlimactic ending, Sir Cloud. Just wait for it. All our hype is going to be dwindled down the drain as, well, emotes start showing up and they get burned down in the blue.
Yeah, it's about time. But Geek Fam, you know, on their counter, they see like, okay, there's still like at least 4 more players. They're not too sure where, so they're keeping their guard up. But Aris will be taken out, so that means it's going to be number 4 for Almighty. 4 elimination points for them. Not too shabby.
And look at that discipline. Don't want to take any risk. Immediately toss down the smoke and go in for the revive, despite knowing that probably there's, well, 2 more besides them left in the game, seeing as though they do have idea of the kill counter.
There you go.
Can take it out, Frankie. That did reveal his location for a bit here. And Magix will have to pull out some rabbit out of the hat here as he tries to create and sustain himself in the blue against the likes of them as by playing the healing game.
Okay, this is where they can pull out the emotes and I don't know what else they're going to do. So we're just going to... I wonder who's going to win the healing race. Okay, let's see. So Dam says, okay, he's done.
He's done.
Magix is still healing. So it's okay. He's just trying whatever that he can get, but no consolation from that.
Yep, no contest either as he got shot down. So we can't see who actually lasted longer when it comes to the healing game. However, that Geek fam, strategic play, smart placement, and well, with a little bit of luck of the circle, brings them the first winner chicken dinner here in week number 2, day number 2.
And that is going to be 9 elimination points for Geek fam. And here we have it, Geek fam. I mean, they couldn't possibly lose that chicken dinner at that moment.
However, they could have lost it when defending it against Homebois. But regardless, that was the game number 2 there. I mean, game number 1, day number 2. See, I'm fumbling my words, but again, I mentioned during the game itself, could this be another Geek Fam chicken dinner over in Sanhok? That's exactly how they won themselves.
No, you
in
said
season 4.
Homebois, man.
No,
You
I
said
did not. No,
Come
Geek
on.
Fam. No, I said how they won in season 4. Homebois didn't win season 4.
You're
Come on.
playing with words now, man.
I
You're
am
playing
not.
with words now.
Regardless, go take a look at the highlight broadcasted by, well, displayed by the man, the myth, the legend himself. It's Geek Fam. Check him out.
Hello and welcome back. And I have a wardrobe change, but of course, I'm still wearing the same thing. So I'm just showing you guys some tricks what I can do with my clothes. Anyways, congratulations, Geek Fam. I know how they won the chicken dinner. Yes, I was at the side watching everything, but studying the gameplay. So don't worry, I will give you guys a breakdown of what Sis Jenny think about the match earlier. But anyways, welcome back. How do you guys think about the first match today after so much remake? But then again, those things is important when we are playing for big tournaments like this because we need to have fair gameplay. But what else is fair is our patch notes. Here we go. We've got our PUBG Mobile version 1.9 with the new updates. For example, we've got colorful bicycles. Even though, yes, you don't want to get spotted, but you want to die. You want to, get eliminated in trend, like how I'm trending today with the change of wardrobe. But yep. We've got upgraded cheer park, aftermath match, and map, and of course that improvements of the bridge. Yesterday we did get to see how a tournament will end with a bridge in play. So it's not that easy. You guys did see one by one went down, and this is the classic mode which I've tried also. Though I'm still trying to get a hang of that climbing experience. I'm trying to climb onto trees, but the moment I try that, I get knocked down. So probably you want to try areas of Zarki when you want to do that, not nearby school or even Pochinki. You get spotted while trying to climb a tree. So this is the new features that you guys should check it out with the updates that is already in the PUBG Mobile application. So you guys should check it out and try it out, especially when you call the bridge and you get to do the tactical gameplay of the bridge, especially with the metas that is involved right now. And yesterday we did see a few metas was on the new bridge with the expansion. You guys did see not much of a gatekeeping can be done. Most of the teams will just wait at the very end, and then they will just try to shoot out whoever that is coming into the bridge, because when you actually put in vehicles there, it will not be sufficient, and basically the best teams will win if they are the ones who arrive on the opposite side first, or either way, it's vice versa. But this is the match ranking today. We've got Geek Fam getting 9 elimination points. How did they get there, or how did they get the elimination points? I will tell you guys about it later. And number 2 is Team Hug, which I've Honestly, I did not expect them to get at number 2. Number 3 is TABAH and C. Expected, you know they are the map readers. They usually can do survival, no problem. But something that I honestly did not expect is Almighty. Even though, yes, they are the team, they are the country where I came from also. Singapore team getting at number 4. They are showing a whole lot of different gameplay today. And then R2K, as per normal, we know that they are ready for revenge at any point of time. So that's how they get that amazing elimination points, even though it's just 4. But how they rotated was actually the question, which we will see it a bit later. And then we've got SMG, SEM9, Clutch Guerilla, Team Secret, RSG, GENEXUS, Homebois, KHI, Farang Lejund, MAB, and Yoodo Alliance for Rivals at number 16. Okay, that was a whole lot for me to chew about. But here we go, we've got the MVP, which is Dams with 778 damage. How did he do it? He has this very good rock that he's using it. Actually, yesterday's gameplay, I remember Team Hut was using one of the props also. So basically, they are the people who, I would say, they know how to do this pick and shoot. So they are using the same kind of stones and they know their game prediction very well. So probably that's the reason why his damage is up there, and his longest elimination is not so much. Actually, it's only 48 meters because it is Sandhawk. You can't do long range. I mean, you can, but he's the MVP because of the damage, because of the elimination. That's the reason why the longest elimination distance is being brought out, even though that's not the longest. But after the first match, this is the current board, and we are seeing similar teams. Similar teams today, still as yesterday, over in page number 1. Axis, GENEXUS, Geek Fam, SEM9, R2K, Team Huck, KHI, Team Secret, and of course Dingoz. And then we've got at number 2, page number 2, I mean, it's still the same kind of teams that we are seeing struggling to get back up, like Bosskur, Homebois, RSG, MAB, EVOS, Almighty, Farang Lejund, Clutch Guerilla, Yoodo Alliance for Rivals, and SMG. Although I have to agree with the casters that SMG is trying very best in order for them to not get that consistency of being the one at the bottom. So I'm really trying to vote for them to get back up, and hopefully they get to do it. And I think the first part of the match we did see a good gameplay by them versus KHI. That was actually quite a good battle, I would say, because Jenny was not me, but the Jenny from SMG, he was actually guarding over the other side when KHI was actually battling it out with 3 other of the SMGs. He was just disciplined enough to just stay there and manage to get that last person from KHI. But here we go. This is the recap or the analysis that I've kind of already studied from the side. So the first things first is Almighty. You know, when they actually had that rotation, their opening is, there's nobody at their gates. You guys can see how smooth they can come in. Or the transition. They can come in from Cam Alpha, no disturbance at all, Tambang, and then all the way to Ruins. Later on, when you see lesser team, actually it's a huge entrance for Almighty to just slide in like that. But at this point of time, Geek Fam had a good king control of these areas, and this area is not alien to them. This is the same areas that they have been since season 3 and season 4. This is the same kind of area where they have mastered. And they have stayed put into these compounds, and they had Sane staying at the same place while Snipes and I think it was Sonics, or I might be wrong, was actually doing the rotation up on the hillside. So they were actually trying to stop whatever team that is coming in while having 2 of the men still grounded at the compound below. So they have information of all angles. That's the reason why they can control the circle very well. And here we go. That's the exact image that I wanted to show you guys, the visual of how they split 2-2, and GENEXUS having trouble to come in because SMG was guarding their back. You know, we had Jenny, and then I think, if I'm not wrong, we've got someone who was SMG also, who was trying to gut down GENEXUS from coming in. If GENEXUS gets in, it would be a different gameplay for Geek Fam. It would have a challenge because we know how aggressive GENEXUS is. And of course, we can see Mail standing by, getting information about Team Secret, RSG coming in, the same kind of rotation coming from, I think it's Nakam. No, wait, is that Nakam? No, it's Cow. So Team Secret will do the same kind of rotation, having to meet Team Sem9 or seeing them eye to eye from a distance, and they have to go through that particular area, which I think is quite a cluster. A whole lot of teams was into that area, but this is the formation that I was talking about. QB and Sane has been guarding that area, so basically they are giving information of the people that is coming from the south, and the gate or the control kings was actually Snipes and Damroot, the best fraggers for Geek fam, duh. And we've got NC who always gets the circle, but you can see the elevation. So elevation wise, Snipes and Damroot, they have this slope that they can play. They can, you know, slide left and right to get a bit of cover. At the same time, will engage all these other teams that is coming in, which is NC, who initially wanted to pick a fight with Geek fam, but they have Team Huck, who is always shooting them across, and it's going to be troubling for NC to actually get shots through Geek fam. So Geek fam, again, like I said, this slope was an advantage for them. They can slide left and right for them to shoot off a few players here and there. And Almighty, like I said, how they came in, it was a breeze, no problem. They had nothing besides Tam, who was probably focused on doing the healing. He was focused on doing the healing, so that's the reason why probably he did not come out to engage. He did at the last few moments, which that's the reason why Ares was left alone, because Almighty was under attack by NC at the same time, a little bit of Homebois and a little bit of Team Huck. And it was smooth for them to come in, a good transition, but for them to engage into a fight, it was difficult for them to guard from a few angles. And that's the reason why Geek fam can win this chicken dinner, because they have information from all angles and they have a beautiful slope for them to counter fire from every part of the cycle that they are seeing. So that's how the chicken dinner was brought back for Geek fam, and I think it was a marvelous idea. Again, good game control. Good IGL skills. Information was well gifted to all of the players. But you know what, guys? We need to take a little bit of break before we go into game number 2. So I'll see you guys in a little bit, okay?
This is not going to be working out well for Bart. They still have another 2 that have survived. Farang will land those grenades in this civil warfare once more. Shinsei, there's not too much cover for them. Clutches out. It's Bar Legends that takes over. And remember this, the last time that they went here, THQ, they made it to the top 2. Now grenades are flying in from Farang, so their chances here to make it to the top 2 is dimming down.
Aye, but this is a beautiful possible grenade that's going to fly from Olio and bring in Ay, but accidentally brought in Ade also at the same time, so they have to have the time to go and revive Ade. Fight themselves with another team that is already parked inside.
Happy with the steals again. Just 4 points without needing to do all too much. He's gonna go in for those tags as well. Lands one shot onto legs, but not enough to take him off those wheels. But he's already left that buggy. That's good of news, but he will find it regardless. NC eventually gets out of the game, all thanks to Yoodo Lance's effort. Now he spots one more out. How many more points do you need, Happy? Make that 6. Just needing 2 tabs. My goodness me, Yoodo Lance, the boss of Miramar. But take a look at this though. Team Secret only having Kid on the corners of Paradise Resort. Sem9's got to be extremely careful with this.
Yeah, we have the new Kid on the block, on the other block that is, and you see Sem9 clearly see. That's one, he gets 2, can he get a third one? He still has 90% of health left, and with the DPS in hand, no one's gonna escape that. 3 knockdowns coming in from Kid, and Sem9 is falling apart.
My goodness me! So swiftly he does it. Left that vicinity, it will slowly bleed out to the blue zone. Well, Tam's going to be moving forward along with Bart. Trix is holding on the other angle once again. Damage being done. They bring down Bart. 2 versus 2. Now it's up to Isaac here to take out Tab. Can they do it though? They still haven't really spotted out Ziggs. Well, Trix, I mean. Well, there's also a Ziggs on the other side.
Contra, you know what does this mean? If RTK wins another chicken dinner, it's going to be a double chicken dinner. It's back to back. And this is the momentum we're talking about. And now left with Ziggs.
1v1.
Going to the 1v1 with Trix. Looking at the health, Trix has the opportunity. But if this is enough time for Trix to push, he won't have enough revival time with Isaac. Trying to do revival. Is he going to do that? No, Isaac is going to try to finish out with information, but not enough time, not enough health. It's going to be
R2K!
Double!
What a clutch! You saw that right before your eyes! Now another close compound fight. Yoodo Alliance versus Almighty. They've already lost Nasty as it slowly bleeds out. Appy! He gets the close range shot! He comes in with the wraparound! How does he do it?
Ooh, it seems like they somehow managed to sandwich Almighty, and Almighty will fall.
Towards Team Hawk as well. High goes beat down. Y84R goes in dominating with the 5 elimination points, taking down the rest of NC. But Lexbot is still here. Well, he holds on to that UFP. 60 bullets is all that he's got left. Coming with a jump shot, but he's still going to be able to get one. Not enough to deter the rest of Yoodo Alliance. Now they make it to the top 8.
From the back here. Still trying. Virgil don't be so vulnerable.
Appy again! Wait a minute. MAB, they had the advantage. They still couldn't really take out Appy, who's currently carrying the rest of Yoodo Alliance. Now they're going to be priming this thing. Look at where it's happening. Oh my goodness!
What?
Did you just see that?
That was such a good bomb. That was a good grenade.
He just needs another one. He just needs one more to get Iftar. Iftar does get those angles against Appy though. Same goes. I guess it's going to be between 2 of these solo units while Almighty, they're also suppressing the rest of the members of Yoodo Alliance. Well, that's only one, which is Appy. So he's kind of stuck right now. He couldn't really move. So Iftar, he gets shut down instead. Appy with a quick move. Now Yoodo Alliance, they do have a chance.
He immediately calls back them.
Whoa, here comes NC versus Yoodo Alliance. They're dropping it hot, but they're coming too close for comfort. Appy, he's not moving any muscle at all, so that's advantage given to Appy. He's gonna drop right now. He does not suspect it. Oh, he moves the shot. Drop shot comes in. Appy's gonna win that trade.
But he took quite a while there. Another team that is already parked inside.
Happy with the steals again. Just 4 points without needing to do all too much. He's gonna go in for those tags as well. Lands one shot onto Lex, but not enough to take him off those wheels. Well, he's already left that buggy. That's good of the news, but he will find it regardless. NC eventually gets out of the game, all thanks to Yoodo Alliance's effort. Now he spots one more out. How many more points do you need, Appy? Make that 6. Just needing 2 tabs. My goodness me, Yoodo Alliance, the boss of Miramar. While Appy, he's clearing out the rest of Axis that just crashed in.
And then Almighty was busy doing that, but with the 1v1 fight, Hino again, the Rambo who's coming in. Is he going to do another Rambo action? He's going to do a little bit of reset, but not enough time to lift up the members. Bouquet's down below. This is what we're calling the previous IGL, but IGL teaching him a lesson. Goes down, Hino.
He's in between. I'm not too sure if Insanus has weapons though.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Okay, we need to wait till we get a visual there. But unfortunately, Insanus doesn't have a weapon. Instead, Demigod is ready with a shotgun. So it's going to be first blood given to Demigod.
Would feel. Well, speaking of which, that also allows a little bit of spacing for Sam to try to pick someone up. It's a little bit of a tough angle to work with because he's hitting onto window panes instead.
It's their first round anyway,
Hey
so
bro, watch
might
your
as well.
jet.
But oh no! Now Brian's in trouble.
It's just the second time that Brian gets himself into this situation. Yesterday we saw him dance around in Miramar. This time to avoid it. Yes, he does. Oh, some packs coming up. Brian's gonna be knocked out by Iron Pro, so not the block. Yeah, let Big Brother show you what they've got.
Yeah, so, oh well, unfortunately for RNG, they'll be playing with members for the rest of the game. I wonder if Homebois is playing though. Hopefully we'll be able to pan over to see their lineup. But, okay, Bosskur start bossing the skies.
Let's do that again. No. Land on the back. I got you, homie.
Oh my god.
Oh, hell no.
What? It's rewind time.
I can't believe you've done this.
NSEA is a team that I'm still trying to decipher what really makes them take, but we are having both Darren as well as Damn Cutie! Damn, that's pretty rough. Yikes. Okay, that was a little bit awkward. We saw them floating.
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun. Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat. Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile, kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary.
Happy 4th year anniversary. Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang
keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di
PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
Pada 23 hari bulan ini.
pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April. Selepas ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik
Kelakar semua ada, jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
di Facebook dan YouTube. See you there.
See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
Apa ni, kalau PMPL ada trofi untuk tim paling handsome, tim kami lah, sebab kami ada Man Farang. Handsome naik.
Untuk mental kita orang dah prepare lah. Sebab kita orang main untuk enjoy je, bukan untuk kemenangan. Tak juga. Untuk juga.
Pada Boyka dan Zuli, kau letak aku sub pada season lepas. Season ni aku akan buktikan memang lunyai tim kau aku buat.
Okay, untuk bocah-bocah baru yang ganas-ganas sangat, korang kena bantai juga dengan yang otai-otai. Pengalaman lagi penting daripada korang punya skill.
Bekas IJL dekat Forever. Saya nak proof dekat dia, pernah berkata kepada saya pandai tembak tapi tak ada otak. Kali ni saya nak tunjuk kat dia dan saya dua-dua tu ada.
Kepada Aziz, good luck untuk PMPL season 5 nanti. And harap-harap dapat lah.
So to my ex-teammates, I'm back with a better team. So feel free to come by and say hi to us. We'll give you a sweet bullet in the head. Pew.
Maybe Biu come back is a good thing, but partner with my teammate, I don't think so because I played with them before. Maybe just like this, and I'm here.
Oh, untuk for rivals saya just nak cakap good luck, buat yang terbaik. Tapi korang kehilangan permata sebenarnya.
Bagi kita orang adalah Dingoz sebab dia orang dah beberapa kali langgar drop spot kita orang senyap-senyap. Tapi kalau kita orang langgar korang kat drop spot, korang jangan PM manager kita orang
Rival kita orang untuk season ni ialah RSG sebab coach saya tak suka RSG and SM9 sebab diorang dah pernah langgar drop spot kita orang itu memang kali ni diorang tak bagi peluang lah.
Rival kita orang ialah Forever sebab saya tak suka sangat pemburu tu. Pemburu tu mulut je lebih, tak power, lemah. Pemburu. Buy one sini. Takut.
Forever as well. In every single map, we are like neighbours to pemburu. Kau 13 dunia, tapi aku akan bantai kau.
Apa juga? THQ because pas scrims dia turun dekat our drop spot which is Sunhawk. So kalau diorang still stubborn nak turun kat tempat kita akan buat diorang sampai diorang disqualified and tukar tim baru.
Esports, korang langgar, kami akan langgar korang balik. TABAH NC kali ni bukan TABAH NC yang dulu-dulu tu.
NC lah. They more to placement point lah actually. And diorang punya player tu memang good at survive but and diorang just good at ngendok.
Okay, mendapat saya view datang balik tak ada efek apa-apa pun. Dah rehat lama-lama tu confident ke nak masuk balik. Aku rasa takut nanti lepas season ni berehat lagi panjang nanti.
Pag nakatapat nyo kami, smooth muna kayo. Wala kayong gagawin sa amin.
Kepada tim Filipin, harap korang berjaga-jaga dan keep training untuk melawan tim-tim di Malaysia.
Pada Aziz Mika, hati-hati bila nak tembak kotak orang. Takut aku pula yang tembak kotak kau nanti.
Jangan selesa sangat ada bokeh tu. Kita orang dah tahu taktikal dia. Kita boleh baca juga. Ini buku taktikal bokeh.
Saya nak challenge Demi Boy untuk jadi Terminator lah. Terminator sehari ke kan. Takkan tak mampu kot.
Din, bulat lah kat SC tu. Kalau tak okey nanti season depan join tim kita orang.
You can beat me down, but I will jump back up. Aziz Ganas.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
Hello everybody, and we are back with our Pro League MYSGPH Spring, and I am your host and analyst today, Sis Jenny. So everybody, what do you think about the first match? Even though it was quite long today, but do forgive us because we want to play it fair, just for you fans. So you need to keep supporting your favorite teams or even any teams that you think stands to win that grand prize pool. Not prize pool, but the grand prize. Then you should shoot out the comments below and let them know. In fact, I would like to tag them. Yeah, so I will make like a troll account and I tag because I'm shy. But anyways, this is something for us to check out. Hate to hate. Oh, it's damn rude. You know why I make that sound effect? Because this damn rude, he has been very consistent. At least for those of you who has been seeing or watching PMPL since season 3, he has made his highlights and he is still consistent up till today, and it's very close. Look at that. Dams is someone quite new to the scene. He's not very new, but if you were to compare with Dam, Root and Dams, Dam Root has been around for a while, and he is still giving us that consistency with 7.779 as compared to Dams, who's giving 778. So who says Bocha can take over OG? So you guys know what's Bocha, right? Keith already have kind of educated you guys. So the young talents, sometimes not all of them can take over the league of the OGs or the people that started, I would say, PUBG League. The titles that has been won so far. So none other than Geek Fam's Damn Root. So you guys beware of him. And also his combo, which is actually Snipes and Damn Root. So yeah, this is our head-to-head for now. Eliminations is pretty much equal 4-4. Team contribution, they are still a team player, even though they are on the front just to rush for those elimination points. But this is elimination and damage. We can see a whole lot of tallest buildings, I would say. It's from Geek Fam and then SMG and Team Hulk. I'm actually quite surprised that SMG is stepping up their game, even though right now we are seeing them at the bottom, but they are really picking up the pace. They are trying their best, at least for good formation, because they have good players in the team. Honestly, guys, these players are from previous season. Some of them came from Move Aerof, if you guys remembered that team. So the players are already there. Like we got Anik. Anik is one of the players that I'm actually keeping my eye on. But then again, that's for later. But we can see there are other teams that is performing also, R2K giving that consistency, Team Secret also having that consistency for this season at least, still progressing, Sam9, and then GENEXUS not really performing, maybe because they were gatekept by both angles. They were caught in the middle of the bridge, so that was unfortunate for GENEXUS, I would say. Now, we are going to match number 2, and we have the arrival of Team C, Group C, which is Axis Red 1, EVOS, Dingoz, and Team Bosskur. Honestly, a lot of people say, oh, Group B is, the popular team, and honestly, for me, this season is actually Group C, because Dingoz have always been performing. Team Bosskur, they have been very tactical. EVOS always have been very feisty, and Axis Red 1, what can I say about them? 3 chicken dinner. No need to say so much. But yes, so Group E will take a break a bit. So Filipinos, don't take a break on me. Still watch the game, okay? Because you guys are in page number 1. So we're gonna see how KHI can prove all of us wrong and dominate PMPL MYSGPH. Just like what I've seen in the comments so far. I think KHI is trying to dominate. And this week, I would say this is their welcome entrance. They are telling everybody that they can still dominate. And I'm still giving a little bit of hope and faith in you guys that KHI will come back, not just by firepower, but with homework done. So I think it is something that, they gathered their guts and then, brainstorm together with the coaches, and they want to prove us all wrong. And honestly, after yesterday's chicken dinner from KHI, and today, they are stepping up their game. And I think it is still possible for KHI to stay in page number 1, honestly. So, what do I think of the game that is going to come up next? I think it's going to be fun because it's Erangel. It's my favorite game. I mean, my favorite map. I like to play this map. The start of PUBG Mobile, we started with Erangel. This is one of the oldest map that we have seen so far. And a whole lot of upgrades, at least for now. More of the thinking caps have to be activated is because of the bridge. Honestly, I think it's really hard to have circles closing into that part. Because you could see teams that is trying to gatekeep, they can only wait at the edge. They can't afford to put up the vehicles, especially when it comes to PMPL, because this is a professional tournament. You won't have the time to arrange it nicely, align it nicely just to do a gatekeep or block the entire thing, the entire bridge with a barrier. So it's not possible. But because of the smart thinking of coaches and analysis, you saw what happened to Axis Red 1 yesterday's Erangel's match. How in the world they managed to get into the bridge. Not only that, to top it up with a chicken dinner, because you remembered what happened. Sam9 actually gatekeep them very well. And 2 of them was actually stranded outside and in the blue, and it was the 4th circle. 4th circle is super, super painful. I mean, it's not like you will gradually, get hurt and then eventually get into the lobby, no, but it's painful in a sense where you need to have one is speed when you actually tabulate, or you kind of have to gauge when you need to heal up, when you need to recharge with the energy drinks and the pills that you are supposed to take. So those are things that with precise training, experience these players are showing us yesterday. Because you remembered Axis Red 1 only had 2 players and they managed to get in to the 4th circle all the way till the very end with a jumper. Yeah, with a jumper. That's the key player. I would really say that he is the key player. He actually pushed through not just one team, a few teams all the way into military base. Again, if you guys want to see this, you can see it on the later part. But this is my prediction. Farang Esports again, or Farang Lejund. So I'm still gonna stand strong to my prediction because I want to see this team shine at least. So enough of me babbling. I'm gonna throw you guys back to awesome Sir Cloud and handsome Keith. Let's go.
Want to be handsome too, but okay, I'll take awesome. But anyway, thank you so much, Sis Jenny, for the head-to-head comparison between the Bocha as well as the OG. I don't know much about the Bocha, but I do know what's a Bocha.
Well, I'm not wearing a bow, so I can't relate there. But my God, Sis Jenny again with another Farang Legends favorite. I quote her, I want to see this team perform. It seems like clearly she's got a favorite going into this tournament.
Well, I don't know why. Probably some bochas there as well.
I mean, it's not a reason to be one-sided though. At least I gave spotlight to a numerous team during my time under the spotlight, but it's fine. She can abuse the power she has here. Nevertheless, we're going into game number 2 for day number 2 here, kicking things off over in sunny Erangel.
Yes, and this will be the debut for Group C. So we have one of the top teams, a really hard team of last week, Dingoz, will be playing this round. So keep an eye on this team. Plus, the flight path is on their drop spot, so it's going to be easy for them. At least a good start.
We're going all the way to TABAH. That's a very peculiar place which nobody really plays on. However, I'd like to see. I do see some teams playing on the top side here. Do you think people are going to take that way out? Seeing as though that some places are a bit inaccessible, sure you could still make it a milled up hour. It's not really that far, but it's going to take some time off from your looting.
I'm keeping my eyes onto RSG because they drop early. They normally drop in Milta, but they are dropping. They might go to meter base, considering that NC is not playing this round, as well as the Team Hawk is not playing. But looks like RSG is stopping, so they're around the areas of Veripia where MAB is currently at. Let's hope they don't clash into MAB early on. No one wants to clash early.
Well, that is a matter of fact, but also a lot of teams purposely crash early. But look at that! Circle down onto Sosnovka military base. Maybe you just called that one right, Sir Cloud.
You know what, Keith? This was the exact circle as the last game yesterday, and this is the same grouping as well as the last game yesterday. It's like a deja vu.
Yeah, and Axis again finding themselves in a harder rotation here. I saw them dropping by Stalbert Kamashi actually. So it's going to be a far stretch for them to make the travel down, but we would see them try. As what the casters yesterday has mentioned, it wasn't an easy circle for Axis yesterday, and yet they still got the chicken dinner.
Yeah, they beaten the odds to get the chicken dinner, and yeah, it was just insane. It was them and 7-9 rushing to the right side bridge, to the Novo bridge, and they came out the stronger team. So, wow, I mean, there was an awesome chicken dinner yesterday. But now it's another challenge for them. Again, it's going to be the same grouping. Are they going to come up with the same strats? Let's see what's going to change today.
Well, hopefully nothing changed for Axis, that's for sure. I mean, if you can have everything in a deja vu, that's another chicken for you. Surely they can be proud of that one. Meanwhile, RSG already making fast rotations, seeing as though that, hey, circle like that, you want to get through the bridge before anyone else. You want to be the ones gatekeeping on the outside.
Yeah, the regular strat for RSG is that they will go through the Novo bridge. They will head straight down to the end of military base, and they will chill there. Yesterday was a little bit different. They went somewhere in the middle instead of going straight down, maybe because they still kind of had that 50-50 feeling. At the other day, the circle went down, and unfortunately, they went out at 10th place. Could have been better, but then again, the circle is an RNG. You wouldn't know exactly where the circle will be, so you just pick whatever that you feel like doing.
Yeah, right now looking highly likely down at the bottom. But of course, again, RNG sometimes just cuck you one way or another. Can't be too certain, right? And talking about Sosnovka, though, I believe sometime last week, Axis actually dropped down onto that spot. What made them change over to Stalbert Kamashi this time around?
Well, I guess it's the flight path. So by default, it's going to be Stalbert Kamashi. That's the default drop spot. If the flight path doesn't, if they can't reach there through the flight path, they will drop into meter base. In this case, the flight path is available for them to drop straight into Stalbert Kamashi, so no surprises that they drop straight to there. Of course, you will only know after the flight ends where the circle will be.
Yeah, for sure. But also, Axis is the one team last season who always drop in Sosnovka.
True.
So they somehow has this shift in strategy, and my God, it's paying dearly for them. So don't change anything if it's not broken. However, this was I guess you would say, I mean, luck is not on their side, but they don't need luck. Clearly, we've seen that one before.
Well, they got 3 chicken dinners. I wouldn't say that they're broken at this point. Like, yeah.
Well, I mean, week number 1 wasn't too hot, though. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But whatever they did yesterday, they should just continue on today. Like what you say, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And they're going to have the same challenge again. It's going to be a similar circle. They'll probably do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're what you're saying is true, it's the same groupings as well playing.
Yep.
Then rotation path should be more or less the same. Seeing as though you're not gonna have these wild card teams from who didn't play that game, the game that they were playing, and to come in their way.
Now, Bosskur yesterday they managed to get a third or fourth place finish in this exact same map. So, okay, it's Yoodo goes down to Almighty, and my thought about Bosskur is that they are doing the exact same thing as yesterday, shooting straight down to military base. They'll probably be going into Novo again, is what they did yesterday.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see if just repeating things would actually pan out for the better for them. Did this go in line as it was yesterday though? Almighty getting the first kill, now Dingoz one member down. Was that as told in the prophecy as well?
Well, not this one though. I think Almighty, they survived longer, definitely longer than this. Yeah, so unfortunately for Almighty.
Well, of course I'm not counting them out just yet though, seeing is that they also got a trade kill onto Dingoz, one member down on each. MAB now gets straight into the boat, taking the path with less resistance here. Only have to be careful of the fog or a Kraken potentially down in the sea.
Wow. If only someone unleashes the Kraken.
Right?
Yeah.
That would be pretty cool if that was a feature.
Yeah, why not? Right? Like, imagine this, like the next event, there'll be like a Kraken event.
I
Like,
wouldn't
go
say
hunt
no
for
to
the
that.
Kraken.
Wouldn't say no to that. You've got upgrade. You've got a cheer park. Might as well have like a something someone relates to.
Yeah, like you can shoot from the boat or the ship. Like you can be pirates basically.
Okay, that's a total game all in all.
Oh, okay.
Together.
Well, if they do make that, well, I want part of the IP. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa. That's a lot. That's a huge thing to ask for. Someone ownership over an IP. Let's take a look at Axis here. Finally making a rotation down. They recognize they are one of the teams that are further left behind than some, seeing as though that they maybe go for driving school first before thinking of pushing into a herd of teams right in their way.
So Sem9's going to, I believe this is Milta Power. Okay, so they are still looting. Milta Power is empty because KHI isn't playing. That's their normal drop spot. So it's not too much of a surprise that they kind of stop by there to collect loot. I'm just curious to see how many teams actually commit to go down to the military base island. And yeah, and if the circle shifts up, well, the circle gets the last lap, of course.
Well, I mean, that is life in general.
Yeah.
We'll never know what happens. In the end of the day, we just got to cast the stone and hopefully it falls back onto us. But if it doesn't, hey, not the end of the world. Still got a couple of maps to go through here. Now SMG getting burned in the blue zone so early with like, I guess people are going to be saturating around the bridge side, won't you think? It's kind of an advantage or a strategic objective to take over. Seeing as though like Geek Fam previously took the entire bridge point as their objective checkpoint, which then allows them to go in and out between islands.
Yeah, so that is not a bad move as well, but the bridge is normally the most congested part in this kind of circle. Look at what Team Secret is doing. So they're doing whatever they did yesterday, but they're upgrading it to be a bridge cam. So yesterday they just like straight went down and they're like, okay, I don't want to have anything to do with the bridge, but this time they're playing the bridge cam strat. Of course, Team Secret, one of those teams based on yesterday's performance, they could use more points. So not too surprising that they want to be in a position to be able to farm elimination points.
Well, let's just hope nobody's expecting them, because when it comes to a totally similar pattern here, one of the downside is you become too easy to read, and you're probably, people are already expecting you to do so. Well, the circle did close, and well, the Team Secret bridge was not the bridge of entry, it seems, although both sides has been guarded out. So I don't think anyone's going to be crossing there anytime soon. It just doesn't fit the ROI here, unless people are thinking of going in a little bit later, rotate towards the circle a little bit later, then maybe they might consider the bridge. But seeing as though it is quite in the blue, and Team Secret as well as another team is already gatekeeping each ends, it seems like almost like a death trap.
And you know what, Keith? It's still a 50-50 circle. It could still go up, it could still go down. Man, it sucks to be the team at this moment. Like, you have to play the guessing game still.
I mean, just do what Geek Fam did, which is easier said than done. But you kind of, at this point, when you're in a 50-50, you might as well stand in the middle until something happens, right? So it goes down again to this crucial hold by the entry of the entrance of the bridge or whatnot. And even so, it will probably go 50-50 because there are 2 entries in a bridge.
Yeah, so for now, I mean, if I were playing, I would like, okay, if it's this kind of circle, if I'm on the peninsula, I'll just wait on the main peninsula instead. If I already drop into the military base island, I'll just be there. Because, yeah, no point going up and down, and you just get scammed by the circle.
That's true. That's one thing I haven't heard for a long time, getting scammed by the circle.
There you go. Yeah.
We forgot that they're not very friendly, especially with circle like this, taking people off guard here. But still, no casualty as of yet. Second circle in, obviously a little bit too soon, too early here. I like what they're doing here with GENEXUS. They're not really camping around the saturated point, but they have these small little compounds that do look over in the bridge side. So they have eyes onto Axis, who's also doing similar strats here. But they're going to have to be careful soon enough, as more teams will probably look to contest their point as well.
And GENEXUS isn't playing like yesterday. Yesterday, they played like barbarians. Like, whoever's in front of them, they would just go at it, and they'll just take fights, and that's how they got a lot of elimination points yesterday. Today, they kind of chilled.
Well, today, it's R2K who's popping hits right now. Damroot, their best fragger, I would argue, in Geek Fam, seeing as though he's got many Terminator title behind his belt. Already down for the count, but as well as Zeeks gets traded in the process. Echo, he's just looking to book a ticket out of there. Not even want to finish the job here. That's going to give some time for Geek Fam to actually go in for the revive.
Shouldn't be a problem to pick up Damroot, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to reset as R2K prioritizes the circle. But I think they have one member left behind. Yes, they do. Looks like it's going to be a tough one. They decided to let them go, and unfortunately, yeah, they'll be playing with 3 team members for the rest of the round.
Yeah, Zeeks, he was coming in from the off-angle peak here, so he did some damage, but unfortunately, the rest of the members weren't there to follow through. So his life will be in vain. And talking about dying in vain, though, Jerome just got blown up.
I think he jumped out of his vehicle, or the vehicle flipped. Normally, that's the reason. But okay, this is what's going to be important. Where will the next circle go? Is this going to be a bridge circle? Is it going to be another 50-50? No, it goes all the way up. This is what we call scam.
Yeah, hey, you tell them one thing, advertise it one way, and give them another. One way to disappoint someone here. Not meeting the expectations, I guess, when they laid all their eggs into one basket. This is good news for the side of GENEXUS and Axis as well, because they already positioned themselves within that small little compound by the bridge.
Oh, so Homebois needs to travel up. But then again, they got information that Bosskur went across. So Bosskur could be gatekeeping the bridge. So they need to be careful about that. And Trix definitely is aware of Bosskur. He keeps eyes on the bridge, just scouting out before making that decision to go through.
Yeah, you can tell they're hesitant, man. And when it comes to this 50-50, it's very hard to do so, knowing that you've already made a bet on the next position of the circle and it shifts the other way. You can tell they're struggling right now. They can't push. They don't know how many teams are on the other end of the circle. I mean, on the end of the bridge.
True. That's why you need to take your pace. But here we go. Looks like we have a fight here between RSG as well as Team Secret. And this is on the left bridge. And, oh no, Keith, not only it's on the left bridge, it's in the zone.
I know, that's why I said it kind of closed away from here. So this shouldn't even be a point of entry, as I mentioned before this. Why would you choose to push into this bridge? Surely you could expect some few people here. Unless they were trying to creep in from the back end here. Meanwhile, they're trying to trade here one by one, dropping down to the blue zone, if not by bullets itself. Brian will have to go in for the throw. Oh my god, Matoy with the backstab here takes him down while he's trying to heal.
Now I'm wondering what RSG is doing here. Okay, so we saw Team Secret early on, they were bridge camping, but why did RSG commit to this bridge? I mean, they could have chilled on the main peninsula, and then the circle move, and it's like, okay, let's go back to the other side. But what are they doing here?
I've got an idea.
All
I
right.
think it's all in the mind games, right?
Okay.
With the circle closing towards the right side, the right bridge, he would have assumed that everyone else will be going out of the blue and finding refuge towards inside the circle zone. So that gives some opening for RSG to maybe tank the blue zone and make a slow rotation and safer rotation in. However, Team Secret plays it very slow as well, and so they locked eyes upon each other.
Very, very slow. Team Secret is normally that team that moves a little bit faster, especially with this kind of zones, but I guess they're just playing mind games like what you say.
So take a look at that. Adik Luke now getting some taps off, unfortunately not clicking onto anyone. It's going to be quite of a battle here as we see Team SMG actually hitting the eject button. He's just driving out of there. They don't want anything to do with Farang Legends.
Team SMG, okay, will they have a circle? No, they don't. So the circle shifted down, so this is good news for like 5 teams on the outskirts of Miltar as well. For the rest of them, they might need to fight their way in.
Yeah, GENEXUS, Axis, these two has been within compounds for the longest of time, and they can look and afford to actually just be perched up right there, seeing as though that everyone's going to have to push towards them, and it's quite the open plain.
Look at that, Keith. Fredo went down, so they spent too much time on the outside on the left bridge. Now, they're paying the price for it. Only Matoy is left for Team Secret.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they were in the blue, so they're paying the price. These two teams were at the blue zone, and now they are eliminated together side by side, maybe. Oh, one member still alive from Team Secret. Does he look for the pickup? I don't think so, now that he's in the zone, and well, more will die onto the zone. Meanwhile, shift your attention down to this little portion of compounds that is scattered around this entrance of the bridge. Homebois has got one, Axis has got one, and even GENEXUS, but it looks like they might be leaving their comfort zone to look to push in.
Yeah, I guess they want to check their flanks, and SMG happen to be there. Now, Homebois neighboring Sem9, they'll be chilling for a while. As we can see, that Jumper takes a shot onto the other side of SMG, keeping them at bay. But Micah, he's going in for the flanks. They want to finish them off.
There we go. Axis, after coming out from 3 winner chicken dinners, they seem to have a newfound confidence here. But will that actually bite them in the back? Biting more than they can chew here. It seems like they're surrounded with teams. With no little of teams here. They are entirely surrounded. He's got eyes, Jumper. That spots out the vehicle onto Geek fam. Maybe even got the hopping in animation. However, no shots were fired, so maybe just info gathering at this point.
And a civil war's happening as well somewhere.
Ooh,
between Clutch Guerilla and Farang Legends. But that was a nice shot. And here we have a visual onto both teams here. Clutch Guerilla, Farang Legends. Olio will be knocked out by Funky. Now it's down to Repo Boy. He's going to run for his life, but with 50% of health left, trying to get the vehicle. Can he make it in time? Yes, he will.
Well, this is the civil war that we have always been talking about, going on each other, and usually 9 out of 10 times Farang comes out on top, but not today. Clutch Guerilla, they will clean majority of their bigger brother.
The Dingoz making the rotation, but look at how many teams are around them. I don't know where else is a safe spot to chill, but looks like Baby Kim found one, but this is a small shack only for himself.
I wouldn't even consider it as safe as see one member gets tagged down. It is the most unsafe location you can ever be. EVOS VIP, they roar as he rains down bullets. Sends one right through the skulls here.
Yeah, having a 2-2 split here, getting as much information, the bigger piece of the pie when it comes to the circle. As we head into the 5th circle, who will it favor? We are still at 15 teams. Anyone gets eliminated at this point, there will be no placement points.
Well, based on the trend of the circle so far, if it wasn't a scam, it's going to shift upwards here, and that's going to give a lot of favors onto the side of GENEXUS. We shall see, seeing as though GENEXUS has already planted their eggs in this basket. Having each buildings covered by one member, they've got 360 view, and it does!
Oh!
As I mentioned, live and breathe, man. They call me a prophet for a reason.
GENEXUS with a legendary Biu in it. Looks like they got the circle all to themselves, but now we're in the 5th circle. They'll start to gather, because they'll be ready for teams to start to crash into compounds. So let's see what's going to happen next as Geek fam needs to find a way into the circle with 25 more seconds on the clock. But look at this, left and right, there's a lot of other teams eyeing Geek fam.
Well, if Geek fam can get out of a situation more so than one. I think this is pretty much a doable run here. Sam9 now takes down one member of MAB. He's got more friends within the area, but Axis putting SMG, halting them in their tracks here. Already getting some very crucial frags on, leaving only one member left to play the entirety of the zone. 5th circle, by the way, so there's no way they're going to be on the outside.
Well, Axis redONE, yesterday's hard team, they are still hard today, still maintain all their members as they approach the next phase of the circle. Now, Sam9 will be got now by HeyNoob, and that's a shot from the outside of the circle.
Immediately, without hesitation, they go in straight for the push, man. Axis, this confidence. Where do you buy such a thing? Immediately wins the trade as well. Sprays down onto more. Micah, man, this guy is OP indeed. And Sam9, they get eliminated at 14th.
And talking about confidence, Axis is on a roll. They took this fight on the outside of the circle and look how fast they finish up the fight. But now the next challenge has arrived as Homebois will be taking on the high ground just in front of Axis.
Yeah, man, you talking about capitalists, that is Homebois indeed. Everyone else took the hard work to clear things up. Now they're just going in as the toll keepers. You're going to have to pay the price to get past by them. And if you don't, well, that is going to be your run, but it is Axis redONE, who we've seen done many things, especially in this similar circle rotation. Nades getting tossed on forward. Axis has got an idea and the high ground. Look at Iron Pro. He's crawling.
Crawling for his life, definitely, and he needs to continue to crawl as time will be gunned down. Mal will be taken down by HeyNoob as well. SMG will be eliminated again, another round without points for SMG, unfortunately. Now Axis is not done yet. Micah tosses out a name, but retreats back as the zone starts to be on his head.
Oh, he should have committed. There were all of them down there, but he got pressured by the zone, and now it's going to be one heck of a push downhill. He's getting tagged all over. Jumper, can he withstand? He's getting tagged left and right. He will fall down. The problem was not solved and rectified, and they tried to force it through. This might be causing Axis the chicken dinner in a similar map.
Oh, Homebois capitalizing on Axis at this moment, and unfortunately Axis goes out. But then again, taking home 7 elimination points to them, not too shabby.
Why didn't he commit with the grenade? I don't know, Al. But then again, we're looking at things that they may not have vision to. Meanwhile, Bosskur, they're spread out wide open in an open field. Yeah, does have cover of smokes here. Will be fighting against MAB. Nades gets tossed on forward. Has got to be careful because Homebois is just well within sight to come in from a third-party angle here. They are not safe, Bosskur.
They are not indeed, as they only have 10 seconds more on the clock before the zone starts to close in onto them. Homebois needs to find a way into the circle as well. Now Iron Pro with a long range putting pressure on the Bosskur cycle will be gunned down.
I'm just calling in all the shots, and it's just happening in sequence of events as I call it to be. Bosskur now in a sticky situation. This is going to be opening for the side of Homebois to come in and maybe clean up good if they can hold on back. They're going in for the revive. Iron Pro gets another one down. 2 more left for Bosskur. Homebois and Asfar, they're both starts with an A. Can they ace this thing on by themselves?
Well, can they? They need to answer that question quickly as Asfar is almost taken out with about 1% health left. And that boy comes in, takes one onto Iron Pro, but our boy, the last man standing, will there be enough time? As the zone starts to close in, he needs to move, he needs to bail.
Homebois, they bow out. Unfortunately, in that failed attempt to push on through, they just did not seal the deal good enough. And again, GENEXUS had all the privilege in the world, having roof over their heads, which many cannot afford.
Now Long keeping eyes on the side of Bosskur as they try to rotate into the circle. Our boy is still alive. He's playing by the edge of it. There's one player on the outside that needs to move, but Untitled will be taken out by the zone. No points given to any other team.
Well, this is the guy we got to look out for. Long, sharpshooter coming out from GENEXUS. We've seen how he can pop off when given an opportunity.
Ripple
and right
boy.
now,
Ripple
straight
boy.
in front of him, he does get one member of Farang. And that is the last member of Farang as well, taking them out. GENEXUS just playing their advantage. EVOS VIP comes in with the cleanup here, getting kills onto their side. Still 4 members alive. Could this be an EVOS versus GENEXUS? Too soon to say, but it's seemingly like it.
Well, we still have other teams though, so we can't write them off just yet. Geek fam, Looks like Damroot is on that tower all alone, and this tower is within the circle. So he has a good vantage point against EVOS VIP.
Oh, the thorn in the bush here. EVOS VIP, they always go down to third parties. Could it be another one of those moments? 2 members of Geek Fam getting taken out. 2 more left standing. 1 is perched up on a hill, and he does try and take his shot here. Damroot takes down Mika. Samzy to fall on with. Are you kidding me? That's 2 members down for the count, and they can't do much about it.
I mean, this is an insane vantage point that we're talking about, but good news for EVOS VIP. They do have the circle. Damroot will be forced to move, but then they come in for Snipes. Takes out PMPL. This could be an opening for Snipes to move in.
Man, and the other members, they're not even paying their attention towards Geek Fam. It's just like they're letting them get away with damage here. How is this allowed?
Snipes, okay, trying to find an opening. He's starting to close in, but there's no more time. 10 more seconds on the clock as he solos himself in. But damn rude! He's just so rude to EVOS VIP.
Yeah, taking out the immediate threat. This is going to leave GENEXUS with a huge window to capitalize it. Geek Fan Damroot, he may be in a good position here, but for how long? He will claim his kill points. He's not playing it for the long haul. He's going to be as greedy as he can get.
Well, he needs to move as the zone starts to move in. But then again, the moment Damroot goes down, GENEXUS will be waiting for him. For now, EVOS VIP will just need to hold on. But look at this. Mew has an idea. He tosses out Nate to the top floor, but it will not reach Damroot.
Well, that nade was a good attempt. However, can they get him in time before he gets shot down by Geek Fam or the rest of EVOS VIP, who does have the circle, and it becomes GENEXUS' turn to push on in. EVOS, they've got all their members up and they're healthy.
But let's not forget this. Bosskur is still in this as well. How long has our boy been there? He's been there forever.
Well, if they were to pay attention to Bosskur, it's just going to be a thorn towards the side of GENEXUS himself. Now, EVOS takes down the perching eagle. This is now opportunity for the side of EVOS. They have the circle. They have the high ground. They are the ones who spread out. Mika has got an off angle. 3 more up in the front lines, but our boy, this guy can just very well set the favor of the tide.
And at this moment, EVOS VIP, they're on the road. They have 10 elimination points, and Sam gets a knockdown to Snappy. This could be an opening for EVOS VIP. They do have the high ground advantage. Razor be traded on by Long, so it's going to be 3v3, but they're going to reset right now.
Samzy tossed one back though. They are not making an advancement at EVOS without EVOS's watch here. EVOS now has got a hefty amount of damage, 1 member down, so that is going to be a 3v4. GENEXUS got the pickup and the full health. Man, it all boils down to that third party who may came in as a clutch, or Bosskur might even just hold it out for second place.
And what's interesting as well, this is somewhat of a civil war, as Insomnus used to play with Loyu as well as the other player. So it's going to be interesting to see how they fight out each other. But the Kingmaker could be our boy.
Yeah, we're quite in a stalemate right now. EVOS full health. All 4 members, GENEXUS as well. Mirroring movement, but Snappy, if he's not careful, he might just fall too close to the snake. The snake will bite out of self-defense if he's not careful about it.
Oh, our boy. That's why our boy could be the Kingmaker. And right now, our boy is right in front of GENEXUS.
He is, oh my god, this is going to be, it's going to feel so bad. If you were Bosskur, it's an easy pickoff. Surely your sights are aimed on, but Pew, man, he gets turned on into a barbecue. Burned down, but not out just yet. He will be crawling. That's going to be one double Snappy. He caught the snake. He knew.
Oh, he knew, but now that could be an opening for EVOS VIP. They got the signal. They know that Pew is down. Now it's a 3v4. EVOS VIP spreading up 2-2. Pew could be picked up, but can Snappy make it in time?
Oh, they're retaliating. They go Razor down the road. Coming from Insomnus. That disrespect. Samzy is going in with the flag spray down through the smoke. Blind shot. They shoot in the dark and they claim one for themselves. EVOS VIP. This Tigers, they roar.
And this is a great opening here for EVOS VIP, taking home, how many is that? 14 elimination points in their first round today. This chicken dinner is what they needed after a disappointing performance yesterday. This is what we call EVOS Raw.
Man, or in their word, bunk it. I see them use it a lot here, and Good math, by the way. Just by a glance, 14 points. You counted real fast. Wonder what the background was. Man, these faces, whenever you had a doubt on EVOS VIP, they always somehow pull it through when it matters the most.
Well, they gotta give it to our boy. Our boy, like what we say, was the kingmaker. Because he got Biu, immediately there was an opening for them to move in.
Actually, Biu got tossed on by the Molotov.
Yeah,
Snappy. Oh,
our boy's
our boy
Molotov.
tossed that
Yeah.
one in. Wow. Say again, man, this third party thing. Snake in the grass, they call it. Don't trust the snake, regardless. Nevertheless, let's take a look at all the highlights that happened so far in this match of Erangel.
Hello guys and welcome back from our second match of the day, and it is insane on how precise the engagement was. Honestly, I can't wait to tell you guys what I've seen so far. But yep, the predictions of we have been predicting about GENEXUS, but the Tigers are the ones that is roaring back, and you see what they can do when they are together. But first, let's go through the patch note one more time to remind you guys to keep playing PUBG Mobile after updates. And this is not the first update. A whole lot of updates have gone through and things are going to get even better. So I definitely would urge you guys to go into Cheer Park. There's a whole lot of changes in it. When you come in, there's actually like a disco. They will make you go in, and then there will be an eagle eye that will fly you guys inside, and then you have to find where exactly you can train for your guns. You can train for gliding on the cool surf. I would say that's a gliding board from the top. So yeah, this is our version 1.9. But for those of you who are the collectors of Royal Pass, including myself, we've got this wall frame. So this cool collectible with the new outfits, it has animations. Like some of the new ones have animations on. In fact, this one, you will stand out from the rest, especially if you're going to get that chicken dinner. You definitely want to stand out. We've got various outfits to be obtained throughout the in-games, and get the new Royal Pass with the collaboration with Warframe. So what you guys waiting for? Go and upgrade. It's just a button away. You need the UC? You go and get the UC yourself to go and do this Royal Pass upgrade, because every season I would try to collect all, at least for the Royal Pass one, and you don't have to upgrade anything. Just purchase a Royal Pass and you will get cool outfits. Yep. So what can we talk about the previous game? I will break it down to you guys after we see a little bit of the match rankings, and you want to see the overall on which teams have been quite consistent in making their elimination points. Honestly, the circle have been quite a hard shift. It was initially, it kind of scammed a few teams to go into Sovnovska, and then after that, it kind of shifted all the way to Milta and back into the main line of Erangel. So a whole lot of teams had problems in coming back to the mainland when they already have crossed over. So this is the match ranking, already 14 elimination points for EVOS VIP. Total of 29, that's still definitely, but GENEXUS still quite, I would say they are consistent since yesterday and today. Good elimination points also. All of them was still surviving at the last few circles, and how they kind of divided each and every one of them in different houses, that was really smart of them. And then Bosskur comes in next again, very sneakily. Bosskur always in the shadows, but they know how to play it smartly again. Probably it's by Ainayoki, or then again it's by Azhar, who's actually the IGL. Geek fam coming in again, consistent today, but Clash Guerilla met with the brothers. So they kind of outsmart the big brother, and they managed to grenade the big brother while coming in the fort of Clash Guerilla. Homebois, Axis, redONE, Farang, Lejund, Team Secret, Dingoz, R2K number 11, MAB at number 12, SMG 13, ALMGHTY at number 14, at number 15, SM9, and then RSG. Honestly, I did not expect RSG to be at number 16 because I think they had to make that decision on why they have to stay at the bridge. They did not want to make any more rotations. They were trying to get elimination points. That's the reason why they stayed behind to fight with Team Secret, etc, etc. But wow, MVP goes to the new kid on the block, which is Mika, the newest member of EVOS VIP. Again, he has shown us a lot of skills. I'm not surprised. He's definitely trying to, I would safely say he can take over the title of Adik Look. Why? Because they are friends. Yeah, I tell you, they actually started together. Mika, Adik Look, and all these people. So this season, I think Mika is shining out more than Adik Look. So 981 damage is a whole lot. Longest elimination is big difference than Sandhawk. He's definitely also contributing in the factor of long or even close quarter combat. In fact, the last circle we did see Mika flanking out, so he was ready to take like a long range kind of shot, and not really much of a team contribution because he's usually working on his own. Probably he's the support from the back, but he's definitely a A-star support because he can get the bullets protrude in on spot. But here we go, this is the weekly ranking. GENEXUS pushing all the way to number 1, proving themselves that, hey, I might be the new team in the block, but I have seasoned players. You know, if you guys remember, these players some of them are from Wales, and of course, we know Biu, right? Biu, when he plays Classic, he will drop into boot camp. So it's normal that GENEXUS can do elimination. You guys won't want to mess with GENEXUS when it's a CQC. And then we've got Geek fam. Again, consistent this week. But this is on the page too. Again, similar teams is still bubbling under. We still want them to rise up. But that's not the end, of course. We still want to give the support. Honestly, I did not expect certain teams to progress this way. But then again, some teams will take a while to warm it up. And then sometimes all they need is just 3 good games and they can go into page number 1. And the list goes on and on if I were to yada. But again, guys, do support these teams, especially the ones in page number 2, okay? So let me break it down to you guys about what I saw earlier in the match. Honestly, I think it's quite tricky this time. That the circle was a hard to tell circle because a whole lot of teams has made their ways down south. But before that, I want to bring you guys to Sovnovska with this new ride. Let's go. Oh, wow, guys. I'm really liking the skins, though. I think the tickets are currently, being spent around, and a whole lot of people wants to get a ticket of Lamborghini. So please grab them while it lasts, while, you can be the first few ones to ride on the Lamborghini. I'm not really sure what kind of sound effects it has. Is it the same as Tesla? I'm sure it's going to be better, because new things for PUBG is usually better ones. But before even all of the better ones, let's break it down now. This is EVOS Chicken Dinner. Like I said, it was a hard shift in the circle. It was going towards the south, and suddenly it is popping out into Milta. But we can see EVOS rotation. They were waiting at the cliffs, honestly. They were getting ready whether they should swim. In fact, the first person that was on the other side was Insomnus. He was already ready to actually eliminate or to get the teams cross if they need to. In fact, that particular cliff is actually a shortcut. If you don't want to use the boats, you can just swim over. But it was a smart move by EVOS VIP. In a way, they cut their looting stage, and then they went to areas where they are supposed to be, or at least get the timing right. And then they continued to loot a little bit more in farm, and at this moment, actually, there's a whole lot of teams clustering around, like what we can see here. It's empty for the north side. Actually, that's where Dingoz actually rotated smoothly, and honestly, I think Farang Lejund could have did the same thing, but unfortunately, they have to smell their brother somehow, and collided. So this is the thing that I was saying about the hard shift. A few teams have made engagement that the circle might close into Novo or even Sovnovska, but unfortunately, they did not survive. But let's look into Team Bosskur. They are the ones who actually went across, and our boy made it to top 3. What are the odds? But again, these are good calls from IGL, how they plan out the game very well. Axis actually surrounded themselves with a whole lot of teams, and I really recall the game style on how they play is similar to Infinity from Thailand. They are not afraid to take a lot of fights. Their play style is simply all about CQC, all about firepower, and they will go it all until we see them actually fall one by one. Again, it's a bit more greedy, but I would say it's okay that they are a bit greedy in a sense. They are testing the waters if they are surrounded over, especially in S5 or Season 5. Homebois, they were playing around the slopes. If you can see right now, they are not on the slopes yet. They are still in the compound, MAB sneaking their way in, similar to SEM9. This is before Axis actually wiped the entire team of SEM9 out. Like I said, they are playing very prominently, very, very feisty, showing the factor that because this particular place in Milta is super open and everybody can see you from anywhere, they know exactly where to target you, especially if a team were to crash in, like what happened to SMG, which did not happen because Jumper happened to be the first person in front, and he can frag and he can also scout very well. So that's, I would say, a bonus for Axis, choosing the right area to actually defeat the people or the teams that is around there. So this is the particular visual that I was saying about GENEXUS. They are very smart, you see. They are playing the compound very well. They separated 4 players in each different houses. They waited until the entire war is over. Geek also had a good formation, especially Damroot. He was using a very good premium tower. He's giving all the information towards Snipes. Snipes was just giving the execution while being at the lower ground. But we all know that at this point of time, the only way for Geek to win this chicken dinner if the circle falls onto them. But as of now, Damroot already know, what, we can't get a chicken dinner, we're just going to farm our way in, which is to get whatever farming that they can, which I think Snipes tried to do, but he's not, he's alone with 4 GENEXUS. I don't think that's going to be a fair match. So Mika, this is it. He actually wanted to flank out. He had no idea our boy was there, but this is what I say. He likes to work individually, even though it's a long range. He knows his ability, and he actually covers fire for his team. So he already kind of get information, and Mika also giving that information, that ideal information towards EVOS, that, don't come into this area yet, because yes, we have seen a Molotov being tossed over GENEXUS, and that was the cause, or at least the fall for Biu, because they were very much together, a pack, including EVOS VIP, but only EVOS VIP decided to spread out because of the information from Mika. So Mika, I understand why you are the MVP. Not only he's giving all the fragging, at the same time, he might not give a team contribution, but he's the key player. Okay, so here we go. Most elimination. 5 being a good support for Mika, like what I was saying earlier. Snappy and Loyu, same faces that we've seen before this, getting, like, I would say, MVPs and things like that. So I'm not really surprised on how they are the ones who are getting all these numbers, because even though GENEXUS might not show so much of a CQC fight, which is close quarter combat, but they managed to get information and try to strike whatever quarters or angles. If you guys see how they actually separated into the 4 different buildings just now. So it's really good that GENEXUS is able to take on fights like that. But really, I think Mika might just take that Terminator title for this season. We have seen a whole lot coming out from Mika, and this is honest point of view. He is showing a lot of, I would say, skillful act on his own, coming new into this season, but he's showing a whole lot of skill set. So I think this is definitely the time to shine for Mika. So yeah, this is our most eliminations and most damage. Wow. I think you need to change now because it's the same kind of people. But yes, there's a difference in the third person, which is Loong with 704 damages getting on with GENEXUS. Again, they are taking all different angles. They are getting damages here and there. Good point of contact. And EVOS Mika, even though he's separated, he's getting from a whole lot of informations. Before even they get into that final circle, Mika has always been one of the last few players to come in. Might be sometimes he's in front, but the shots that are coming in are super precise from Mika, and it will definitely give a huge damage. When you see a full health, which is white, when Mika decides to, spray onto, it will just gradually go down somehow. Okay, so now we are going to go on match number 3. And we have Group B, C, D, and E. So Group A will relax a little bit, chill. But this time we will see Group E welcoming them back up. And Filipinos, your teams is here. Your team is here to play. So this is the time where we are going to see KHI. You're going to show us your true potential right now in our very first Miramar. I really want to see how they are going to come back this time. But again, my prediction this time, because there's no Farang Legend, I'm going to go back to my country and I will support the boys, which is Almighty. Obviously, I have to support my country, right? But then again, the ones that will give you all the support in casting is our casters, Sir Cloud and Keith. Let's go.
Well, thank you. And how convenient would that be? Having no team to support on, being the 2 teams in Group A, that is Farang Legend and Clutch Guerilla. So finally, a tough choice to make here. But this is an easy one. I'm going to make it easy for you, and that is the brand new Realme GT2 Pro. Okay, go check that one out. I believe Realme is coming up with this really, really cool campaign, and they're trying to put themselves or market themselves up in the forefront as the tech trendsetter. Hence why they are actually partnering up with PUBG Mobile to come in and support the nurturing of young talents in esports.
And talking about nurturing, of course, to nurture, you need data. You need high-speed data to be exact. And of course, we'd like to thank our official digital telco partner, which is Yoodo, for providing that to us. And of course, we would like to invite you to switch over to Yoodo, because once you do that, you can get free 5 GB of high-speed data plus 20 GB of PUBG Mobile data to come along with it. And this is Miramar, where you can spend your high-speed data as well and play your own classic games.
Yeah, it's a huge map, so a lot of data is a good thing. And like Sir Cloud said, 20 gig just for PUBG Mobile is a bit of an overkill, but you know what I like to say? Better more than less.
Yeah, and these teams, they definitely need more elimination points, more placement points for themselves, and let's see who will get the next chicken dinner. And the flight path will begin, and I can't wait to see where this flight path will be. Will it be up north? Will it be up on the sides? Now, most of the circles recently has been a southern circle, so it's tough for teams on the northern side, and this is a fairly okay flight path for most of these teams, I'll say.
Yeah, it's an even split down in the middle here, so they can go either top or down. But however, like you mentioned, they don't reveal circles until after everyone's jumped off that plane. So things could be quite of a tricky situation here, cashing in their drop spots this early in the game. But however, that is all you can work with, seeing as though that this is Battle Royale. You always need to be flexible to adapt to whatever circle they do throw onto you. So we'll see how it goes by as it cuts through St. Martin.
So let's see, any major changes? So this time, El Pozo is going to be empty. No one's going to drop into it. I guess it's going to be a routine drop for most of these teams. I don't expect big changes, but what I can't wait is to see where the first circle is at, and that would definitely change a lot of things. Of course, the circle rules, and yeah, I guess it's probably going to be at least a good start for most of these teams. And talking about the circle, this is a similar circle as yesterday's Miramar, one of the rounds.
And just like yesterday, Axie's again being in favor of that circle here in Miramar. So we've seen how things did not repeat as history did dictate previously in a match of an Erangel. Well, maybe that might change up here as well.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, these teams are top teams, right? I'm very sure all these teams will adapt quickly. Like, you just give them a day, they just look back at the replays and like, okay, I'm going to do something different to counter you. And that's the interesting thing about PUBG Mobile. 16 teams change. And that's what makes it interesting. It's really, really hard to predict who will get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, especially, again, in a map like Miramar, it's so vast. Yeah, anything can happen. I honestly respect these players to be able to have everything in like photographic memory, right? And just assume that a team is there just based on previous info. That's how they work and operate. Because what we see isn't exactly what they see. And we are seeing Iron Pro trying to use his irons and trying to knock people down from the parachute itself, unfortunately. Just too far.
So Iron Pro with an iron sight.
Yeah. You like that one?
Yeah, I like that one. I got that one. I got that one. Yeah, but it's sometimes hard to hit that like moving object while he's parachuting down. It may look easy, but if you try it yourself, you need to control recoil, and the target is like a dot, like a dust on your screen, so it's kind of hard to hit. You gotta admire these players. Like I don't even know what they're shooting at, and they can hit something.
I'm pretty sure this is a warning shot. Now, take the name tag out of it. You see absolutely nothing. That's what they're looking at.
I see a dot, and that's about it.
How are these players doing it, man? There's a whole reason why they're calling me an old man with a poor eyesight, because I absolutely saw nothing on that screen. Kudos to them. They've adapted to it.
Kudos to them. That's why we're sitting here talking about them, and they're the ones actually playing the game.
We're talking about pixel perfect accuracy in the screen. That you're looking at one blip of a pixel moving. How do you catch that one?
And imagine like we're looking at a bigger screen, and they're looking at their phones, and they can still hit the target. It's insane.
Yeah, we can go all day just talking about how bad we are at the game, but I guess that's not the objective right now. We're trying to give you an entertaining broadcast here, and so talking about entertaining, that is ALMGHTY throughout week number 2. They have been stepping up big time from their way in week number 1. Week number 1, you could tell they were playing a bit more scared. They take the long routes, trying to avoid most of the situations they didn't want to get into. But now they're pushing on ahead front and actually taking trades out of that.
But another team that hasn't turned out as compared to last week is Team Bosskur. Last week they were bossing it, but as of yesterday, they haven't showed their best potential yet. They still have Zigzag though, which is kind of like their secret weapon. And Zigzag was the one carrying the team like for 2 seasons at least. Now, I guess they're playing without Zigzag because I think Zigzag is in his hometown. So he's not with the boys in the gaming house. So there could be a disparity in terms of communication, in terms of maybe latency. So that's why they're sticking to this lineup.
It's pretty unfortunate though, giving them, again, like we mentioned, there's no luxury in trying to stall every single game. So maybe Zigzag would want to get a ticket straight to the doorstep of Team Bosskur's gaming house because, well, I mean, they're not doing that bad. Let's be honest, right? We've seen how Naoki can clutch it out for the team anyways. And it always happens when we count them out as a non-existing threat. They always come in.
Yeah, I still remember one of the plays of last week was 2v3 against GENEXUS. Yeah, GENEXUS had everything, and somehow Team Bosskur just made it happen. And it was in Miramar. So they do know how to play Miramar. Let's see if anything changes today.
Yeah, and KHI as well, coming in with big changes week number 2. Pretty strong, got themselves their first ever winner chicken dinner. So that's something the Filipinos can be looking to march and celebrate for, but can they get more is another question here. Can they prove that the Philippines region, although they are the guest of honors, can they make it in with just the sheer skill alone being the only team from the region?
Earlier we had a glimpse of a Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. So as of now, they only managed to get 17 points. It's not to their expectation, being a team that has played in PMGC. what I think is the biggest change for Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals is that the inclusion of Voki. Obviously, he just joined the team this season. And not to say he's a bad player, but I think the previous lineup has this chemistry that I think they should just keep. Like what you said earlier on today. If it's not broken, you don't fix it.
Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, a lot of factors come into play. Maybe it's a management thing, I don't know. But however, I could understand on draft, a Voki in a team sounds like a crazy lineup, right? However, they do have to factor that chemistry does exist, and sometimes the most capable of players in your hand just doesn't match up to a bunch of players that work incredibly together.
Yeah. Out of all of us, you would know. You manage a bunch of teams.
Yeah, we're not here in the PMPL, so that's quite of a failure.
Well, let's not get into that. Yeah. Or maybe next season.
Oh, we'll see. Hey, don't be leaking out some sensitive information right now.
We're tinkling here, yeah?
Well, I shall not confirm nor deny any statements of allegation coming out from Sir Cloud. Please, you gotta stick around to find out.
Yeah, we gotta tickle the fans, right? We gotta get them like excited to know what's gonna happen next season, so they stick around with us.
Meanwhile, talking about tickling though, TABAH NC, this team, it seems like they're one of the best teams out here when it comes to reading the map. They always make their way into like the last few circles unscathed, which is impressive. Since, you know, when it's so dense, how do you make it across without actually getting into fights unless you read the map so well that you can pretty much pinpoint a position of the enemy?
Well, I guess that's where like homework is really important, right? Like you have to like predict where your enemies will stop, what are the common checkpoints, and even though you can't tell 100% where exactly everyone's at, but at least you have like even if you have like a 30 to 40% information or a prediction of where the enemy is at, that's good enough rather than having nothing and just roaming around blindly.
Yeah, and talking about roaming around blindly, it's not KHI.
Nope.
They are well within their meats right here, knowing that they still want to loot up a little bit more. It is Demigod, the guy who, by the way, last week, before the end of the week number 1, when Dingoz was on the interview, they actually called Demigod out.
Oh.
Personally, on stream. That was his parting words from the viewers, was to call Demigod out and wanting them to step up big time, and which they did.
They did.
They beat Dingoz to the chicken dinner as well.
Yes, and as of now, they're having the last laugh. They are above Dingoz.
Yep. So maybe that call out didn't age too well, I would say.
But that's why they are pros, right? I mean, they respond positively to criticism, and that's what puts them at the top. But talking about putting yourself at the top, Team Secret would need to win this fight to move up to the top.
Oh, both of them cooking up the nades here. Who's going to hit who first? Oh, tossed one out onto Zully. Unfortunately, that is not the one that connects. Meanwhile, another one gets tossed on in. Rensky tossing another one. I believe that's more smokes on being deployed. Can they look to push, though? Matoy, Big Brain, goes up onto the high ground, gets some vantage, but Team Secret, they're opening up. Fredo coming in from the flank side. Matoy just needs to buy time. This would be pretty detrimental for Team Hog, actually, if they do not make a rotation quick. As you can see, they are right now in between covers. Meanwhile, another fight's happening elsewhere here as they crashed in. That is Team Bosskur, I believe, up against EVOS.
Yeah, so there are 2 fights happening at 2 different areas now. The fight between Team Secret as well as Team Hog. Matoy goes down. He's been spotted out. And now it's going to be tough to pick up Matoy. Matoy is all alone at the rooftop as this advantage for Team Hog to take on Team Secret.
Yeah, damn ass. He's finally making a rotation out now. It's amazing to me how Team Secret is playing a bit more scared this time around. Nobody's making a rotation in, but they do finish up Matoy in the process. Do they even look for more, though? Because this is enough time for Team Hawk to actually come in and reposition. And it's now Fredo gets spots out through the window. Glimpse of it. Or railing. I don't believe there's glass there, but Nate gets tossed on forward and will not connect. That is going to be a feels bad moment, and he's a little bit way too deep to actually get out now. Team Secret, Fredo, might even have to make the sacrificial call unless he has enough utilities to smoke his way out of this situation.
That's exactly what he's doing. So he managed to retreat behind At this position, he has Kid as well as iShots to give him backup from left and right. Team Hawk, they want to dominate this. They want to get more elimination points, but it's still early. Don't get too greedy, Team Hawk.
You know what baffles me? I believe Kid saw Haikul running around in the open. He didn't take the shot.
I guess he didn't want to overpeak because he's alone at this compound, but looks like they're going in for Kid. And here we have it. fredo is going to come in from the other side, but damn, survives.
Survives, but for how long here? The Kid, he held his shot and now will pay the price as Team Hawk comes in to claim his soul here. They will have fredo trying to peek in, so they do realize that he's within the area. Ice shots coming in with the cover fire, but he's got to be careful. He's got flank side covered as well. Haikul coming in from the back end, cannot look to push any further here. They do have covers to play around with. Can he get the god of all nades to take out a bunch and maybe turn the tides here? fredo taking a bunch of shot. Nades actually popped onto Kid.
Oh, look at this cave. Brian is just on the other side. Brian could shoot ice shots from behind if he gets a good angle.
Well, yeah, all he has to do is take a shot. I think that's moral of the situation right now. Kid didn't take the shot, and now it seemed to be a wasted effort for the side of Team Secret. They could have at least maybe secured one kill. Sure, beats out losing all four for nothing.
Okay, so iShots tries to bail, but Haiko's right behind him.
Ooh.
And redONE, okay. I mean, we are in 2022, but flying cars don't exist yet.
I'm pretty sure they were just playing go-kart. They were just trying to crash onto each other. Meanwhile, the fight over Team Bosskur versus EVOS VIP continues here. EVOS has all four members with Mika, the great support, perched up on the hill in case of an overcommittal coming out from Bosskur himself. So it's going to be a hard push to push into them. And also, likewise, as it's probably going to be a stalemate, but talking about pushing in, the GENEXUS now crashes onto RSG.
Oh, GENEXUS playing like how they did yesterday. They see a compound, they know a team's there, they will just push in, they'll just crash in and dig those elimination points. Now Lung is bringing out a nade, and Kim will be gunned down by Snappy, and Kim will be the first casualty in this fight.
That's one down, 3 more to go here. Nade is being cooked up. Maybe they can get one. He saw the position. We will connect. That is Brian down. Not so rich anymore. BuBu going in for the straight pull. He's right behind the goal. He gets it. Reflexes of the gods. BuBu, experience over skill.
Oh, that's why he is the legendary player. BuBu. Nice time to look at RSG. Will be the second team to be eliminated. GENEXUS is still running rampage against other teams.
My god, this team is as lethal as they are on papers, although they didn't show up in week number 1. Week number 2, they're taking all the fights they can get.
I know, right? And they're still consistent. They got a second place finish before this. And now they are still on the roll. But now we move over to Almighty against Sem9 with a long range from Nasty. And Nasty takes out Farang, the captain of Sem9. This could be an opening for Almighty. Looks like Nasty will pick up the buggy, and they're going to go for it.
They will try. Nasty is going to have to make a very hard push uphill, though, with all Sem9 member covering him. Dep has got the information and going for the one-on-one. He will get it cleanly with no trades. Secures one as well. And that would be a deterrent for the likes of Almighty to push on any further, seeing as though they do not have the manpower to cover each other member right now. They might have to just put a halt to it.
And Mamparang will be revived now that Almighty only has 3 team members. They will put a halt to it, definitely. They're going to chill to the next circle, considering that we're going to be revealed the 4th circle soon. Sem9 will be playing the same game, but Jerome, he needs to take care of the team coming in from behind as the team behind them makes that rotation. But they're not going to push in just yet, as the 4th circle will not favor Almighty. It moves towards the northern side of water treatment.
Hey, KHI, meanwhile, on the other hand here, again, getting some points onto their names, finally popping off here. Can wave the Filipino flag a bit higher and prouder, seeing as though that they have really found their grooves well within the tournament. Right now at 39 points. They do, however, lost 2 members early on into this game.
Aris now making that rotation. They don't have the circle, but looks like they're going to push in. Deb trying to make that getaway, but Aris, will he be able to make it in time as Deb tries to run, tries to move away? Bosskur will crash into utilize 4 rivals together with Homebois in the same compound. 3 teams we're talking about here.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the bloodbath, but Bosskur, of course, takes the backside here. Does take down
As
Homebois Bar.
far.
Psycho. They're coming cleaning up in the back end and the front side. That is the entirety of Homebois. One more member left. Where could he be? And that is Team Secret actually eliminated. Homebois Tam is still well within there. Has got 4 rivals, or Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals to worry about though. Their chances of success is 0 to none. And they could even look to push on further as far. Look at that. The flank side has been covered by Ainoki and Aboy. As far going in from the front. Maybe a bit of a failed grenade there. That would just give them some sort of a warning, I guess. More time for them to recompose. But as for Bosskur, looking like they're in a strong position to take a fight. Appy gets Molotov down. They're pushing in. Psycho got the nade. He's cooking one up. Surely one peek to show it all, but in the back end, they take one down. Immediately have to respond. Nade hides one back. Ainoki finally into the fight here. We'll have 2 members on the front lines. Tries to push onto Yoodo Alliance 4 rival.
Oh, beautiful nade. They're coming in from Psycho. This could be an advantage taken in by Bosskur, but then again, at the same time, Appy is being picked up by April. Now they'll be playing as a duo. Team Bosskur, 5 elimination points for them. Psycho keeping his nade for himself. April will be gunned down by Ainoki. Now it's down to Appy. Can he clutch this? Appy will not be able to do it, and Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, unfortunately, will be eliminated fairly early on at 12th place.
And we were just talking about Team Bosskur and how when we count them out, here they are, 7 kills already, only 4th circle in. They've won numerous team fights on their own. This is one heck of a feat to do. Can they pull this one off all the way to the end? That is going to be a game changer. TABAH NC now in a very small compound here, but will be able to be gatekeeping some of these teams, and one of them is ALMGHTY, who is quite in a sticky situation. Will have to leave sooner than later. Meanwhile, Axis, perched out in the middle, has eyes across the valley.
Oh, now Flax, the good news is that NC, they are in the circle. So they can chill for now. They can wait for the next circle, but it could go anywhere. Now, Dingoz, they have the high ground. So wherever the circle goes, it's still an easier way for them to enter the circle, considering that it's easier to move from top to bottom rather than bottom to top. So now everyone's just chilling, waiting for the right moment, and that will come in a few more seconds.
Yeah, but this is a Miramar. Going downhill is just as lethal as trying to push uphill here, as you are widely in the open and it's just a spray trace downwards to take you off. But we'll see how they rotate as the circle playing around hillside here. Axe looking very scary right now.
Oh, EVOS VIP needs to move as well. And right in front of them, there are a couple of other teams. You can see the Team Heart, Dingoz, GENEXUS, as well as Bosskur. Right in front of EVOS VIP. 30 more seconds on the clock. They need to make a decision. When are they going to move? At the same time, we can see that Bill takes down Ricky. So there will be a fight here between GENEXUS and Dingoz. At the same time, it's time to take one down from Bosskur. Bosskur will be able to get away.
Yeah, maybe got clipped there with the terrain here, hitting the ground. So unfortunately, that did not pave its way into a potential opening. And as I was talking about moving downhill, it is not easy to do. Now that GENEXUS has got eyesight, sure, you have the advantage in the high ground if they were pushing up. Now that you're trying to make your way down, you have 0 covers, and it's so easy to snipe down a running downhill target.
And GENEXUS, they're playing this slow, so they're playing the gatekeeping role right now, not allowing Dingoz to move at all. At the same time, we can see that MAB Esports, 5 elimination points for them. They're getting something somewhere else. Loyu tries to get one out of Team Heart. Zuli, his vehicle will be exploded by Loyu. And that is one for GENEXUS, but the fight is not over yet as Team Heart crashes in.
I don't think you want to push onto GENEXUS. Look at all the high ground advantage they have been shooting through the windows. Their turret. A nice nade takes out 2. One more left alive. High cool. Oh, and nade gets tossed into the purge house. Will they get him? They will, and finishes the job. It is Loyu. This man has been carrying the weight of GENEXUS for the longest time.
Oh, at the same time, Ate is right out in the open. Snappy knows exactly where Ate is at, and Ate will be pressured by the zone. 10 elimination points already for GENEXUS. They are on the roll. And now Dingoz will be eliminated by GENEXUS as well. MAB Esports, they are playing by the edge of the circle. ALMGHTY, unfortunately, will fall.
My God, GENEXUS, who would have slept on them in week number 1? we are definitely biting our tails now as the fan favorites, the one that held so much mystery and potential, is finally showing themselves at full force, and it doesn't seem like they're slowing down. 10 kills, 11 now on their name. Can they get more? They still have all 4 members alive, and it goes that they made their way into the circle and occupied the high ground. They have eyes on Bosskur and EVOS VIP.
Oh, not good news for EVOS VIP, but they're trying to take their chances. Looks like Razor crashing into the other side in the compound of Bosskur, but Bosskur is ready for it. Armor will take down Razor. This is sort of like a revenge. Mika will be gunned down. Sam is the last man standing for EVOS VIP. Not much for him to play with, and EVOS VIP will be eliminated. 8th place for them in this round.
And of course, that last shot from the high ground, Lejund takes one out here. Impossible advancement with the high ground they have, and they can look to capitalize more. It is Axis right now who is in quite the pickle. They do have the high ground again, dealing with another team, but can they go up against the likes of GENEXUS here? Heino probably have an idea, but it is looking like GENEXUS might be the bigger shark here.
Oh, Axis, Red One, only playing with Heino as well as Kacang Susu. They do have the high ground advantage though, but they need to be careful. There's another team lurking on behind, and that's NSEA. But talking about another team, Bosskur as well. They don't have the circle. The circle shifts to the middle. They need to find their way uphill, and it's never easy to fight against uphill, especially against GENEXUS.
Oh, Lejund has got a great sense of
Psycho.
Great game sense, actually. Already taken one down. He can push down more. Whoa. And my God, again! This man, somebody give him an award already. He should be the MVP in this match. I don't care what anyone says.
He already has 8 elimination points out of 15 from GENEXUS. Basically, he got half of the team's eliminations.
And that bought some time. That fight itself by him single-handedly just giving way for GENEXUS to go in for the revive. Oh, as I said, another member gets taken out. They did get one of the revives up. Long again with the nades. This guy just does not know how to quit. He sent at least 3 teams down to the lobby.
Oh, SMG now putting pressure on to GENEXUS. They do have the high ground advantage, and they do have the circle at the same time. This could be the game for SMG, but the bad news is that they're playing with only 3 team members. Now, the other teams on the outside as well, MAB as well as NC, they still need to work their way in.
The circle is closing up. Time is not on anyone's side here. And GENEXUS, despite all that advancement, they got each and every one of the members up. And if you take a look at the minimap, it is GENEXUS who has the advantage right now. They're not surrounded. Team SMG has got too much to deal with. GENEXUS Long takes one off again. They're just spraying whatever's right in front of their eyes, GENEXUS.
And after all those fights, GENEXUS still maintain all 4 of their team members still in full squad. How did they do that? It's insane, it's crazy. And now NC managed to slip in somehow, but the nade onto Anik. Anik is on the low ground, and Anik will be burned down by Maki.
Oh, I want to see GENEXUS take over the entire map. They got to spread out a little bit. Right now, I get it. They're strong. They're aggressive together. Their entry have been paying off. But this is the point in the game where you need to exude some sort of control. They have to spread out. They are too close to comfort right now. But MAB will look to push. Maybe SMG Mile will fall onto the hands of MAB or either GENEXUS himself. But he will not fall down without a fight here, seeing as though he is the last martyr for the group. Circle does closest GENEXUS.
And here we go. So the fight, oh yes, the circle is onto GENEXUS. GENEXUS has the circle. They have everyone. They still have a full squad. But then again, let's not put our hopes up high just yet. They have dropped the ball before. It has happened in Miramar. But this is a different GENEXUS that we're talking about too.
Look at that. Now they're positioned. The entire circle. It's theirs for the taking. Everyone else, you're fighting for second place, and they will do. Miles tries to go in with the backstab, gets punished. Maki with a great cover from their end, but now they just revealed their location. GENEXUS can just look to push on 4th, or even just held their ground for as long as they can. Axis pushing on as well. Surely the teams up in the north side will have to meet each other and take each other out first.
I mean, look at the spread by GENEXUS. Now they have the entire circle covered. MAB will need to fight with Axis. Axis fights with MAB. GENEXUS just needs to wait as the circle starts to close in. And now it will be a fight between 2nd and 3rd place as Kacang Susu shoots and takes out Dipta.
Like I said, you're playing for second place at this point. There is nowhere you're taking away the advantage that GENEXUS has, but the blue zone has been coming in.
Here we go,
in a bit of a situation here. Tries to go in. The cover fire is there from the shed. It's Hey Noob, but can they take one down? It goes down to the fight of mechanics. It seems like it will trade the way of MAB, who might just claim themselves second place guaranteed.
Now, of course, hopes. Don't put your hopes out just yet as Bill tosses out Ning onto Iftar, securing that elimination point. Now it's 2v4, John together with Malky against the entire team of GENEXUS. Spots out John, and John will succumb himself to the zone. And there you have it! GENEXUS, no way they're gonna drop this ball. It will not happen again. This is GENEXUS, super consistent, and look at the amount of eliminations, Keith.
Insane performance coming from the star-studded team. When PUBG mentioned it was coming back to competitive, no one in their minds would have thought they would be this good, especially with a lineup who didn't really pop off while they were named Team Wales. And now, over here, they're looking like they're on a different league.
And Loyu, man, this guy, he has found his inner Loyu-ness.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't even know what I'm talking because this team is just crazy right now, Keith.
But I get the sentiment. Loyu, this guy, he sent 3 teams to the lobby. Need we say more? That is majority of the kills already. I'm pretty sure when he comes out as MVP, because I'm pretty sure he's going to be MVP, it's going to be at least 50% team contribution. Without further ado, let's take a look at all the GENEXUS foreplay or outplay, whatever.
And welcome back from that awesome match of Mirama. And that circle, it's not just by luck, guys. But I know why GENEXUS was consistent enough. It was, I would say, by the book, which I will break it down to you guys later. But first things first, let's check out about our Royal Pass, which is X Warframe. So in case you guys have not played Warframe, you don't have to play that game because you can just enjoy the outfits that is provided from PUBG Mobile with the new Royal Pass. So collect these outfits while it lasts, because you know, even though one season is about, let's just say, a month plus, but sometimes when you play too much of PUBG Mobile, suddenly it's at the end of the pass. So you gotta grab them now while it lasts. Okay, so collaborations with all these new outfits, and that is actually like not just the outfits, there's also collectibles of like the backpack and etc, because you know Royal Pass, they have like when you go through a certain level and then you get to collect a few things, so it's actually a whole lot of it inside the new Royal Pass. Okay, so go and grab them now while it lasts before the Royal Pass ends. So how did the game, or how should I break it down to you guys? Which I will tell you together with the map later. I do want to see the match rankings, but honestly, I have to give it to a GENEXUS, even though, yes, it was a little bit by the book circle, but they did it very well because, you know what, like what the casters was saying, Sir Cloud and Keith is saying about, you know, the four of them working together and they are using each and every role very well. They were working together as a team. So that's why they got 20 elimination points. Like I said, there's something that was by the book. That's the reason why they're getting a whole lot of elimination points is because of that particular circle also. So MAB getting at number 2 because they were sneaky at the back. They were right behind a few teams that was on the lower part of the circle. So I think it's pretty normal for MAB to come in at the very last few minutes, similarly to NSEA and Farang Lejund. And they get to steal about 9 elimination points because of the firepower that was greater than Axis, who only had Heinop and Kacang Susu. They managed to survive on the top. And then we've got, of course, Bosskur with that wonderful push. I think that was a really good, I would say, yes, it's a third-party gameplay, but it was the good timing when they came in together with, of all people, Homebois. That's another like a family civil war, I would say. And then we've got NSEA at number 5, SMG, Sem9, Team Hug at number 8. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals who have not been stepping up their game today. Honestly, I don't know if it's a bad day or they're just not getting the momentum yet. KHI got eliminated also along the ways while coming into that particular fortress. I think it's just a very, I would say it's a hard circle, but it's really based on who comes in first. Yeah. And then we've got EVOS, ALMGHTY, Dingoz, Homebois, Team Secret, and also RSG. So yes, Loyu is the MVP with 25.7 team contribution, being the last man behind. A whole lot of damages was collected. Of course, I just really want to tell to you guys on how this particular match was just by a textbook or by the book kind of circle, because a whole lot of teams was actually climbing up that hill. And you know what, let's just keep it for that a bit later. But MVP points is 3.6 and elimination is very good because he is also alert and he knows his game instincts is on, I would say, it's really sleek. He knows exactly where to expect enemies he's going to lurk from. So that's the reason why he's getting all these points ahead, being the MVP. Though team contribution not much because he has to stay back a little bit or further away from his teammates that is actually perched on top, because there will be more people that is going to climb up as compared to people going down from the hillside. And plus they've got the circle, so all they need to do is guard the fences or the barriers around them. Weekly rankings, GENEXUS again being very, I would say, not contribution, but consistent at number 1 with 62 eliminations. That's crazy actually, guys. It's only, this is our 3rd match of day 2 and equivalent to our week 2, 6 matches. I think they have already played. Wait, is it 6? No, it's 7 matches already, and they've got 62 elimination points. That's a bit crazy. Access rate 1, you know, they're still there, so similarly to Geek and Sem9. But on page number 2, a whole lot of teams is going up and down, but not big of a difference. KHI joining in. I'm sure they did not expect this. They want to go back into page number 1, so you guys know what to do. Drop them a DM, give them your support, especially for the Filipino supporters. This is where you guys will have to come in to give them that support, because they can do it once, they can do it one more time. Okay, so are you ready for the quick recap by Sis Jenny? Of course, I have analyzed this game very well. It started with a north circle. It closes right into the center where Crater Fields is and Hacienda El Patron. And if you guys remembered, the circle actually closes into Crater Fields. That's the reason why this is actually a, I would say, a hard circle, because it only has one peak on the top, and everyone else will have to climb up a very sharp slope on top of that particular slope that I'm talking about. So GENEXUS, they have made rotation, not much, I would say, at least about 100 or 200 meters from where the circle is, and they actually, chase out from one. The strength for GENEXUS is actually the CQC. So a whole lot of teams is coming towards them, and that is their strength. They are like they are good when it comes to a 1v1 battle. And if you guys remembered how they actually clear up Team Huck and things like that, it's usually a very close combat. If it's like probably a long shot or something like that, I don't think this is the similar strengths that you would see from GENEXUS, but they are able to do it, no doubt. I'm just saying that this is the strength for GENEXUS. That's the reason why their elimination points was really crazy, 20. So now, this is where the circle starts to get serious, and we can see that slope particularly on why it's a by the textbook. Because when teams go up slopes, they come in together one by one. Why? Because that route is very, it's a safe route to come in. And then you have Loyu, you have people from GENEXUS guarding the back. So one by one will go down like a domino, because the teams will come up together, similarly as how teams actually from the lower part of the portion of the hills that they have, they will climb up the same way. You've seen how MAB came up, you've seen how Team Bosskur came up, so that's the reason why I'm saying that this is by the textbook, where all these teams that is not on the peak will not get that chance to actually frag it out like how GENEXUS have performed. In fact, Farang, if he had more than one member, I think he would be that barricade for GENEXUS to not let them enter, because he has the pick. Similarly to Axis and NC. But the difference is that Axis got comfortable because of a compound, hoping that the circle would be on them. That's the reason why they did not come out from that compound, thinking that they're still in hopes that I would do the same way of what Axis is showing also. I mean, I would stay in a compound if I know that this is the last few circles. But now you can see a few teams are scattered outside. Again, all of these teams are in hopes that, the circle will be on them. This is when you see MAB climbing up that particular textbook that I'm saying. Moki is actually he's doing a flanking and he's trying to cover his team from the back. But by this time, it's already too late for him to climb up, because people from the top, GENEXUS, already have information of exactly where Moki is. So it is really an advantage for GENEXUS, knowing that they have that firepower and they have that particular pick, and they made use of it very well. That's the reason why this chicken dinner really belongs to them. Honestly, for me, I think it is a good game, and I like it on how they are performing in this with 20 elimination points. So guys, if you like what you're seeing, you want more, we still have 2 more matches. Stay tuned, because we're going to go for a quick break. See you.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
Hello everybody and welcome back to our Pro League MYSGPH, and I am your host / analyst Sis Jenny. So what you have seen, we have already witnessed 3 matches already being played: Sandhawk, Erangel and Miramar. We are about to witness another Miramar, and last but not least we end with Erangel. So honestly, today's game has been, I would say, a lot of these teams have been using their skill sets. It's coming out. I'm starting to see that they're utilizing each and every role very well. From Geek Fam to GENEXUS to EVOS. Even Axis have been showing since yesterday also. So I'm seeing a lot of skill sets that is coming out from each and every player, including the new blocks and the old blocks. But this is our post-eliminations, and most eliminations. We got 9 from Low U. Again, this is, I think, I would say, Keith's favorite crony. But yes, GENEXUS with 9. But you guys, you do realize at the top, they are actually showing the roles that individually play. So Low U is actually the support. Moki is a fragger, and Pew Pew is actually a scouter. So even being that support at the back is still important, even though you are a support, because even if you are a support role, you have that key where you have to be the backbone of your team. You have to watch the backs of each and everybody, especially when the circle was of as such, coming up hills. A lot of teams would be coming from the bottom as compared to the top. But Nwoki, with 5 eliminations, he was doing a very good cover. Just now, I didn't expect him to rotate out. Usually, probably I think support would do that. But because I think he knows there's no way up easily, that's the reason why he's trying to get whoever decides to lurk out, and he would try to get at least a knockout or finish up with the entire elimination. Biu coming in 4, I'm not surprised also, he has been like this, he has been also in front, usually doing that CQCs, but this is where the damage is in. So we can see, I think this is our twin tower in KLCC. Yeah. So this is the twin tower we are looking at with 20 elimination points, 2,641, a whole lot of damage there for the entire team coming in. It's literally looking over every teams here. Nobody is matching up to GENEXUS again with the kind of analysis I did. Something it's about by the textbook, but they were doing it well. Axis not coming in too close, but they're still, they're being they're using their wits in it for this particular match. But this one is the match that we are about to witness after this. And Group A is coming back in. No Group B, so Group B will take a chill pill a little bit, which is Team Secret, Sam9, GENEXUS, and Homebois. So the rest of them will still be playing. And we've got our ALMGHTY from Singapore and KHI from Philippines in this match that we're about to witness in Miramar. So remember guys, if you are from each country or you are from a different country, do support all these teams, especially if you see a potential team, because you can never guess that they are the ones who is going to be hot in the next season. But this is my prediction. One more time, I will show you Farang Lejund as my prediction, because, I have seen them for a few seasons, and that's the reason why I'm supporting them. They are also a skillful team, but unfortunately for this season, they have not climbed up yet. But I'm sure they will do a comeback, because one thing's for sure for Farang Lejund, they are the kings of comeback. And I will challenge that they will come back one day. My belief is that strong. So anyways, you guys, do follow, like and share. And if you are from YouTube, do subscribe. Or even follow us in all these different portals and all these different social media platforms. Now I'm going to pass it over to our handsome casters, Keith and Sikla.
Well, at least I get the handsome too this time. And welcome back to the PMPL, ladies and gentlemen. And round 4 will be where the players will play in the next round.
Yeah, and it's lucky, good news for the rest of the teams, because this round is a round where GENEXUS will be taking the seat and let things all play out, which means the door is wide open. Maybe even for Farang, who didn't get the chance to play previously, to try and show up, step up and show what SysGeni had believed in them.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen, right? Like, you take a break, you refresh yourself, you regroup, you discuss on the strats for the upcoming round, and, you know, they could probably step up the game.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing's for sure, if SysGeni keeps voting on a single team, eventually she's going to be right somehow.
True that.
One way to make sure you get things into your direction. Hey, what's going on? You're with me, Keith, and together it is Sir Cloud here for the PMPL MYSGPH. And my God, was that the highest kill count for a single chicken dinner?
I think it is. For this season, it's 20. Yeah, I think it is. And for an individual 9 elimination points, I think it's the highest as well.
GENEXUS, man. They came in a bit weaker in week number 1. RSG was holding that record with 17 kills for the longest time. That was top today.
That was top, and what a performance. And it's back-to-back. In Eranga, they got 2nd place. This time, they finished with a chicken dinner. Who knows what's going to come up in the next round? Of course, they're not going to play right after this, but they're going to play in round number 5.
Yeah, I mean, previously, after the first game of today, already they surpassed Axis redONE, who, by the way, had 3 chicken dinners yesterday alone. How do you nullify that without just with sheer performance on your own? Their aggression earned them all the elimination points, and with this staggering record-breaking high that they just achieved, man, they've got a comfortable lead on the top.
Yeah, Axis redONE isn't doing that bad as well. They got a 2nd place finish earlier on, so fans of Axis redONE, yes, no chicken dinner, but don't be discouraged because, yeah, they're still fairly okay today. 2nd place finish ain't that bad, but let's see what's going to happen here in Miramar as Axis redONE will be playing, but GENEXUS will be taking a break.
Maybe this could be them to redeem themselves. Maybe this opens more door for the rest of the teams to come in to show their hands here in the map of Miramar. But one thing's for sure, Miramar is full of sand and full of names that I can hardly pronounce, and that's why we're gonna be flying over this sandy desert full of dunes and hope for the next winner chicken dinner here in day number 2, the last Miramar map of the day, the 2nd last game to be played. And my God, look at that split down from Minas del Sur through Los Lunes.
Oh, this is not good news for teams who like to drop up north. So we have KHI who likes to drop in Torre Achumada, but yesterday, because the flight path didn't favor them, they drop into Los Higos instead. Doesn't look like they are going to drop into Los Higos again. They might want to drop somewhere in between, maybe a junkyard or so, and hit their way up Torre Achumada. But then again, dropping into Power Grid is not a bad idea as well, because Sem9 isn't playing too.
Oh, that is a good point. It is up for the taking here. It is opened. However, do we have anyone dropping down onto this island where Minas del Sur stays? I know it's a huge rarity. I've seen some teams occupy the location once or twice, but never really fully commit. I guess going through choke points isn't the best strat here, but maybe if you're playing it a bit late, you want to give it a shot, seeing as though this is the kind of circle you got. We all know that some of these teams like to play by the coastline because you only have one direction to worry about. Having the other side, you could confidently rule out as a potential fragging open spot or weakness.
Yeah, that is a consideration as well for some of the teams, and that's why they pick this kind of spot. They don't need to worry about what's behind them. They just need to focus on what's in front. And back in the day, I remember like maybe last season or last 2 seasons, Bosskur, they like to drop into the areas of prison, that island. But this time, nah, they changed their strats. But talking about changing strats, so KHI dropped into Impala. This is a change of strat from KHI, as well as Axis as well. This is not their regular drop spot. They're just taking over Homebois.
I mean, the flight path wasn't regular, so maybe there was a detour or a transit. But one thing that's for sure, we got to see Axis go up against KHI, and that's quite the treat to be seen here. Can the Filipinos clutch one off again? This is Axis, though, the 3 times triple chicken dinner yesterday. It's not going to be an easy fight, and H2R, a lot has been said about this kid. Can he follow through the expectations, though? Already some damage being traded their way, but it seems to go the side of Axis as they take one down, and that's the key player of KHI going down.
Yeah, the key player has been taken out. Now it's down to the last 3 members of KHI. Now that Axis has information that, okay, this is confirmed to be KHI, are they going to go for it? And Axis, they're a team that's known to have strong firepower. I don't think they'll back out of this fight.
I don't think they will too, especially now that they have the numbers advantage. They should probably look into forcing the issue here. Just push on to the likes of KHI. Just make it happen. Secure that points onto your team. I mean, they've already got a good lead in the previous one, 2nd place. Not too shabby, like you mentioned. And they were also at 2nd place in the overall. This, I mean, wiping this entire team could be what puts them on top.
Yeah, okay. They already got like what? With that elimination, they are the first team to receive 3 digits in terms of overall.
GENEXUS didn't hit?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Okay, I don't remember to be honest. But at least from what we see from the ranking points out of 16
currently,
teams,
yeah.
They are already 100.
Man, triple digits, triple chicken dinners. It seems like the stars are about to align here with only 3 left from KHI to be taken away and sent back into the lobby. Can they do so successfully, though? Homebois, he's got his eyes towards the compound in which Axis resides, so he kind of do have an idea in case if they do look to commit.
Well, KHI, I think they'll be hoping for Axis to leave this area. I mean, we are still in the first circle, so overextending in this town is not a good idea as well. But then again, if you kind of think about it, it's in this circle, so they can at least play until the 2nd circle, maybe. They can still take their time to take out KHI, but you gotta still do it fast.
Yeah. They gotta do it fast, yet here they are in a stalemate. Not the most productive of movements here. ALMGHTY, meanwhile, already making a move well within. Going for the next compound, continuing the loot as they try to fatten up before the circle gets any tighter.
So ALMGHTY. Now, today, it's an up and down day for ALMGHTY.
Still better than what they were in week number 1. They were
True.
avoiding everyone else in week number 1.
In fact, arguably, they were better than yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. And at this moment, ALMGHTY, 23 points in the bag. Well, but if you kind of think about it, right, ALMGHTY is above Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. They are above a PMGC team.
A team that was pretty scary in week 1 too.
Yeah.
So I guess, again, this format's unforgiving. It seems anyone can be on the top spot. Oh, Homebois. He's got good game sense. He's going to be lopping one over. Will it clip? Oh, my God. You're in the wrong place at the wrong time, sir. Takes him out with a nice lopped grenade, and it looks like he's looking to finish the job. He's got to be careful, Micah. You got to get out of there. Get out of there, man. Another one goes in, but the smoke blinded his advancement. That's going to be 1 confirmed kill, and Kachang Susu now in trouble. Needs to be picked up. Don't stay by the window. Surely, that's how you went down.
Oh, okay, that's kind of textbook-ish if you ask me. Like, the person's knocked there. You don't go there. You ask the person to come to you instead. Instead of you going there, the second name will be on top of your head. So that was a mistake there coming in from Axis.
Well, they just turned pretty sour. Surely the tides have changed
Here we go.
It's now Order going in for the 1v1, and it won! KHI, they're coming out of this trade happily.
And Jumper, how is he going to get out of this? Now, Jumper is the one on the outside, so he'll be pressured by the zone if he don't move. There's no way he can pick up Hey Noob that's currently in the open. KHI has turned things around.
And this 2 team has got a personal rivalry at each other too. So someone's going to come out with the bragging rights on top, and it's looking like it might just swing the side of KHI.
Looks like Demigod will be saying, hello, Jumper, again and again after this. I'm sure Demigod's like, oh, I want to get Jumper. Jumper is the last man standing now. And he's going to go, hello, Jumper, before you take him out.
You got the accent down to the teeth here. Oh my God. This has turned in for the worst for the side of Axis. How could they have made such a blunder? could have gone their way. Could have been an easy leap up forward, and now they're just probably going to be held back at 100 points if they do not get any more trades at that.
Yeah, it was the second nade. The issue was the second nade. The first nade was, okay, that was great play coming in for KHI, but the second nade was a mistake from Axis themselves, and that gave KHI the upper hand. So now it's down to Jumper, and looking at the current situation, it's going to be hard for him to get out of this.
I don't think he can, if I'm being honest. Well, you gotta win some and lose some, and I guess this time the bragging rights goes to the side of the Philippines. KHI Esports, they wave their banner. Meanwhile, Team Bosskur again making their rotation in the circle around Junkyard, or Graveyard. I think that's Junkyard, yeah. Seemingly wide in the open. And meanwhile, over in Picado, Team Hunt occupies the entire ground. So some people are more peaceful than others. They do not share a single compound and they live solitarily.
Look at this. The master himself is in the house to show you how it's done. So Boyka is making his debut for Team Hawk, and this is his first appearance in the PMPL.
Just a little quick history about Boyka. This guy was the coach for BTR during BTR's heyday when they were just crushing everyone in the scene. And here he is trying to bring that knowledge back down onto the MY region. However, it doesn't translate so well.
Well, I mean, he still has that, what would we call it? The
brains.
Global winners badge.
Yeah, he does.
He still has that, so we can't discount it. But, interestingly, Haynoob has been picked up. I didn't expect that.
Well, so I guess KHI, maybe they're the ones who make the blunder themselves.
Yeah, they didn't push.
Nobody has the bragging rights just yet, but they're mad. They're mad about it. They're pretty angry. Oh my god, circles are closing. They hung around a little bit too long. I got a feeling no one's coming out of this a victor. Both these teams might just go out too soon because of this personal vendetta.
And the worst thing is that Haynoob, he doesn't have any first aids. He's just tanking out the blue and there's nothing for him to recover. I have a bad feeling about this, Keith.
Sure, given it's just a level 2 circle, I get it, but man, Haynoob without a first aid, when have we ever said that? He was the healer in Sandhawk most of the time. So him without a first aid is pretty surprising. Meanwhile, Homebois tries to go in with a tricky play though from the top side. Maybe disorientating them a little bit here with the footsteps. Goes in for the jump. Oh, the window shot! Paid the price very severely as more members try to jump down here. But Homebois wipes them clean too soon. Is Axis redONE, and it has been confirmed. The bragging rights goes to the side of the Philippines.
Yep, and it's Hello Jumper from Demigod. And now we have Damn Cutie going up against Virgil. So Virgil tries to get away, but Jenny has sight on the Virgil. Virgil down to 50% health, but Virgil with the bike speeds off into the sunset.
Yeah, he's driving definitely into the sunset, but also into the blue storm. So he's gonna pay the price heftily for that one, surely. It's level 2, not too detrimental, I suppose. Could have been that or his entire life and chance to play in the game. So he took the lesser of two evils. He will not be counted out just yet, at least. Team Bosskur now 3 members here. Where is the 4th? They've lost 1, actually.
Yeah, they lost our boy. We didn't get visual on that. I think it was very, very early on. But what I noticed as well just now, Volky is playing, so he is in replacement of Riff. So it's kind of interesting to see that, okay, last week Volky, when he played, he replaced Ipul, and now he's replacing Riff. Like, Volky is like this utility player that you just replace anyone with him.
That's actually a very interesting question to ask, right? Like, if you were to replace Volky with anyone in the team, how? You have such a star-studded lineup that you're hesitant to replace anyone. Riff is a sharpshooter. Appy has his moments as well. We remember watching him on Miramar just shooting everyone down from the top.
Yep.
How do you replace anyone from the entire team?
Exactly. But I guess the one-to-one replacement, because he has an IGL background, is him replacing Appy. If not, there'll be 2 IGLs, you kind of think about it. So that is the best one-to-one replacement. But it's interesting to see that he's replacing Riff instead. So technically, now they're playing with 2 IGLs. And historically, that doesn't work out well.
Yeah, maybe they can go with a 2-2 split, see who's the better leader, which duo could claim the most kills, or maybe suffer from the, I guess the ego at hand here, trying to one-up one another. It's a competition, but it's got to be healthy and it needs some sort of teamwork to come in. Now, talking about bringing IGL in with the introduction of Boyka, I'm actually very, very curious to see how they can play things out. Surely, again, just to recap that the stack of team under Boyka usually performs really well in the first week. Back then when there was Super Weekend. Comes the next week, they kind of flop. But so far, I haven't seen a bright moment for Team Huck.
Yeah, they haven't got a standout moment. Yes, they got a chicken dinner, but it's not one of those flashy chicken dinners like GENEXUS.
Yeah.
Like with 20 eliminations, like they were bulldozing everyone. But he replaced Damn Cutie in the lineup, and I think it's a needed replacement for a Team Huck. I mean, what we have seen in previous seasons is that the moment the team goes down, he comes in, he brings them back up for maybe 1 or 2 rounds. They get the momentum, he goes back out again, and they continue on that momentum. So I think it's a needed substitution for Team Huck.
Yeah, definitely a breath of fresh air. Maybe just get the morals up a little bit because they kind of need it at this point, although they're not suffering too bad. Right now, number 6 in the ranking of the teams that are playing. So I mean, they might be overshadowed because they're not doing that bad, but it just feels like it because they haven't had the chance in the spotlight. Same goes to ALMGHTY, although they did get someone fell off.
Well, that's a team that got into the spotlight, but not for the right reasons. SMG. Well, good news is that they're no longer at the bottom, but some teams have one game extra as compared to them, so we'll see at the other day. But SMG, it's a better day than yesterday at least.
Yeah, but they only have 5 points difference from the bottom any time. Now with the introduction of Voki, you kind of have to be worried. With the sort of damage Voki can bring, we've seen teams under his leadership reign supreme, and now that he's playing in active role, you can't be comfortable if you're Team SMG. In fact, if you're down in a bottom 4, bottom 5, or a second draft, there's no chance for you to be complacent. It's always an uphill battle for you at every game.
Yeah, and imagine the expectation that comes with Team SMG. I mean, if you talk about the brand of Team SMG, they're like this team that's been around for quite a while. And I'm sure there's a lot of expectation when it comes to them, whether it's from the management, whether it comes from the fans. So they need to translate that expectation into a performance.
Yeah, and we might just see a performance of a lifetime here as a 3-way skirmish might just occur over in the previous compound. Meanwhile, MAB does scouts out some of the members from Geek Fam. Love taps, warning shots. That's all they could afford right now, but you gotta be careful. It seems like Geek Fam has the deep end of the circle, but John takes on to QB. Surely, although you have the deeper end of the circle, this doesn't seem like a nice situation to be in, because that just means go time for the rest of MAB, who's just pushing straight on through. Iftar going in with the entry, with the vehicle ahead, will come out. Can he win the trade here? He does have a nade, not going to go in for the mechanical 1v1 play. QB has been resurrected to life. Can they close or turn this one around for their sights? Oh, they've got sights. Catches on the same, but not a confirmed kill just yet.
Not just yet, but they got a good one on their opponent now. They do not have the circle shift kinda to the left, but not too far, at least for MAB. They just need to finish out the fight. Snipes is on the other side though, trying to give that long range cover to his teammates. But MAB well aware of Snipes not pushing in too far.
But man, look at how Geek Fam played that. They went bypassed MAB and immediately they're smack dab inside the circle. It's like they know how to read this a lot, and I always tribute that to QB, being the IGL, all these calls that you make. Sure, they're in a sticky situation, but look, in the end of the day, they didn't lose a single member, and now they're well within compounds. However, I wouldn't say they're out of the fire just yet, as so many teams currently surrounds them.
Farang Lejund seems to be dropping like flies somewhere else, but now we have Helton as well as Boy, the last 2 team members of Farang Lejund. No elimination points yet for them, but at the same time, SMG, they're not in a good position. KHI, 5 elimination points. Wow, doing fairly well.
Yeah, they're moving up the leaderboards each day, man. And this is only day 2 out of the 5 that they will be playing throughout the entire week. So KHI, more often than not, this is already a good job, well played for them. comparatively to what they brought to the table last week. Meanwhile, TABAH and NSEA, they were one of the stronger teams coming in, seeing as though they had quite the momentum. However, that momentum is slowly dwindling out as day goes by.
It's the same story with Team Bosskur as well. They just got eliminated, so no placement points for them. Not too sure what just happened, but now we're giving focus onto NSEA versus R2K, while ALMGHTY is waiting on the other side. ALMGHTY, they do not have the circle. The zone is starting to close in, so R2K is playing the gatekeeping role.
Well, this is what they're good at, though. Sheer lethal firepower. R2K, and they have the circle with a vehicle inside. They can stay here all day and get out as soon as they want to. However, right gatekeeping them though. The ones in green, they're waiting. They're waiting for R2K. So R2K, if they don't see this going anywhere, they might as well just take a ticket out of here.
Oh, it's not good news for Jerome. We just saw while his teammate went down, so he is the last man standing, taking out the blue. It will not take too long until he goes out next, but the muscle goes down to Brian. RSG is getting one. Farang Legends playing by the edge of the circle. Teams are starting to close in. At the same time, Homebois trades it out with Ate.
Look at that, R2K now has to push into the side of TABAH and NSEA. They might just get sandwiched at this point here. Farang does get some crucial taps from afar and onto the side of Dingoz, only probably hindering them from ever committing too hardly. However, that would be KHI, who might just overplayed their hands here. Already losing another member. Last one left. I saw a nade gets tossed on forward. One more in the shed. Will it clip though? It will eliminate ALMGHTY, not KHI though. He's still fairly healthy inside the shed itself. RSG is waiting here to take up the scraps in case things go out of hand.
How did Homebois survive that nade? That nade was almost like a sure elimination, but somehow he's still dead. RSG is waiting for the right moment, but RSG looks like those few points not going to be worth it. They're going to focus on the rotation. They're starting to move, trying to find a way into the next circle with 30 seconds more on the clock, while Dingoz trying to stop RSG on their tracks.
Meanwhile, down in the bottom right, you can see R2K now has to push through TABAH and NSEA, and we've talked about this, how they were gatekeep for overcommitting themselves. This is a problem they might have to find a solution to very, very fast, because TABAH and NSEA, they're looking to push up forward while he's healing. That's firepower gone, and they're just going in to clean up the crew while they've got their hands busy. It's a one-on-one battle, but the drop shot wanted by R2K. Again, close quarter combat. They are kings, and they will wipe out the team holding them back.
Wow, R2K, they had a good spread, and they had a good advantage over NSEA. NSEA being eliminated. And now R2K, 6 elimination points in their hand. At the same time, the zone is starting to close, so they need to make this reset quick. And look at that as well. KHI eliminated. And Farang Legends, Rippleboy will be gunned down by Sans for EVOS VIP. Rippleboy will finish off, and that's a point given to EVOS VIP, while Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals goes up against MAB.
He's got one picked off there, the Hunter Pamburu himself. Crucial points going on their side. They did lose Voki way too early though, so sooner than what they would have liked. But of course, that is just a general statement. Nobody likes to lose member that fast in the game. But R2K, they makes it to the next circle here, the 5th circle. Can they survive though? Already under fire. Rensky did not secure the kill. They have ideas on where Team Hawk may be. Can they look to push though? Seeing as though he's going in half HP. They see him! Straight one onto the face, and he goes down without a crate. That is R2K ready to, well, join KHI in the lobby.
And Team Hawk were looking pretty good with Boyka in the lineup. Now Picado is their home, so they know this place like the back of their hand. Now, maybe CLC will have the same feeling as well, as this one of their drop spots. Now with the long range giving pressure onto RSG. RSG has a high ground advantage, but RSG, they have to pray for the circle. If the circle doesn't favor them, going down will be a lot of open space.
Why do I feel that the bigger problem is in this compound city? Everyone's too busy. They're getting their hands full here, getting shot down again. Team Hawk falling down to Farang Legend, who only has Helton around. It's, again, another snake in the grass.
Surprise, surprise. They didn't check the corners. The nade onto Helton. Helton still somehow survives. And now down to 40% health immediately. Revives himself. And now he will need to pray that the next nade will not land onto him.
But look at the circle though, favors RSG, they're high ground, they are gonna reign supreme here. This is when the mouse are forced out of their hidings and have to come in face to face with death waiting from the top side.
Yep, RSG, they can make a slow move. The circle will close in on the other teams first before them, so they can fish for these teams. Now, it's not going to be good news for Team Hard. They don't have majority of the circle, but now they're trying to finish on health and try to get revenge for their teammate.
They are going to have to meet face to face with death, and it's going to be uncomfortable, but it's one of those things you have to have a conversation on, just like right now as Helden will meet his demise, sent to the lobby by Damas.
And here we go. The zone will start to close in, and Heiko will be knocked out. I don't think there'll be enough time for Boyka to pick him up, so Boyka starting to bail. Damn. Is he going to go for the pickup? RSG will start to move towards Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. Let's go, Cam!
Oh, what a mistake. That was a death trap set up by Yoodo Alliance 4 Rival. How could you push into such a phenom? You know that he's called Pamburu for a reason. The dude's a hunter. And they just fed their way all the lead that they have had. The way of Yoodo Alliance 4 Rival, despite having the high ground, did they not get info on how many teams were here? I mean, how many members were there down in the ditch?
Maybe they didn't scout. Maybe they didn't get that information. They could make a slow move into the circle, but they just went straight into Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. Yoodo Alliance will say, thank you for sending the package. We'll take those 3 points.
And now advantage goes to the side of Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, because guess what? Circle is straying away from the compounds. People will have to make a push. And what is the advantage on the side of Yoodo Alliance 4 Rival? They have ditches and elevation to play around with. They can do a lot of damage with the terrain covers that exist in their situation. Team Hawk now getting burned by the blue. RSG is eliminated. The final member, Small Boy, gets taken out. Team Hawk as well under pressure right now. VIP and Somnus will flip it on the garbage can with the Sound of Steel.
And Dam is the last man standing for Team Hawk as Boyka goes down to Appy. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, they still have a decent location. They can farm elimination points here. Snipes will be the next one to go out, and Appy will secure the elimination point. QB is still alive on the right, and Snipes will be taken out by A-Pool as well.
Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals again, it seems like they find themselves in favorable situation. Look at the circle ratio, nearly half is in the context of Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. However, it could still close the side of this gas station, and that's probably going to put them in a compromising position here, but it all goes down to it. However, EVOS is in the area alongside with Clutch Guerillas. They can still come in and disrupt any sort of gameplay. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rival though looking pretty hefty. Look at that circle closing onto gas station. Now that is the point of contention.
Now for Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, it's either they have a lot of smoke or they have enough vehicles to actually push into the circle. They don't have the circle. It's very, very open for them. There's not much cover to work with. And if they move towards the areas of where Clutch Guerilla is, they could be gunned down.
They could try and play it slow, make a rotation towards the right side and maybe come in from there where the circle is not closing in just yet. However, I don't know how brave they are to take these sort of engagement here. They will try, though. Clutch Guerilla trying their best, but they're being suppressed by the side of Pamburu himself. They got the tap, confirms his position and location. And just like that, how the tables have turned onto the side of Clutch Guerilla. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rival, they now have to be the aggressors and try to make their way and push forward. Can they succeed though? QB! The snake in the grass goes in! Sprays that one out! That is an opening! QB just ripped apart the gates of hell, and that will be Clutch Guerilla in a compromising position. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rival can look to push.
Kilby became the kingmaker, and Clutch Guerilla, 2 of the gun now by Kilby, and now Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals could have an opening the movement, but at the same time, EVOS VIP could capitalize on that. The long range coming in from Pamburu takes down Jimmy, and now Clutch Guerilla is down to the last man.
They have the numbers advantage, it seems. However, EVOS is still within the area. They do get Razor. They know where the rest of the members are. However, they cannot confirm it just yet. Don't want to make a irrational push to push onto this gas station. They have time, but how long do they need? Oh my god, Clutch Guerillas. Surely you can hear some sort of a gunfire. Maybe it is going to be Clutch who becomes the kingmaker once again in the disruption between these two. Oh, Nate gets tossed one forward. Does not connect into the door, into the windows here. But Yoodo Alliance for Rival, they have eyes. They will be trying to suppress it. Appy is in the flank side. It seems like they're being pincered right now. And gas station is just haven right now.
Oh, and the circle is just so tiny. I think everyone needs to move. Nobody is safe at this moment. Adibs playing the patient game, but he's being sandwiched between these two teams. Adibs can't move.
He will try, and the ones making all the move is Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. My god. How one twist and turn an event can turn the other way. It seemed like EVOS had the entire advantage. Now it goes down to this. A three-way standoff. Yoodo Alliance for Rivals, EVOS VIP, Clutch Guerilla. Who's coming out on top? The great push has been committed here.
Adibs.
They did not sacrifice a single member on their way forward. They could look to push in. Adibs though, he's playing the worm game. He's not making the first move. He knows what's at stake here. However, Yoodo Alliance for Rival, they understand what it would be if they were to overcommit. Oh, nice nade to the backhand. VIP. They got two. They might look to push. Oh, Clutch Guerilla.
Adibs.
This right in the backhand.
Could Adibs do it?
Go in for the big
backstab.
Backstab. No. Surely they're not. He's gonna just let them get away with it to clean up EVOS VIP and maybe even just look to clean up Clutch Guerilla. A little bit of an anticlimactic finish, but my god. Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. We were just talking about how when Voki comes in, it's a total different ball game, and they took the chicken dinner right out of our mouths.
Well, Voki didn't get anything. I'm just saying though. So was his teammates carrying him?
So I mean, does that mean we're gonna have to kick him out and pull the other guy back in?
Oh, well, I'm gonna let the manager decide on that. I mean, we're just here to enjoy the game. But then again, Adibs, he played really, really smart. He was like, okay, I'm not going to be the third party. I'll just let them play it out and I'll be happy with a second place finish.
Yeah, I mean, what could have gone one way? Second place to third place, I think that the point difference is pretty substantial itself. That triggered discipline, well thought out by them, letting the rest of Yoodo Alliance for Rivals clean up, sure, and then get the second place. I can't be mad at him for that. So, let's take a look at the highlights of the previous matchup.
Hello guys and welcome back from our fourth match of the day, and definitely that was the first chicken dinner that Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals been wanting for so long, and it has to be in their favorite map, or I would say the map that they perform the most is in Miramar, and plus that given spot for them, I think that's usually where they perform ditches and open areas, so usually this is where they perform the best for Yoodo Alliance 4 Rebels. But then again, we've got PUBG Mobile X Warframe. This is our new Royal Pass, so you guys gotta get it on with the pass, and plus there is a lot of different modes for our Warframe that you gotta check it out. So you guys just click onto your PUBG Mobile and check out the collaboration with the outfits that is being given in when you get the Royal Pass. Now, it's about the classic version 1.9, and a whole lot of improvements have been made, including the one that we just saw Epi, that he was actually showing it to you guys about climbing. I mean, climbing is actually something that we already have, but this time, a few things that can be climbed onto, you actually can do it, and that is the action or the animation of you actually climbing rather than jumping in and out of these areas. Plus, we've got the underwater firearms pickup, like what Contra mentioned yesterday. Usually when you go for airdrops, that's in the water, and then when you change your firearms, it will drop in the waters and you can't take it up. So this time you have it already there. So check out that new update. But here we go. This is our match rankings from our Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. For those of you who are fans of Pemburu and Friends, this is for you. They've got 14 elimination points and a total of 29. Finally, you are seeing your old heroes climbing back up these, at least the stats. For now, I think they are still in page number 2, but definitely they have pushed their ranks up all the way, at least at top 10. But at number 2, we've got Clutch Guerilla, who has been quite disciplined because I see Adips has been in that area for the longest time. And then EVOS at the back, who also has been keeping quiet. Team Huck, with the presence of Boyka, we can see how aggressive they change when you have Boyka in the house. Because all people who started PUBG Mobile, I mean not PUBG Mobile, started PMPL's kind of meta, at least to have people like Y2K coming in to step up. But who else to get the MVP? None other Epi, the IGL of Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. And the damage taken up by Epi himself, 948. Longest distance in elimination is 210 meters. Team contribution, not so much, but that's only normal and natural. If it's an IGL, that's usually you have to get separated from everyone else. But he's definitely a good IGL, good reflexes, at least from Epi himself. Not much of any elimination, but you guys did see how they wanted to farm it all when they have that beautiful spot, but teams was forced out, so they had shelter, they had defense mechanism in front of them, so they can't really do a whole lot of farming. Even though, yes, they got 14, it was I would say an even split within the teammates. And 3.7 MVP points. So this is our player data analysis for Epi, who gets the MVP for that previous match. Now, weekly rankings. Oh, you know what? 4 Rivals no longer in page number 2. They are in page number 1 at number 10. So welcome back, boys, to where you belong, or where we usually see them in page number 1. But still, GENEXUS, Axis Ray 1, and all of these people will not budge, at least for number 1, 2, and 3. But for number 4 and 5, there is a great difference. They have stepped up a little bit, especially EVOS surviving again in the top 5, or at least I would say just now number 3. No, wait, number 2. No, yeah, they were number 3, sorry. Number 3, and then Team Huck, and then followed by Sam9, and so on and so forth. But at the pitch of number 2, I would say it's pretty sad to see a few teams not moving yet, but Clutch Guerilla definitely played that well, smartly. They know that they cannot play with the firepower, they have to play with the width. So at least that itself is a job done for Clutch Guerilla today, if they have to prove themselves, and they did prove themselves with at least winning the circle at the very last moment. So let me break it down to you guys about the game that we just witnessed earlier. This time the circle goes to this famous city called Picado. I actually don't like it when it goes into Picado because it's super tricky. The hill even as high, it's pretty I would say not too short, but it's not of a range where you can actually do a farm. But you know what, you do Alliance for Rivals, I'm not surprised because this is where they usually perform in Miramar. So they actually went over from Cruz de Ville, rotated and rotated, not really taking much of an action. They had a few skirmish here and there, but not too much. Like I said, we only see them more aggressive when it was that particular ditch that they won somehow in the, I think it was the 5th circle. Now, looking into Picado, this area was overpopulated with at least 5 teams in the 4th circle. So Clutch Guerilla has already gone in. At this point of time, it's only the 3rd circle. A whole lot of teams is trying to come into Picado. Geek Fam, similar kind of rotation, I would say, from the previous Miramar that we witnessed, even though, were they playing? Yes, they were playing. So it's the same kind of rotation they made. Unfortunately, they cannot push themselves into the circle. So there you go. Thank you, producers. But this is where I said a whole lot of teams was actually aiming to get into Picado. 5 teams was inside. EVOS was there for the longest time. And Clutch Guerilla, at least for Adips, he made a very wise choice by separating himself as an IGL away from his teammates. And that was apparently where the circle closed in. You guys can see how far Yoodo Alliance for Rivals actually rotated. They were from that warehouse, that popular Picado warehouse where people usually have a standoff. They rotated like at least about half a circle just to get into that ditch because they are so confident in playing with ditch and open areas. That's the reason why they left there, and they make use and they utilize the terrains very well, and they try to farm or make it difficult for people to come out. Although I wish the circle would have ended over towards Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. In a way, we can see a huge elimination process, but even if the circle shifted from them, you did see how tactical about the timing, how these teams actually pushed in. Even though, yes, the circle is already closing in, but the timing, the calls from NIGL and the communication from the scouter, including all of these roles, was it was executed correctly. That's the reason why they won that chicken dinner, even though the circle was not on them, and EVOS actually had the compound similarly to Adips. Although Adips only had 1%, the fight would be more aggressive with EVOS. But then again, that is our 4th match of the day. We are going to go for the 5th match, but before that, let's go for a quick break. I'll see you back.
Di mana ada kemenangan, di situ ada Geek Fam. Once a Geek, always a Fam.
Jangan ingat air yang tenang, tiada buaya. Kat situ ada Homebois. Hati-hati. Homebois family.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Pro League MYSGPH Spring 2022. I am Sis Jenny, your host and analyst for today, and you guys are still with us for the last match of the day. We are going to fly over to Erangel. Hence, we already have seen and witnessed 4 different chicken dinners, although some of the teams are quite close to get a back-to-back, which is, I would say, GENEXUS. But they are coming back right now to play. So, we are going to see 4 again different groups, but this time one of the groups will take a break, which is the team, or one of the teams that is going to take a break is actually the team from Singapore, ALMGHTY, and maybe, and the list goes on. So right now let's look into the most damages. And I'm not surprised, it's Epi and Pemburu working hand in hand. So we can see that Epi is actually the scouter and IGL, and then we've got Pemburu as the support. But surprise, surprise, Jimmy OP is coming back to the table, guys. He is the fragger, this time playing for Clutch Guerilla. The previous season, he was actually one of the players of Farang Lejund. But today, or at least this season, he has moved on to the smaller brother. And he's quite young, actually, although he's tall in person and good looking. So anyways, the points difference is at least 100 difference, and then we did see Epi only carried 3 elimination points, but the damage still went to him because of, like I said, his reflexes is insane. His game instincts, his prediction is always on point. That's probably the reason why he always gets the most damage. Or we get to see him climbing up this particular image that we are looking into. So he always gets the most as compared to the rest. I think Reef is also one of them. Oh, you know what? Actually, the entire team of Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals will carry such a record whenever they get a chicken dinner, or at least into the top 3. So that's our most damage today, and I'm not surprised to see our new team for this season when they get into the last few circles and they get up into the list. So it's not surprised to see them there. But that is what we can say about the most damage about the teams that just won that chicken dinner, and we're going to see more of them actually. Hopefully they get the momentum and maybe they can do a better comeback for our Erangel match. But this is our overall stats. Let's talk about the hills. We've got 7, 4, 8, 9, and then the knockouts, and also the longest distance elimination belongs to Rensky. I did really like to see how Rensky went head to head with someone just now. I saw his crosshair directed towards the head, and that's the reason why I think it was R2K that was coming in, and immediately he hunted for the guy, went for the shot, and within like I think three bullets, and R2K's player went down straight. Even though it does not say a lot about longest distance elimination, but we can see how precise his red dot was, or how he anchored towards players that is probably in his target already. But throwables has been used about 226, and it's pretty much okay, I would say, for the level of Mirama. And now we are going to witness Group A, B, C, and E playing. So these are the teams that will play for our last match of the day. We will see KHI still in progress to get back into the page of number 1, or page number 1, I would say, for KHI Esports. But you know what, guys? I think our casters are ready, but before that, let's go into talent's prediction. Farang Esports is still my choice. Why? Because like I said, I want to see a comeback, and who else to not give the support but by us, viewers and also casters. They need all this support. So if you have a team of your choice, do let us know by the comments. They can read, we can read, especially the players who are watching the live stream also. They would see that, hey, there are still fans that will still support us. But you know what? Who else is going to support your casters, the voice of your game, which is, we will go into them shortly. So let's go.
You know, at this point, I'm not even surprised anymore. The moment talent prediction comes out, I could already tell what badge it was going to be. It feels almost redundant, don't you think?
It might as well be like, okay, talent prediction, this team for the entire day.
No.
Like it just pops up once.
So you don't even, that's kind of the situation that's happening right now. But another good thing that is also fixed here in the PMPL studio is this brand new deal from Realme. Okay, they're starting with the GT2 Pro, their brand new device. It's greater than you see, and trust me by that, because you're only seeing it via the camera. You gotta grab one in the palm of your hands yourself, right? Realme, they're trying to be the next tech trendsetter, or the first one ever, and by getting in collaboration with PUBG Mobile to foster young talents in esports.
And what else you should grab is, of course, Yoodo being the official digital telco partner. And of course, Yoodo would like to invite all of you to switch over so you can get free 5 gigabytes of high-speed data and 20 gigabytes of PUBG Mobile data. I mean, high-speed data, that's what you need if you want to be a pro player like these guys.
I mean, you know what they say, whatever you're doing on your phone right now, you do it better with Yoodo as your favorite networking line here. So why don't you just hop onto it? What do you have to lose? Nothing really. You just get more what do you call that, data than you need. Sure, but that doesn't sound like it sounds like a good problem to have.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And of course, Yoodo is very customizable as well.
Tell me more about that one.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to tell you more about that one. You guys can head out to Yoodo's website as well to get more information, or sometimes you notice that during the live stream there's this QR code. Scan that QR code as well and everything will be explained there.
Yeah, talking about having more than enough, GENEXUS.
Oh man, they are back.
Today, they seem like they are just my favorite team here. And unlike Sis Jenny, I don't play favorites. So, GENEXUS seemingly like that they're looking like they're popping off. Why are you laughing at that statement? You know deep down inside it be true.
Well, Sis Jenny just pointed how much you love Loyu.
What are you talking about? Oh, it's right. That's true. In the previous one. Who doesn't love Loyu? Trust me, wherever you're from, MYSGPH, I don't care, man. You could be all the way from South Africa, South America, maybe even the North American region. If you see that player getting pulled out by Loyu himself, you have to be a fan right after that performance.
Yeah, I think that whatever happens to GENEXUS after this, Loyu is still the MVP of the day. Yeah. Regardless what happens in the last round. But of course, for fans of GENEXUS, they will want to see their team get more points, because after today there's like 3 more days to go. Anything can still happen to the top of the chart, so you want to have that nice comfort zone up there.
Yeah, as clearly we've seen yesterday when Axis actually got themselves a triple chicken, secured #1 spot. Soon after, in day #2, which is today, after 1 game, GENEXUS took over. And now they're building their lead up towards the #1 spot. Can they hold? Of course, 3 more days after today is done. It is not going to be easy feat to do. But if you were to guess or give me a favorite moment from today itself, what would it be? Obviously, before the last game begins.
Ooh. Okay, favorite moment.
Yeah.
Man, it's a tough one. Tough one because there were many good moments. I think I'll give it to KHI versus Axis.
Oh, because that was a mistake play.
Well, there was actually a good comeback moment as well from KHI. They kind of like dropped the ball a bit. Axis came back, and then KHI had to come back again.
That's true.
Something like that.
It's kind of like an Inception, but for PUBG Mobile.
Oh, there's one more moment I really like today as well. So Geek Fam's win in Sandhawk. Yeah, the one they fought against Homebois.
Oh yeah.
I think that was pretty sweet.
Yeah, that was pretty top notch, pretty world class. The way they opened the map, man. Just today itself feels like a blessing, man.
Yeah, man.
Getting the cast here with you, obviously.
Likewise.
Tomorrow I'm gonna have to switch on over, like I switch clothes. Someone else is gonna fill in your warm seat. It's not gonna be the same, man.
Yeah, man.
It's not gonna be the same.
I won't be here tomorrow, so keep it warm for me, man.
Hey. Although you're not here, at least you were here when we broke the record for the most kills per chicken dinner.
Oh, yeah.
That's always going to be special.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We got to give it to GENEXUS. Yeah, that's a special moment for them as well. 20 elimination points. I mean, beat that for this season. And we're just like, what, in the second week, day number 2, and we already got 20 eliminations.
I would like to see teams beat that, though. Imagine that. Yeah. The amount of sheer hardship you'd have to go through in order to be able to accumulate that much points at the same time earn yourself a chicken dinner. 17 kills was the longest record that we had so far, and it was only broken in the week after. That was this week in day number 2. Imagine week number 3. Will we ever break the number? Will KHI bring home a chicken dinner today as well, as they did yesterday? All goes down to them.
And answer the critics, right? Yeah.
I mean, to be fair,
interesting.
They already shut a bunch of the critics off with that fight with Axis.
You know what was funny? So I heard from our colleagues on the other side.
Yeah.
So in Sandhawk, they were like, they were like going on like, oh, KHI, oh. But the next round, KHI proved them all wrong. So there was like a moment where everyone just went silent. Everyone was like, okay, I'm done.
I mean, you can't hate. No matter which region you're from, you just can't hate the game and the way it was played out. To be fair, that was a mistake on Axis. So they paid the price hefty on that one. Bragging rights goes to them. So far, today itself, week number 2, it's Singapore who hasn't gotten themselves a chicken dinner just yet.
Oh yeah, if you kind of think about it, right? Just for week 2, it's only Singapore. So are you rooting? So would your prediction be Almighty for the final round?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, they're not playing this round, right?
They're not playing.
Oh yeah, they're not playing. Oh, too bad. Yeah.
Unfortunately, no. However,
GENEXUS again.
Stop calling me out, man. They're gonna paint me a fanboy or something.
Well, since Jenny already painted you as a fanboy.
I mean, who isn't a
fanboy?
On.
Yeah,
Jeez,
true.
Let's be serious here.
Come on, man. It's Pew Pew.
Okay, I'm what they call a wheat or a lalang. So I go by the wind, and right now it's blowing the side of GENEXUS really strong.
Right.
Right, because when Team Secret and Sem9 just seemingly they're down in the dumps, I need a team that I can root for.
And that's
that sounded so bad.
I know.
I can't believe I'm saying this on the panel. No, man, we keep it really real here on the panel, right? Like, hey, we call a spade as a spade. If they're not performing, they're not so hot right now, then they're not. But I never said that they won't win the country finals when they get into it.
To be fair, it's not about how you finish in the middle of the league.
Exactly.
It's how you finish at the end of the league.
Exactly. So that's license for me to jump from one team to another.
Wow. Wow, you justify yourself pretty well. Not bad.
I know, I'm quite the psychopath.
You gotta learn from Sis Jenny, you know.
Oh,
the only time that she jumps ship is when they are not playing.
Yeah, well, that's because she's forced to. If she was given a choice not to vote, she probably wouldn't put a badge on it. We just know the allegiance she has for a single team. You know, she's a crazy fanatic. If you think I'm crazy for GENEXUS, nah. Only this week, only today I hopped on the GENEXUS bandwagon.
But at least you know now that Sis Jenny is a very loyal person.
That's true. That's true.
Yep. Just saying. Yep.
Is that a good thing to have on the up when you're hosting the entire PMPL?
Well, indirectly, she's sending a message to everyone out there watching. So.
Okay, so if you kind of can get where her allegiance lies by now. Where does your allegiance lie, Sir Cloud?
My allegiance lies to you, of course.
Oh my God, we're back at a fanboying session.
Yeah. I'm fanboying your mustache. You know, whenever I saw Pemburu, I don't see Pemburu, I see Keith.
Hey, that's an honor, man.
Wow, to be up there on the chart.
I mean, they just got themselves a chicken dinner, and he's got a hefty amount of kills.
I mean, he did stole your mustache.
Oh.
In the first place. I'm just saying. Like, everyone wants to be Keith, right?
I like that.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a comeback from me. Like, besides thank you, that's kind of it.
But you know what else we have to thank?
Yeah.
We have to thank the teams for starting right now in this game. So it's going to be Irango being our last game for today, ladies and gentlemen. And who will bring home this final chicken dinner? GENEXUS is back in the house.
Yeah, my favorite team for the day, at least until when the wind blows a different direction. That is where I will go. But for now, GENEXUS seemingly like the better teams on top, coming in on form, breaking a record, and here we are in the final map of the evening, Erangel.
As I used to like to call it, Erangel.
Where was that from?
That was from season 1 or 2. I don't remember by now.
Wait, no. Is that an actual reference? Like, is that how it's actually pronounced?
No, that was my reference. But anyway, it's a kind flight path for most of the teams. I'd say cutting in the middle. Teams that are not playing, one of the teams that are not playing is MAB. So they normally drop in Fairy Pier. It doesn't matter now that the flight path is on this side and they're not playing. But R2K may need to travel a little bit as they normally drop into Quarry, so they might drop into somewhere around areas of Gatka. They just need to be wary of Team Secret. Other than that, I think most of the teams will be able to reach their destination.
And their destination, they will, as we see Axis immediately makes their way towards, well, close by at least TABAH Kamashki, which they have pulled off again today. Now, the question is, will we have it at a scam circle as well?
I mean, as viewers, I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Makes things interesting. I think it might scam to the top side. You know why? Look at the flight path. Earlier on today, it was from Primors to Stalberg Kamashki. This just looks like a reflection of it.
Wow.
And now it's going from the top down as well. So maybe the circle scams upwards.
If it goes all the way to Zarki, I'll be happy because you don't see that all the time.
Nobody plays Zarki.
Yeah, nobody plays Zarki. But I don't know. I think Zarki's fairly decent, except for the fact that it's right at the corner.
You're at the edge of the map.
But yeah, the fact that no one drops there. If you play a classic game, you're likely to have a good time in Zarki.
Just camping out, I don't think that's very fun.
Well, I mean, it's a survival game at the end of the day.
That's true. That is a true cold hard fact here. And you know what else is true? Yoodo's brand new promotion, so you better go get that scan right here, right now, before the action begins and you have too much to focus on. You might just miss out on the offer.
Yes, you don't want to miss out on the offer. Well, Geek fam, not missing out much as Dingoz is nowhere inside. I think they're somewhere around hospital if that doesn't change. Now, Farang Legends, the team that's the pick from Cisjani today. Today has been a on-off day for Farang Legends, I'd say. Not really showing up.
Maybe because she was voting for him. You know how it is. No. Hear me out. I was in the hosting panel, right? I was in the hosting panel before I head over to the casting desk. Every single team I vote bows out. They don't get the chicken.
At least they get it in the next round.
No, that was only week 1.
Oh, that was only that one day.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
So
in other words, don't get picked by the host.
It's the curse of the host or the hostess. It remains true. It's just taboo. It's just taboo. Like how nobody tries to get a chicken dinner in a show match.
Yeah.
Yeah. Similar.
I'm glad that as casters, we don't need to do predictions.
We used to though.
Yeah.
Predict one right now before anything happens.
Well,
you don't even know the circle, so you can't make a prediction.
True.
Hurry up.
Okay. Let's see.
GENEXUS.
Okay. I'll double you for that. I'll pick a Nexus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair point. Now let's see it play out. And talking about GENEXUS here, 2 winner chicken dinner winner is about to meet each other here. Yep, it's Loyu against Epi! Oh, you take out my favorite player up in minute 1 here. So maybe GENEXUS just dropped their chances by it.
No, it's not GENEXUS' fault. It's your fault for loving
I told
Loyu.
you.
See, you cursed.
See, that was the point I was trying to make.
What? So now you're trying to sabotage GENEXUS?
No, I'm just saying that if you do vote for a team, they come in short.
Isn't that sabotaging the team?
I did it for an example. It was not intentional, okay? Hey, check out Yoodo again, out with the QR code. Go scan one. Get yourself some 5 gig data at high speed. And 20 gig to play PUBG Mobile itself. So you know you're not eating any of the entertainment time.
Well, I'm entertained right now by your predictions. But, well, okay, to be fair. Okay, for the record, yesterday, Axis got the chicken dinner by playing with 2 players for most of the round. So if GENEXUS still has 3, there is still a possibility.
But Loyu's down though.
Man, I'm trying to put some positivity. The fans are listening.
Nah, you're fine.
Alright.
Actually, there's some point to that, right? Because when Loyu, seeming like he carried the entire game for GENEXUS, came out the stats, it was like 25% team contribution. So he wasn't carrying the entire team all the way. It was pretty balanced through and through.
True. But then again, okay, so out of 20 eliminations, he got 9 in that round.
Yeah, but maybe not the most damaged.
Big brain moment coming for Keith. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's some hope for GENEXUS right there. 120 points currently. 1 game ahead from the second place, that is Axis, who has an incredible run, I would say, so far in day 1 and day number 2. And Yoodo Lion 4 rivals, they are out for blood. 7-9 Dap. Getting shot on, and maybe dropping out of his vehicle was a bad idea. That pit stop cost him severely.
Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals moving into Mansion. Okay, I mean, to be fair, we don't know where the circle is at yet.
That's true.
Yeah, but I'm guessing that the circle might be somewhere on the right, considering that Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals went to Mansion. So they don't have business there. So the only reason they will go there is because of the circle. So I guess it's somewhere on the right for once.
Or maybe they're there for leisure. Never know. 2 types of travel, business and leisure. Well, it's not so leisureful if you lose a life in the process, so I guess, paid the price there.
Well, but they got a point against M9.
Yeah.
So it was a worthwhile leisure travel thing.
That's true. Meanwhile, QB again, the brains for the team, still alive here. He was alone in this point. That was actually pretty risky of him. Thankfully, the Dingoz only had 1 people over. I mean, this is a Geek Fam traditional drop spot. It's over in hospital. They pretty much know the landmark or the hallmark of this entire place at the back of their heads. And I guess you're right, seeing as though the blue will be closing in from their side of the map. That would be in a circle towards the right-hand side of the map.
Yeah, I noticed a 2,000-ish meter counter on the mini-map earlier on one of the players, so I would assume that it is the circle's on the right. So that's where normally Sem9 is at. I think it's going to be an easy entry for RSG, for Homebois as well. Oh, RSG isn't playing, by the way. But Homebois, it's going to be okay for them. Yoodo Alliance 4 was interestingly, with that kind of circle, they came all the way from Rozhok to Mansion. It's quite a fast move from them. They normally rotate not that fast, so that's quite a different strat coming in from Yoodo Alliance.
Could be the sheer adrenaline and confidence coming out from a winner-winner chicken dinner, and now probably even trying to, leapfrog all the way up. They're barely in like number 10, right? So they cannot afford to be a bit more complacent. They still want to make their way up and get a better lead to maybe move into the head start. And GENEXUS says, I live and breathe here, under fire right now. Might lose Snappy on the ground as Axis. They are within sights. And they're looking to push right now. 2 vehicles crashing onto the compound. It's Micah, OP, and Faris. Can they get in time? Surely they do. They do get the revive. Miss the bang. Oh, but will be followed up by Micah, OP, who's coming in from a flank angle. And that would be GENEXUS losing 2 more. Again, proving the point that I shouldn't be rooting onto any single teams here on the desk, because that usually means trouble.
So whether it's on the hosting segment or whether you're on the desk, you just know.
Hey man,
just don't.
It is how it works. Don't jinx it.
Just don't do it. Don't.
Well, you're spot on with the circle here. You can see it does close down onto the east side of the entire map. Lipovka seems to be quite the sweet spot. However, still quite a wide pie to kind of assume a pin drop within the situation here.
You know, it kind of reminded me of something. You know, when people talk about like the show match curse?
Yeah.
Like, you're the living show match.
I'm not the only one.
Like, I know you're a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're a living show match now.
No,
Carrying the curse.
I'm not denying it. I agree, but I'm saying I'm not the only one. Hey, predictions were wrong 100% of the time. I'm not the only one with a 100% wrong prediction. Cut me some slacks here.
Okay, I mean, well, since Jenny has been trying
Look
today.
at that! See what happens!
No. No, the moment we mentioned that, so Olio went down.
No, we
I mean-
mentioned nothing. Someone else
wait.
voted for them, so
Yeah,
that
okay, to be
was
fair.
jinxed from the get-go.
Yep. I'm the only one that's clean here.
That's true.
Yeah.
You want to cheer for EVOS?
Hang on. I already said Axis earlier on.
That's true,
Remember
that's
that?
true.
Yeah. And they were the ones to take out the 2 from GENEXUS. I'm just saying.
Maybe you're Mr. Lucky, man. You're the guy with all the blessings in the world here. Meanwhile, it could be a team that sneak right past under our noses. We've seen how Bosskur does that many a times now.
Yeah, Bosskur and Team Hug is again playing with Boyka. So this is his second round in the PMPL this season. I think they were just okay in the previous round. I mean, they made nice rotations. They took good fights, but you know, sometimes it's a bit unlucky here and there. But so far, looking good with Boyka in the lineup, I say.
Yeah, and who else is looking good? Last week, it was Homebois who got second place, but not showing so much. Right now in number 15, much like some of the teams that we expect to be placed higher. So, not quite of a good news for them, but however, like you mentioned, one game is all it takes to change the situation here. Now TABAH NC makes it across from Sosnovka. Now in mainland, got through pretty fine, although R2K has got eyes on their rotation.
So R2K playing a little bit of a gatekeeping role, but they're not going to make those big moves just yet. I mean, we are still early into the game. And talking about Homebois, I mean, they were hard last week as well, placing themselves second at the end of the week. This week, not so hot just yet. Sometimes it's about, like, if you're on top, like, teams would research on you. Like, teams would pay extra attention, like, hey, why are they on top? Let's try to counter them. And I think that's what's happening with Homebois now. And same goes for Dingoz too.
Oh yeah, Dingoz. I mean, Dingoz has their moments, right? Knowing that they are pretty much in a fighting aggressive team, I think people maybe just avoid them per se, because they know that they will probably be the ones running towards you for the battle, and maybe can capitalize on that by playing a bit more smart. Meanwhile, Axis though tossed up a nade forward. They're really right in front of each other, and I mentioned Bosskur earlier on. Could I have jinxed them as well?
I wouldn't want to be answerable to Daddyhood if he calls me. No.
Technically, I didn't jinx them. Look at the circle. Close,
Okay, there you
right
go.
next to
Yeah.
each other. Right?
All right, all right. We got it. Oh no, you gotta go eat that. I had
mean,
nothing
Axis
to do
is
with
right there
this.
too.
Okay, yeah, yep. I mean, my prediction is still on point that Axis is still in this. Yeah, I'm just saying.
But man, Psycho, he's the one guy. He's the damage dealer coming out from Bosskur. So far, we haven't seen much of his aggression come week number 2. What happened? Something tamed him a little bit over the short break they had past 2 days, I guess, on the... Well, actually 3. Now that the broadcast was delayed by 1 day. So they had a 3-day break, and maybe that was all it took to make some of them a bit rusty.
Yeah, sometimes it's about like, you know, it's like muscle memory, right? Like if you don't play the game or you don't do that thing for a certain period of time, you tend to lose it. So maybe that kind of affected the players. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell, but what's not hard to tell is Rensky going down as they try to siege against GENEXUS, and that's the last man standing, and GENEXUS will be eliminated. The first team to go out. Oh, Keith, would you like to explain yourself?
Yeah, I overhyped them a little bit too much here. Meanwhile, though, Dingoz is up against Team Bosskur. Again, another team that I have mentioned briefly, probably jinxed them as well. That nade tossed into the window was not lethal, but it did take out a hefty amount of HP. Bosskur, their position is just not well equipped to take on this fight. They might as well get into the buggy and jet out of there, because they are being surrounded by the like of Dingoz right now. And as I mentioned, they are aggressive teams. They're not looking to back out. Going from the flank side, but I think Baby Kim has got an idea that as far it would do so. And they're trying to make it with a wraparound here. I do hear some sort of a vehicle running through though.
Yeah, I think they're trying to reposition themselves. But also to take note that Bamis is playing for Dingoz, so I think, I'm not too sure if he played the previous rounds, but I think today is his debut. He hasn't been playing last week. So they are swapping out things, refreshing things up, considering that their performance isn't up to the hype that they had last week.
Yeah, well, I mean, you kind of have to troubleshoot whenever there's a bad situation or even good, right? What things you can do better. I guess that's why they all have analysts and, you know, coach and strategists in the midst of them. And talking about which, Axis strategically perched on the mansion here will be shooting down against the likes of Homebois, actually breaking their formation apart. That could be detrimental for Trix as he just went into Yoodo Alliance 4 rival who has dished out enough damage, but with the help of Micah OP, they did not overpeak to finish the job here, and that would give time for Homebois to reset.
And we'll be reviewing the fourth circle really soon, so this is going to be crazy. Okay, so the circle moves away from Homebois. Yoodo Alliance 4 hours probably does have the circle as well. And yep, Homebois prioritizing the circle, making that fast move.
Yeah, and maybe all that distance traveled was not worth it since they just got scammed in the process. They're going to have to make a beeline back to where they came from here, but can they do so? They're surrounded both sides by the likes of Axis and Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, who's making a rotation inside the circle as we speak. Geek fam now, showed himself, sniped is on his own, no man's land here. All members of Yoodo Alliance 4 rival goes in. Obviously, it takes one man to do the job here as they are kings when it comes to close quarter combat.
There's no way Snipes could get away with that, and Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals happily pick up that one elimination point, giving them a total of 3 so far, and they do have a nice compound at the edge of the circle. So far so good, but Baby Kim from the Dingoz went down. So it looks like the fight between Dingoz and Bosskur is not done yet as we pan over to KHI versus Clutch Guerilla.
Yeah, it's the war between Malaysia and the Philippines right now as Clutch Guerilla tries to go up against KHI, but they have to be careful. We've seen how lethal KHI potentially is right after they... Oh my god, as I say so! The grenade comes in. Shinzi might not want to overstep himself here. Farang Rapper Boy gets one of Team Secret. Will get traded in the process here, but KHI is the center of attention right now as this team coming in from Philippines. The guest of honor is finally showing up.
NC passing by, and good news for NC is that they have EVOS VIP stopping KHI for trying to take down NC, but NC ending up in Clutch Guerilla's compound, immediately going down one by one. Rush now is the last man standing in this compound at least. Frankie is nowhere to be found, and Rush cannot take any more damage. He immediately goes down to Clutch Guerilla.
I thought Clutch Guerilla was up against KHI, and yes, they are. They are up against it. More nades being rained on forward. Can Clutch make their way out of this sticky situation? Adibs gets one on Damaso. Evening the manpower here, 3 on 3. Can they? Oh, he got the revive. Damaso back on his feet. Can look to heal up. Advantage goes to side of KHI again. Nades have been tossed on forward, but so far, nothing lethal just yet.
Oh, the nade kind of bounced out, so it was a lucky... It was... Tam should have counted his lucky stars there. And now look at THQ, Team Hawk. They're caught out in the open, and they're caught between two teams. Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. Definitely not allowing Team Hawk to move.
No one gets wiggle room right now as Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals again. They're just here to farm some points. They've got a bunch of the members. It just needs to clip once to confirm the position here. It does? I think it did. I saw a hit count earlier on. However, I think maybe that could be from his allies. They're in the cover of smoke, so Team Hawk might be able to get the reset on time.
Team Hawk, better pray that they have the circle. If they need to move, they'll be out in the open with many teams all around them. And now we'll be reviewed the circle. Man, this is just agonizing just to guess where the circle is at. And the circle goes up north. And look who's in it. It's going to be Sem9.
Sem9 gets the better half this time round, but can they hold their position? A lot of teams contesting towards the area here, especially in the northwestern side. We've seen a bunch of them. Axis is going to get a free entry within circle. So things are only going to be spiraling down even the more 5th circle onwards. We're just going to crank the heat up.
Okay, Geek fam, they don't have the circle, so they need to move forward. Mika will be gunned down by Iron Pro. Geek fam, they're starting to heal up, they're starting to get ready to move into the circle, but they can play the gatekeeping role as well, as they're close by with the circle, and teams need to pass by them to move in.
Geek fam, they're fighting in such an awkward situation here. They do have cover, but they have to play on the outside of the circle, seeing as though that's where the hill ends. But QB spread on wide open, has got 1 foot across the door. Maybe he can come in with some sort of pickup here through the smokes. Does decent damage, but KHI, they've been pincered down by NSEA. They're losing 2 members in the process.
Oh, look at this. Sam is going for it. He's going to finish off Team Hawk. And Dams is still alive. Sam is trying to finish off Team Hawk. But Dams is trying to revive Heiko. He could be able to do it. But the molly will be tossed out by Sam. Could this be an elimination for Team Hawk as Sam burns them down to the ground?
That is them. Actually, they missed it.
Oh.
He missed the fire point. This could be Team Hawk being able to go in for the revive and maybe even turn 1 round. They only have... Sam Z! The fatal mistake of missing the mark here cost him his entire life. Clutch Guerrilla's now up against Team Secret. This is one that they have to bear their minds against. It is wide in the open, and Team Secret has the better half of the map control, with Fredo coming in with the cover fire from the back end with eye shots along.
And Kid now trying to pick up his teammate. Matoy will need to be saved. Dan will finish off by Appy. And Team Hawk is down to the last man standing, and I believe that could be Boyka. As Frankie goes down, Insomnus will be taken out by Appy as well. Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, they are being withdrawn against many teams on the right.
This Team Secret, the position they're in, it feels like a very, very bad position. They're getting shots from everyone. They're right smack dab out in the open field for the taking here. Clutch Guerrillas, they can't go anywhere. They're down in the shed. Everyone knows their location.
Oh, it's really, really tough for Clutch Guerrilla at this moment. Let's see how they can find their way out. Now we're panning over to Clutch Guerrilla as well as Geek Fan. Geek Fan will be pressured by the zone at the same time. Zone is starting to close in. Matoy peppering out the nade, causing it on to Clutch Guerrilla. Could this be a Kobe? And Matoy takes down Shinzei. Clutch Guerrilla immediately eliminated with a single nade from Matoy.
You know what they say, out in the open, do not stay within the sheds here. Spread out, minimize risk and minimize the damage. QB, now the 1 member from Geek Fam hiding in the grass, in the ether here. He does have members around, so he's got to be careful though. If Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals has overstepped themselves, remember, Damrude is one of those teams to come in with Terminators. And talking about which, Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, 10 elimination. They are out to get blood.
Man, they are bulldozing teams. And look at this, Appy netting is 6 elimination points. More than half of the team's elimination. That's like 60% coming in from Appy. They still don't have the circle though, and they need to cross a road. It's never fun to cross, but they will just YOLO themselves onto Team Secret.
They're gonna find themselves in quite the situation here. They do have trees for cover, but I don't think the rest of the member of Yoodo Alliance 4 rival can make the travel across. Being pincered down right now is 1 member in the back end, and that is Voki, who will get shot out by Axis.
Sem9, they still have a compound with a circle. Bosskur needs to move in. At the same time, we can see that Voki will be taken out by Damrude. Damrude taken out by Faris. So there's a 3-way war happening somewhere else. Sem9, they need to stay chill. They need to stay cool as Bosskur moves in.
It all goes down here. Sem9 looking like they have heavy advantage, but based on the circle positioning itself, it might just close away or close towards them, and that's going to be a make or break moment. Axis still have all members up and healthy. Yoodo Alliance 4 rival with 3, Sem9 with 3, Bosskur with 2, and Team Secret, all of them still living, doing damage. Jumper gets knocked.
Oh, Matoy taking out his own teammate, and Jumper will be eliminated. And now Aspa trying to find an opening, but he couldn't. Kid will take out April. Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals is in trouble as Team Secret starts to close in onto them.
They're going to try and push here, but they've got to be careful. These snakes, they hold secrets. These grass, they tell tales, they don't. Which might be detrimental if Kid overstepped himself. They might look to push in, but they're not going to take that risk. Team Secret not going to stray too far from where they are right now.
It looks like the circle will reveal itself. Who will be favored by the 7th circle? The circle gods. They better pray hard, as will be reviewed with the 7th circle anytime soon.
And this one's gonna burn. So the next few crucial decisions is in the hands of their own respective IGL.
Whoa.
Whoever's left to call in the shot. Circle closed in onto Axis. Axis has the advantage.
And Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals as well. Sam9 needs to move, but Sam9 needs to win the fight against Bosskur. Psycho going down, Bosskur only one left, and Bravo will get a double elimination back to back. And Sam9 has an opening.
But they are not in the clear. Sam9 to make the push towards that circle means exposing themselves, compromising decision. Meanwhile, Axis, they heavily loot themselves up with all the smokes in the world. Surely people know their location, but it doesn't matter at all. They only have to look on fourth.
Yes, and it doesn't matter because they have the circle, so they won't be pressured to move forward. Same goes with Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, but can't say the same for Sam9. Sam9 will need to find an opening. Now, time is not on their side as the zone starts to close in.
Yeah, Yoodo Alliance, they found themselves on the inside
Fredo.
here, but Team
Oh!
Secret comes in with the far range shot. They might be able to even wipe out the rest of Yoodo Alliance. They will! That's Yoodo Alliance, 4 rivals down. Axis next. If they do take over the circle compound, this game could very well be theirs. They do have the numbers advantage, but they get punished. Axis Ferris not letting them have it that easy.
This is a fight of the champions, Keith. All these 3 teams have been champions in previous PMPLs, so now they're eyeing the chicken dinner. Here we go as Matoy being taken out by Faris. Axis, redONE, they still have the circle advantage.
Axis already 8 kills on their
Oh,
name.
bravo.
A chicken dinner could just leapfrog them way onto number 1. Then remember, the points is only differ by 20, and so this is going down to the teeth. Team Secret, they're losing a member, and Sam9 as well. Through the grenades being tossed on forward. Axis, they rain hellfire. That is Sam9 out. Team Secret is left. It is only Fredo. He can clutch his way in a 1v3 situation, but how often did not? He took one down. That is the reveal, and that is it. Axis Esports, Axis redONE maintains their number 1 slot with a spectacular performance.
Shall I take my bow now?
Yeah, I think you're Mr. Good Luck Charm. Everyone else were pretty much full of bad luck.
Well, thank you. Thank you everyone. I would like to say thank you to all who's viewing right now. I'll take my award. Thank you. Congratulations to Axis redONE, and now just proving my point that I'm the Good Luck Charm.
So the bigger question would be, when are you going to be on the host desk then? If your prediction seems to bring good luck, I think we need more people of you.
Coming soon.
Calling the talent predictions.
Coming soon. It will be somewhere this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look out for that. Look out for Sir Cloud. Look out for his predictions. And let's hope to finally break his streak. Get him with a 100% lose rate, much like the most of us.
Oh, come on, Keith. Come on. I'll roll up my sleeves and show you I can do it. But you know who else is going to show us how she can do it? It's going to be Sis Jenny. Let's go.
Hello everybody and welcome back, and you just witnessed our final match of the day. And you know what? Axis redONE just decided to take the limelight because yes, they ended very well yesterday and today they decided to take it back. And with that, obviously they will try to push themselves back out to number 1. But then again, I'm not sure exactly where they stand as of now because GENEXUS kind of already stood up and showed their firepower today, and of course the great performance. But then again, it leaves me a question mark as to where Axis is right now. But those of you who preferred this game that particularly played, because we did see the final circle with all the OG teams that was doing a head-to-head, like what Sir Cloud was saying, all these teams was before this a champion. But let's go into the match ranking first. Axis Red One getting 13 elimination points and winning that last chicken dinner. Obviously, they were very calm coming into the circle. Yes, they did not get the circle the first, I would say, before that circle number 7-6. They were really outside, but they were not rushing to come in. They were still holding their fort, even though most of the teams was actually in the open. So they kind of have that confidence that the circle would be on them, exactly as to what we saw in the earlier game in Miramar. They stayed put in that particular circle, but that one, the circle did not go to them. But this time, because of that patience and that confidence, the circle went to them. Team Secret stepping up their game also in the last match, getting 22 total points, as followed by Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals and Sam 9, number 3 and number 4. Like I said, the last circle, it was, I think, fans' favorites. You would love to see that particular. I'm sure they make into the highlights, definitely. And then Geek Fam at number 5, Team Huck, Team Bosskur, EVOS VIP at number 8, Clutch Guerilla, KHI at number 10, NSEA at number 11, number 12 is Homebois, number 13 is Dingoz, and the list goes on. But MVP goes to Mika with, wow, this time his damage is a whole lot, guys, 1017, and he still has team contribution and also the longest elimination distance. Well, if you're not sure exactly to what his role is, he's definitely the rusher, the fragger. You guys can see how he has played so far in the team. And with 5 eliminations, I think that's pretty normal for Mika to hold up to this particular damage point and also elimination point. So we're not surprised on how Axis Red One, especially having 3 members still surviving at the last circle, they still can perform no matter what. Bring it the thunderstorm, bring it anything, they still can perform. Even though it's just 1v4, I'm sure it would have been at least 1 or 2 eliminations before they go down. But head to head, we've got Epi and Mika. What an interesting head to head this time. I think I would actually like this, actually, to see these 2 potential players getting head to head. Although the damage on Epi side is not so much, 812, as compared to Mika, who's naturally a fragger with 1017. And then team contribution, of course, on this side, Epi would have won that part because he is also the scouter plus the IGL. As Mika, he's just a fragger and a rusher for Axis Red One. So good elimination points for both of these players, but then again, it depends on your point of view, which of these players is actually your preference. Right, here we go. We are looking into the overall elimination and damage for the 5th match. We can see that Axis Red One holding up the Petronas Tower, or KLCC, high above the clouds with 13 elimination points and 2,507 damage. That's a lot, guys. But look into Team Secret. Well, they might not get a chicken dinner, but they had a good control of that last circle. That's the reason why they're getting a whole lot of damage, including that very premium grenade that was tossed over by Matt Toy and getting from the third party or from the back of Clutch Guerilla without them realizing, and getting at least 2 of them out in the lobby. So Yoodo Alliance already step up their game with the momentum that they got in the previous game. They got a chicken dinner and they are performing this much because the momentum and the adrenaline rush is still there, hence the performance. But this is our weekly rankings. And you know what? Like I said, Axis Red One pushed through at number 1, pushing aside GENEXUS, but not too far. It's just within 8 points. The gap is only 8 points. With 128 and 120, GENEXUS just under. Geek Fam still always in the top, I would say the top part of page number 1 with 93, Sam9 74, EVOS 71, Team Hawk 69, and the list goes on. But at page number 2, unfortunately for some teams, no performance yet for the first day at least. We are still waiting for them to come back, especially SMG, Farang, who has been in page number 2 with last, I think would be last week. This is how they started and they are showing the same kind of shreds also, unfortunately. Clutch Guerilla, they are still around there. Although this is their first season, they are much, I would say overall, much better than their big brothers, at least for the consistency. But our top 3 eliminators, it's Appy, Mika, and Aizen. Bruh, I really like this combination because, you know, I do watch these players when they play, followed them ever since they started playing. So actually, this is a good combo. We have 3 beautiful skill sets of players. We got Mika, powerful fragger from Axis Red 1, Appy. A bonus point is he's an IGL on his own, and plus he can frag. And Aizen, what is not to say about this guy? This guy, everybody wants him. If only he has a circle, R2K would have performed even better today if they had a chicken dinner for Aizen, I'm sure. And the numbers are not too far from each other also, 50, 48, and 44. They are still in the race to get, I'm not sure, we're going to show you guys the race later, you know, just as I predicted, the MVP race. And Aizen still wins it all overall, guys, with the damage 9,686. That's just like him as a squad on his own. That's crazy, man. Aizen is really a master of all that. And then Damroot still bubbling under Appy, and also Lung, who we did not expect. Probably a whole lot of you would have expected Loyu, but Lung has also been contributing in the sense of that elimination for that particular part that we see about the MVP race. Okay, so guys, let's do a recap about the previous game that we see. So the circle decided to close over onto the east side, and this is exactly where Axis would be, around Stalber, Kamishki. They would start from the north and they would go all the way down south and park themselves comfortably in Mansion. So this particular position when they were in, they were pretty much comfortable. You know, Homebois was lingering around, they were, you know, spraying to one another, but they were quite uncontested for quite a bit. Fourth circle, I think all the way till the 5th circle, then they decided to take on fights. Before this, it was just long distance shots, nothing much happening. And then they managed to secure with full of confidence. Like I said, there you go. Bosskur was over on the other side. Yoodo Alliance for Rivals was also hiding, bubbling under. But we did see the circle closing into one of the most crucial part of Erangel, I would say. It's very tricky because it cuts in the middle and there is nothing or no compounds to hide on. This is where actually Team Secret take precedence of that particular circle that they got. And this is where the clearance was, you know, unfortunately for Farang Lejund, I'm not sure exactly what happened to them. Probably the rotation and the timing was the same as Team Secret. They decided to move together, and that's the reason why we see in the kill feed at first, Boy was being tapped by Team Secret. Hence, I think the rotation and the timing kind of collided. That's the reason why Farang did not manage to come in nicely, although they had a beautiful opening. Now, this is where the last few circles happened, and we can see EVOS had a compound, but of course it was being disturbed by a few crashes, and you know, they had to control that. And even Clutch Guerilla had troubles or find it difficult to fight with KHI, although they were just sharing a compound. Maybe because they are also getting equivalent amount of sprays coming from all the outskirts of that particular compound that they were in. That's the reason why they find it hard to move out of the buildings, because every time they pop their head, the sprays would go on for Clutch Guerilla. Now, this is where you see Team Secret. They are taking precedence of this place, being well utilized, I would say. If only the circle would have closed on them, I think it would be their chicken dinner. But unfortunately, the circle decided to shift to Axis and Yoodo Alliance, and because they don't have the manpower, they are unable to fight back, especially when Team Secret decided to crash in. And when they crashed in, Axis Red One has already have their eyes locked on the target, and that is what happened with the chicken dinner. The Axis decided to lock it in for tonight. So, what is in for us right now? Although all the matches have ended, it's not the end, because I still have an interview for you guys. And who is on the line? Let's check it out. Who are you? Hello, hello, hello. Hi, View View.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh my god. I remember we
Hello,
played together. But anyways, it's not about me. It's about you. How do you feel about GENEXUS' performance?
GENEXUS' performance today is very good. I think it's equally good as yesterday.
Yeah. Tell about a comeback, man. This is not a comeback. This is a statement. 20 elimination points view. Was that, I would say, a foreplay, or you are just really showing that this is what GENEXUS is made of?
Oh, you can say that, I guess.
Wow, confidence. I like it. So, Biu, to all your fans, and plus, I'm sure you have new GENEXUS fans out there, including me. I'm still your fan. Remember, we play Sunhawk together? But what do you want to say to them, at least for this season? What do you want to say to the fans on what we will expect from GENEXUS?
Okay, so I get asked this question yesterday also.
Oh,
similar
really?
One.
Oh, dear.
So I guess I'll just say the same thing. Like,
Okay.
thank you guys for your support, and also for the newcomers. So this is PUBG Mobile. We're playing PMPL and all, and hopefully you guys can continue to support us, and we'll try our best to get top 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. I hope so, because I think there's a lot of skills that is coming out, especially with the 20 elimination points. That's crazy. But anyways, thank you so much for being with us. That's all we have for today. Thank you so much. We'll see you very soon, okay? Bye. Aww, I had a fan moment. I told you guys, I play PUBG a lot. So yes, I did join one of his streams when he opened up back then, when he was still active in streaming. So yeah, it was a nice, I was quite surprised to see him there. Definitely. That's the part when you get to watch the talents that you like and you follow up, and yeah, that's the feeling. But this is what is happening tomorrow. We still have the same cycle: Sandhawk, Erangel, Miramar, and then Erangel. So these are the teams that will be playing. We can see A, B, C, E, and then A, B, D, E, and then A, B, C, D, B, C, D, E, and A, C, D, E. Yeah, so the timings will be the same, and I'm not sure, but I'm sure, something that I'm sure about is that teams will do homework. And you will see a lot of coming back from different teams, especially teams that are in page number 2, because these teams usually will feel the pressure even more, and especially teams who nearly got into champion last season, and this particular season they are not making any kind of statement, or they made it into the top 5, top 7, but unfortunately right now they are at page number 2. So it's something that I wish they can, come out from that shell, show us how they can excel. But then again, that's up to tomorrow. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, same channel, same page, and yeah, ciao, bye bye.